Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for this second day of the County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Northants, with Glamorgan resuming on 36 for no wicket in reply to the visitors' 279 all out. So the match fairly evenly poised, and after a sprinkling of rain an hour or so ago across Cardiff, which was slightly unexpected, it is dry now, and we are starting on time as the players emerge with a guard of honour from Ninian Park Primary School, just the other side of the city. Root and Byram are the not-out batsmen overnight. Nick Webb. Kenneth Davis joins us as our extra voice today, and Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton. Any good reading matter you can recommend today, Andrew?
I can't possibly recommend anything, but copies available. Good morning, Nick Borodar, and lovely to be here. And it's probably the brightest that it's been at any stage in the match so far, because it was played under fairly uniformly grey skies yesterday, with the blue sky over to our right. What was it, Edward reckon, over Penarth? Slightly.
His geography's hazy, to be honest.
Wherever it was teasing us because it stayed at a distance for the entire day. But it's after that little bit of, unexpected drizzle this morning, it's a lot brighter now. And forecast, certainly, I heard on BBC this morning, was that it's going to be brighter and a very pleasant, certainly, afternoon. So let's hope that is the case, and let's hope the youngsters there, all in their colourful shirts, have a good day.
Yes, it's nice that they get loaned various shirts to wear for the duration, international and county one-day strips, and parading round Sophia Gardens before eating their sandwiches at 11:30.
Lucky if it lasts that long.
36 for naught then. Glamorgan, 7 overs of the innings gone. 3 apiece from Weatherall and Miller, and the token over of spin from Rob Keogh. So it is Gus Miller, the debutant, who gave his debut championship interview to Andrew last night, and he comes to bowl to Billy Root, who turns that one away on the leg side for the first run of the morning to mid-wicket.
Yes, I must say a happy birthday to Northamptonshire's captain, Luke Proctor, who celebrates his birthday today. We'll be hoping he doesn't have to spend the whole day in the field. But, 24th of June. Also the heavenly birthday of Brian Johnston today, the man who made me want to come on the radio. So it's a notable day for all sorts of reasons.
One of the best-known cricket voices of all time. 37 for naught as Byram faces up with 2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket to Miller round the wicket to the left-handers, and defending to save Andrew embarrassment. Faces on a wall. The story of Northamptonshire's captain since 1878 is published today with a foreword by Alan Lamb, whose 70th birthday, you said?
70th birthday was last Thursday, and listeners at home, back in Northamptonshire, cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton, 6 till 7 tonight. It is an hour with Alan Lamb and talk to Graham McKechnie.
Good stuff. Miller in then to bowl to Byram, who fends at that. It goes down the leg side, it eludes the keeper, it's run away for 4, and it is leg byes. Thought for a moment it might have been off the glove, but not so. So no one particularly debited for that. Must have been off the hip of Byram, I think. Ran away to the ropes at the River Taff end.
I thought Gus spoke well last night, and John Sadler, the head coach, did say that the line about him being the first Augustus to play for Northamptonshire in 132 years was his favourite of my stats over 5 years.
Miller is in to bowl, and that's stroked through the offside for 4 runs by Eddie Byram. Nice shot. So an expensive first over one way or another. 5 off the bat and 4 leg byes so far.
You do feel that the spinners are going to do an awful lot of work today. Obviously Northamptonshire have got well, an experimental looking seam attack, shall we say, with
Yes.
Rafi Weatherall, Gus Miller, so the captain himself, and presumably Justin Broad will have a role at some point.
As that is past the bat of Byram, but I think he played inside that one deliberately.
But also then, of course, the three spinners.
Yes.
Rob Keogh, Liam Patterson-White and Alex Russell. And
Jack White is listed as turning out for Northampton seconds today, so that is a selection decision.
Yes, I was just having a look at that side. Michael Finan's also playing for the seconds. George Gowler and James Sales, George Bartlett and Safe Save captaining the side.
As that beats the bat this time, I think. It's very difficult to tell with Eddie Byram because he's got a fairly unobtrusive leave playing inside the line, but good end to the over from Gus Miller. 45 for no wicket. We'll try and boot the graphic on your screen into life, no doubt, if you're viewing as well as listening. 45 for naught is the score.
Yes, it's an interesting one with Jack White. Nick obviously didn't miss a game at all last season, played every championship match. But as we know, he's had an ankle problem. He came into play his first championship game of the season in the last round of matches, the previous round of matches against Yorkshire. To me, he didn't look fully fit. Looked pretty, looked definitely undercooked, but not getting a game here, but getting a game in the twos. Rafi Weatherall starting proceedings from the River Taff end. First ball at back of a length. And Billy Root playing defensively back down the pitch. Two slips in place. Ricardo Vasconcelos at first. Prithvi Shaw at second. Liam Patterson-White in the gully. Emilio Gay out of the slip cordon. Maybe he did pick up a bit of a finger injury a couple of weeks ago, and maybe why he's just not in there at the moment. And a mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket in there, fairly tight, deep square and a long leg as Weatherall is in. Bowls and turned away by Billy Root down to one of the two fielders, boundary fielders on the leg side. That's Gus Miller down at long leg. And they're through for a single. Billy Root to 17, Glamorgan to 46. For no wicket. I learnt a salutary lesson this morning, Nick, which is never underestimate the Cardiff city centre traffic. A journey that took me 12 minutes yesterday,
yes,
which was obviously Sunday, took me not far off 3 times as long this morning. But anyway, not to worry. I saw some bits of Cardiff that I've never seen before, so that's fine.
Indeed. I was trying to work out where you were, and I've found it's just off the Magic Roundabout, which will be known to most people in Cardiff.
Here's Weatherall round the wicket and bowls to Byram. Pushes forward, runs out into the offside. Emilio Gay trots in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. We've almost got some sunshine. It's doing its damnedest to come through the clouds.
Yeah, it's meant to see quite a bit over the next couple of days.
Yes, I see my part of the world. Heat wave conditions being forecast for the back end of, the middle of the week, I think. Just in time to drive home in it on Wednesday or whenever. Weatherall in again and bowls, driven handsomely, crisply by Byron, but straight to the birthday boy, Luke Proctor, at mid-off. And there's no run. Yes, I suppose publishing a book about captains on the birthday of the latest incumbent is well, you might almost say it's very good planning. The fact that it was totally accidental. It's got absolutely
just
nothing.
Claim it, Andrew, just claim it. To tie in with Luke Proctor's birthday.
He noticed it. Here's Weatherall in, bowls outside the off stump. And decent pace. Left alone, though, by Eddie Byram. Didn't need to play it. And question of how long it will be before Northamptonshire do turn to the spinners. Proctor's been bowling well this year, Nick. His figures are fairly ordinary. He's picked up 9 wickets at 44, but he's bowled better than that, I think, across the piece in Championship cricket. Here's Weatherall in again and bowls to Byram, who again is on the front foot, playing it back down the pitch. Wetherall Fields, no run, and that's the end of his first over of the morning. 46 for no wicket. Eddie Byram has made 19. Billy Root is on 17.
Yes, if you want to email me, supporters of either side, nickweb2017@gmail.com. Kevin Lyons, former Glamorgan player, says it's a match he'd expect Glamorgan to win, with Northants having regulars missing. They have 6 players younger than the youngest Glamorgan player, Carlson, age 26. Thank you, Kevin. If you want to email, message us on Twitter/X, give you those after this ball from Miller. And on the back foot, Root is defending this one out on the offside. Andrew is at Old Man Rad. I'm at nickweb2017. And Kenneth is obviously unique, at Kenneth Davis, which for Northants listeners has a double N. And 3 Ds in a row, is it, with Kenneth and then Davis? Yes. As this one is defended by Root. Good delivery from Miller. Yorker length, speared in, but well kept out.
Well, my mother always used to reckon that obviously my father's name, my name, Rad, double D, might be Welsh somewhere down the line, but there's no. I've gone back a fair way on the family tree, and there's no Welsh there. Obviously, my wife's family very much so, but hence the fact that she is a Welsh speaker, but not me, I'm afraid.
Miller in, bowls, and that's helped away down the leg side by Billy Root, down to fine leg, finds the fielder down there and just takes the single. 47 without loss. Yes, well, perhaps we ought to refer you to for the duration as Andrew Rath.
Rath, yes. Well, you could. Yes, there you go.
So it's something you'll see on a lot of school signs. As Miller is in to bowl, and Byram defends on the leg side. Ascol Uwchradd or Gunradd. Kenneth will pronounce them a lot better than me. What sort of level or degree or something.
Well, as I say, my wife's father was born not that far from here, and so she's taught herself Welsh over the last 3 or 4 years.
It's a fine effort. 47 for naught. Miller into Byram, defends that dead bat up to Captain Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run.
So you become familiar accidentally with certain Welsh words when you're driving around, like go foul, which I seem to see perpetually on that stretch of the M4 between Newport and Cardiff.
Always pays to take care.
Yes, go foul.
Yes, that's turned off his legs by Byram. Is that a no ball signal?
Yeah.
It is indeed. So that's another 3 runs to the Glamorgan total, which therefore will, I think, reach 50 once the board has noticed it.
Yes, I think Sue Redfern, the umpire, had to wait a little while for an acknowledgement, but the scores are a very long way away, aren't they? Well, indeed, as we spotted last night when we were doing the interviews, just how far away the strip is from the pavilion.
Up towards the grandstand side of the grounds, and that is defended by Root to finish the over. It is 50 for no wicket. In case Northamptonshire listeners are wondering what the magic roundabout is, it's a roundabout with a rather wonderful structure of road signs, all sort of stuck together in vaguely a globe form, but it's a very colourful little local landmark. I'm not sure whose idea it was.
It's very striking.
Yes.
It's, one of the great things of the circuit is all the roundabouts that you encounter. Pentagon Island, of course, just outside Derby, which is one that I defy anybody to get right first time. As the name would suggest, 5 exits, and it's always very, very rare for me to get the right one first time round. Here's Weatherall running in again, and that's a good ball. It's back of a length and just generating a decent head of steam, Weatherall. Byron played it well, played inside the line, but it slaps into the gloves of Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Weatherall has genuine pace, and I did notice the other day when he was bowling to the bowling coach, Rory Kleinveld, who got the mitt on one of the strips and had to take evasive action a couple of times, standing a bit too close, I think. Here's Weatherall in again, outside the off stump, full of length this time, left alone by Byram, through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Of course, you will have known just outside the county ground in Northampton we have what are known as the fairy lights around Abington Park, which is another roundabout that it's very easy to get in the wrong lane.
Oh, isn't it just? Yes.
Just about after.
I think I've got it in the muscle memory now, so to do it automatically.
Here's Weatherall round the wicket again. Bowls to Byram, who's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-off. But Emilio Gay comes across from extra cover to intercept before it reaches Luke Proctor, 36 today. We saw a couple of different players in the Northamptonshire squad doing 12th and 13th man duties. George Weldon, fast bowler, and Freddie Heldrick, who's played every one of the Blast games so far, left arm wrist spinner, both here today. Here's Weatherall in and bowls, and that's a beauty from Weatherall again. Good pace. I think we give Byron the benefit of the doubt. I think he played again inside the line. But this is good stuff from Rafi Weatherall to start the day. Born in Cumbria, in Kendal, where the mint cake comes from, but basically a Buckinghamshire boy, moved to Buckinghamshire as a young boy and come up through the Buckinghamshire ranks, went to school and played club cricket in Chesham. Here he is again, bowling to Byram, who comes inside the line, just works it into the onside, out to mid-wicket where Alex Russell fields, and there's no run, and attracted Northamptonshire's attention. Played for the Northamptonshire, I think, from 17s upwards on the academy. Played for England in the 19s last year. Given first contract, rookie contract last year, having been named as Northamptonshire's age group player of the year. It's been a fairly meteoric rise, you have to say, making his championship debut earlier this season. Round the wicket comes Weatherall outside the off stump, left alone by Byram. And at the end of the over, 50 for no wicket it is, so a maiden for Weatherall, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. Byram is 20, Root is 18, and 15 minutes into the day's play, it's 50 for no wicket.
Yes, it's very much a Northamptonshire attack that is being asked to step up today, isn't it? In the absence of Sanderson, leading wicket taker by some distance, and the departure of the Indian quick call. And Tremaine as well, although he's struggled, is not great figures for him this season.
No.
As that is almost through Root, hit him on the glove, and for a second he didn't know where it was. Looked down. Unfortunately for him, it was bouncing just in front of him rather than backwards onto the wickets, and Billy Root takes his glove off and wrings his left hand. It looked like quite a painful blow, maybe the glove up against the handle. Got a bit of a jarring, and Root prods suspiciously at the pitch. I don't think he is summoning now for assistance, or Byram is on his behalf, as he wrings his left hand and will get a bit of the magic freezy spray.
The ironic thing about Chris Tremaine, as you rightly say, Nick, his figures were most unprepossessing in the matches he played, was that one of the reasons, obviously, Northamptonshire were keen to get him back was the fact that it was Kookaburra ball in the early couple of games, and thinking that, obviously, having had a very, very good domestic season in Australia when he picked up 50 wickets in the Sheffield Shield, that he would be ideally suited to coming on and making best use of the Kookaburra ball, and he struggled the same as everybody else.
Best laid plans of mice and men.
Well, I think it's a combination of ball and surfaces, wasn't it? The Kookaburra ball was clearly not designed for use on English pitches in April.
It's very soggy, didn't work at all well. Now this could be more serious than we initially thought, because Root was just having his forearm tested by the physio, George Ewer, and a bit of spray and a bit of tape round it as well. A bit of tape round the forearm. Maybe that has really jarred him. Looks as though he's planning to carry on, but it is a bit of a hold-up, and that's an awful lot of tape going on to the root arm.
Yes, it's an interesting way of treating it, but obviously there's a good reason for it.
I'm sure Monsieur will have far greater knowledge than us.
Indeed, yes.
Yes, he's taking a drink on board as well. So if you are just joining us, Glamorgan resuming on 36 without loss overnight, have moved on to 50 without loss. Byram has 20, Root has 18, and Sundry's already up to 12. And Root also getting presumably a pain-killing tablet of some sort as well. So in terms of the captains, how far do you get up to? Is Proctor in it?
Proctor is in. Proctor and David Willey, who of course, I mean that's one of the interesting little themes and more recent themes, of course, is the fact that the starting point, why it's called Faces on a Wall, is because we have a captain's wall at the county ground, which I'm sure you've seen in your visits there, Nick, and we have framed photographs of all of the appointed captains, but of course now since 2012 we've had a split captaincy for a good part of the time, so you have a white ball and a red ball captain, so they both have to go up. So yes, it means there's rather more names to conjure with than there would have been otherwise, but yeah, both David Willey, who's the present T20 captain, and Luke Proctor both get in.
As we're back in action, and Miller bowls outside off stump, and Root is able to let that one go by.
And indeed, Lewis McManus, who captained last year in the 50 over. Interesting to see what they do with that this year. Whether Luke Proctor might actually have a role to play in 50 over cricket. I wouldn't be averse to that at all. But obviously, David Willey, I would imagine, will be involved in the 100, so won't be around.
Yes, Glamorgan have not exactly got large numbers departing to the 100, as Miller is in and bowls to Root down leg side, no contact made through to the diving McManus. At the moment, Chris Cook is the only man scheduled to go, and to be honest, the T20 performances so far, maybe not a huge amount putting their hands up as late wild card choices for the franchise moolah. Surprised no one might have fancied Mason Crane as a bit of a wild card. Miller is in, bowls to Root, who's forward defending, out on the offside, and there's no run.
Safe Zabe had a involvement last year filling in for the Northern Superchargers, I believe.
That well-known firm of Leeds battery makers. It'd be interesting to find out where that particular name came from.
The fevered imagination of somebody in the marketing department, I strongly suspect. Don't think it had a lot to do with cricket.
That's outside off stump, and Root pushing at it, beaten through to McManus. Yes, it's when a gentleman from the ECB came down to do a presentation here and referred to Wales as a brand that I started to bridle somewhat.
I bet that went down well. Crumbs.
50 without loss. Yes. In the World Cup, in case you missed it, in the early hours of this morning British time, South Africa beat West Indies to claim a semi-final place. as Root defends that one on the offside. So he's managed on the onside. He's managed to negotiate then the rest of that over after being struck on the hand or lower forearm. West Indies made 135 for 8. South Africa, after a bit of rain, had a slightly lower chase and reached 124 for 7 with 5 balls to spare of the 17 overs. Australia against India is at 3:30 British time, so we'll keep an eye on that one and keep you in touch with the scores. And Australia potentially in danger there.
Absolutely, having lost to Afghanistan. Rafi Weatherall it's going to be, with the trees at the River Taff end behind him. He runs in again round the wicket and bowls to Byram, turns that away nicely down to deep backward square, where Justin Broad fields and sends in his return. So a single to Byram, he goes to 21, Glamorgan to 51 for no wicket.
Elsewhere in Division 2 at Scarborough, Yorkshire collapsing 369 for 4 now, having started with the treble century opening stand between Lyth and Bean. Gloucestershire's bowlers eventually got going. 369 for 4.
Good insertion. Around the wicket comes Weatherall, bowls to Root, who's pushing forward to a ball that didn't seem to get up a great deal. Back down the pitch, Weatherall fields off his own bowling and there's no run.
Middlesex against Derbyshire at Lords. Middlesex is first inning still just about going, thanks to Ryan Higgins. His 118 not out there, 364 for 9, 3 wickets each for Zach Chappell and Daryl Dupavillon, as it probably isn't pronounced.
Here's Weatherall in and bowls, and attempted drive by Root to another very full delivery, doesn't time it, rolls up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run.
And at Hove, Sussex against Leicestershire. Sussex 441 for 9. John Simpson, the skipper, holding them together with 183 not out. Ollie Carter made 96. Nathan McAndrew 53. 3 wickets apiece there for Holland and Curry for the Foxes.
Weatherall in his 6th over, running in again to bowl to Billy Root, and Root's turning that one away down to long leg, where Gus Miller fields yard or so inside the rope, sends in his return. One more to Root, he goes to 19, and Glamorgan to 52 for no wicket. Yes, it's as Edward was saying yesterday, very, very interesting to see which way the selectors go with the wicket-keeper for England this year. There's so many candidates there, it's hard to see which one they'll plump for. Here's Weatherall, bowls to Eddie Byram, who turns it just behind square on the leg side. He's going to pick up another single. Justin Broad comes in off the short boundary over to our right, and fields 22 to Byram, 53 for no wicket. Yes, do you go Smith, Folkes, Bairstow, Robinson? I suppose you can't rule John Simpson out entirely, although I can't think it would be a particularly forward-looking.
They don't tend
move,
to
no.
reinstate older players if they've been out for some time under this present regime, do they?
No, that's very true. Weatherall to finish the over, bowls to Billy Root, who drives pleasantly away through backward point, running out towards the boundary. Long chase for Liam Patterson wide. It's not quite going to get there, but they're going to have plenty of time to come back for 3. It's one of those boundaries that in club cricket you'd need a relay of about 3, I think, to get it back.
Tell me about it.
Get it back to the middle. But 3 runs to Billy Root. He joins Eddie Byram on 22, and at the end of the over, Glamorgan 56 for no wicket. Weatherall 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19.
Yeah, there must be a physical reason for it, but your arm goes over 50. Not sure that I've seen anyone over 50 in the level of cricket that I play who can actually throw the ball properly these days.
No, one of the reasons why I always like to, when I was captain aside, you get to put yourself where you like, and you put yourself in quite close in, and then, of course, with ball goes anywhere else in the field, somebody else can run after it.
Yes.
You just look look sage and worried and rub your chin in a thoughtful way, as though this is all part of the master plan.
Here's Miller then, as part of the Northants master plan, bowling to Root, who defends on the offside. And there's no run. We're in the 14th over, by the way, so it's still a pretty decent scoring rate for Glamorgan of over 4 runs and over. We saw the ball swinging around a lot quite mid-afternoon, and again, although we forecast a bit more sunshine today, it's got very overcast again.
Over to our right, that looks fairly solid, doesn't it?
Over Cardiff Bay, yes. As Miller bowls, and Root off a thick inside edge, plays it on the leg side. Might have been a single there, but Patterson White did enough huffing and puffing towards the ball to deter them.
So where is Penarth then in relation to where we are now?
I would say it's more behind us and over our right shoulders rather than just straight to our right, as Edward was suggesting yesterday. So Cardiff Bay, I'd say the greyest cloud is over, and the next ball is defended by Billy Root off bat and pad out on the offside, and there's no run. Northants bowlers are bowling decent lines at the moment.
There they are. I think Gus Miller's just settled a little bit, hasn't he, after that slightly wayward first over, and Rafi Weatherall, it's been very good this morning. Yeah, just looking at the radar, there's a little bit of drizzle in the Bristol Channel, but it is offshore, so
perhaps it can stay there.
Well, Porthcawl might be getting a little bit of drizzle, but I think we're all right here.
Miller bowls and defended by Root again, having to chop down on it. Whether it's keeping it a little bit low on occasion, I'm not sure.
Did you see that one I think there was one in the previous over, that Weatherall bowled to Billy Root that didn't seem to get up as much as I think the batter was expecting. There's one or two yesterday, slightly died in the pitch, but Northamptonshire pinning an awful lot on the fact that it's going to turn at some point.
For those who weren't with us yesterday, it is a green area down the centre, as that's driven by Root, but straight to mid-wicket. It's getting a little bit bogged down at the moment. So just about a stump and a half width either side of the stumps. There's a green area down the middle of the wicket, and then 4 slightly more worn patches, 2 on either side, obviously, at each end of the wicket. And the comparison Andrew made yesterday is if you imagine a very large bale being plopped down on the wicket, you'll get the shape of it. As Miller is in to bowl to Root, who pulls on the leg side. Square leg looks interested for a moment. It was slightly aerial, but in the end it's just a routine single out towards deep square. And Glamorgan moved to 57 without loss, and Root to 23.
Yes, you can always tell Alex Russell in the field. He's got the I think the towel hanging out of the back of his trousers down there, so he's not difficult to spot. Newport's finest. It's going to be Weatherall to continue.
Morgan's next 2 batters, Labuschagne and Carlson, pictured on the video stream. Carlson appears to be examining. Labuschagne appeared to be examining Carlson's ear. So no. Why? Who knows?
There's no limit to Marnus Labuschagne's talents, is it?
The doctor will see you now.
Yes. Batter, bowler, fielder, oculist. Here's Weatherall, full start, started to run in, realised that the batter wasn't ready, Billy Root, but he is now. 2 slips in, Vasconcelos and Shaw as Weatherall bowls to Root, who again is lunging onto the front foot, plays it back down the pitch for Weatherall to field off his own bowling. Liam Patterson-White starting to have a little gentle roll of his arm at backward point. Bowled plenty of overs in the 2 matches that he did play for Northamptonshire in the initial part of his loan period, against Gloucestershire at home and away at Derby, and indeed on the last day at Derby, he and Rob Keogh looked for a while as though they might well bowl Northamptonshire to victory, but were held up by the last pair. Here's Weatherall in bowl, short, pulled by Root. He gets underneath it, and it's rolling out, having cleared the man at mid-wicket, Alex Russell, towards the boundary. Russell reels it in about 5 yards in from the rope, and they come back for 2. Just a little bit of frustration, I think, betrayed there by Billy Root, taking that one on. He goes to 25, 59 for no wicket.
He's not looking to be timing the ball hugely well in the last couple of overs, since he had that bang on the hand stroke lower arm.
Here's Weatherall. And again, bowling to Root, who drives pleasantly, as in the previous over, away through backward point.
Well.
It's a long chase for Patterson White again. And again, they'll come back for a very easy 3. If they'd really pushed themselves, I suspect they might have got 4. In fact, I think when Edward Bevan yesterday saw the boundary over that far side, he said it could be a come 5 job. Which is,
he might as well put the ball over the boundary.
Which is possible, yeah. 62 for no wicket. Billy Root goes to 28. In the 15th over of the innings, and the 8th over of the morning, Weatherall in again from the river end, bowls to Byram, beats him outside the off stump. Good ball from Weatherall. 62 for no wicket, it stays. Talked about the Division 2 matches earlier, Nick. In Division 1, Durham piling on the runs down at Chelmsford. 473 for 4 now. Ollie Robinson, 159 not out. Colin Ackerman, 73 not out. They've put on 160 for the 5th wicket so far. So, yes, the much vaunted Essex attack being blunted by Durham at the moment. Here's Weatherall. In again, bowls to Byram, comes across his stumps, plays it out to Russell at mid-wicket, and there's no run. At Canterbury, Lancashire 60 for 1, replying to Kent's 244 all out. Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon still in possession. Nottinghamshire 355 for 9 against Somerset at Trent Bridge. Ollie Stone, who was looking to reach his maiden first-class 100, was out for 83 this morning. I'm sure much to the disappointment of those at Wollaston Cricket Club. He played in the Northamptonshire League when he was on the Northamptonshire books. His Weatherall in, bowls to Byram, and again puts it past the outside edge. Really good opening spell this from Rafi Weatherall. End of the over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 24. 62 for no wicket. Root is 28. Byram is 22. At Edgbaston, rather, Hampshire 298 all out. Warwickshire 74 for 4. Couple of wickets, quick ones for Keith Barker, dismissing Danny Briggs, the night watchman, and Sam Hain missing out for 6 this morning. And at New Road, finally, Worcestershire against Surrey. Surrey 372 for 6. Dan Lawrence has just reached his 100, 103 not out.
In the second 11 championship at Taunton Vale, Somerset 25 for no wicket against Northants. No early breakthroughs for Finnan and White, the Northants opening bowlers there. Glamorgan second 11 play a 3-day game tomorrow at Rockhampton against Gloucestershire. 62 for naught, and we are going to see some spin in the form of the unnumbered Liam Patterson White on loan from Nottinghamshire.
It's an interesting one because I mean he gets his number in terms of having played a first-class match. So he's Northamptonshire's number 551 for the rest of his natural life and indeed beyond. But yes, they haven't actually got round to putting a number on his shirt.
Match 3, you'd think.
Yes, exactly. First one you could imagine, yeah. But I was a little bit surprised that they haven't given him a number. But anyway, again, it's easy. He's easy to recognise from that. But and of course we're having the usual holding up of things generally while shin pads are donned. I'm just going to see, is that Ricardo Vasconcelos or at the other side of the boundary putting all the kit on? It's usually Justin Broad that has to do that, but no, it is Vasconcelos. Is he putting the keeper's pads on? No, surely not. No, he's not. He's putting it. No, he's putting the.
Well, they're
he's putting the
fairly
shin
similar
pads on. They
size,
are.
aren't they?
Yes, they. Well, they look a size too big for him anyway. But he's obviously he must have offended somebody, because he's clearly going in at Boot Hill.
He's a bit experienced to have that job, isn't he?
Well, yeah, exactly. In terms of seniority, I can only imagine that it probably suggests that Justin Broad might be going to have a bowl in the not too distant future.
Makes sense.
But Vasco usually would find himself at slip. But if they're only going to have one, then Prithvi Shaw is going to be the man in possession.
Perhaps Northamptonshire are saving up for all those letters they'll need for Patterson White, if they can, working out how to spell him out in full without the name spilling down his sleeves.
Just call him LPW. It has a certain ring to it.
Yes, it's a nice abbreviation. Should he trap anyone leg before? LBW, LPW.
Hassan Adnan's having a little bit of an issue there. I think he was running back onto the field and managed to drop various items of equipment on the outfield, to the amusement of the spectators.
It's probably more sophisticated than six pebbles. As Patterson White is in to bowl his left arm spin, and his first delivery is driven by root out to point for a single 63 without loss.
Yeah, Broad is out there at deep point, so I would imagine it may well be that he'll get a bowl. I haven't seen Luke Proctor sort of limbering up yet, so perhaps he's doesn't fancy it at this stage.
Yes, Miller saying he expected the wicket to deteriorate as the game went on. So, important first innings battle as Patterson White bowls, and that's edge to slip, and Byram goes. Patterson White has the breakthrough straight away, and Glamorgan a 63 for 1.
Well, that presumably is why we were saying Prithvi Shaw, if they're going to have one slip, is in there, because that was a really good reflex catch. It was an edge off the bat of Eddie Byram. It flew quickly to Shaw, who is obviously very close in there. If you're watching on the stream, doubtless we'll see the replay in a second, but my sense was that it was a very, very sharp catch and well taken by Prithvi Shaw. Played back and, caught it up by his shoulder, by his right shoulder. And Patterson White strikes almost at once. Yeah, that was a good catch by Prithvi Shaw. So, well, Northamptonshire, as we were saying earlier on, Nick, have invested fairly heavily on the basis that it is going to turn. So far, so good.
Yes, Byram may have got forward to that in retrospect. As Byram stops and has a chat on the way in, and Glamorgan 63 for 1. Byram obviously had a horrendous run in the T20. Would have been hoping that the switch of formats would bring him a bit better fortune. Had 86 in the last match against Leicestershire, but that of course was several weeks ago. As Marnus Labuschagne strides to the middle. He's play his fourth red ball innings of the season for Glamorgan. 23, 111 and 8. His previous offerings. Oh, and 31, sorry, I haven't filled in the second innings against Leicestershire. Oh dear. So he's got 173 runs at 43. Usually manage to do those in a spare moment, but
there aren't many spare moments in the schedule at the moment.
I've had a few with a bit of resting during the T20, allowing others to take up the cudgel. 63 for 1. Patterson White then to the right-handed Labuschagne, who is greeted by a short leg and a slip, and Labuschagne pushes at that one. On the leg side, the ball bounces towards short leg. Howls of interest, expressions of interest from the Northamptonshire infield. Cover is in very short in the drive, mid-wicket is as well, as forward goes Labuschagne defends to short leg. There's obviously something of a plan going on here, because the fielders on the single seem a lot tighter all of a sudden.
Aren't they? Yeah.
So they obviously don't want to give Labuschagne an easy one off the mark anywhere. Trying to squeeze him as he's forward and defending. Again towards mid-wicket. Again picked up by Vasconcelos. And there is no run. There's Patterson White around the wicket to the right-hander. Labuschagne presses forward to defend to short leg again. 63 for 1. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan replying to Northampton's 279 all out. And Andrew Radd will be joined by Kenneth Davis.
Yes, and Patterson White picking up his 10th wicket for Northamptonshire, the first innings of his third match. 2 for 62, 3 for 110 on debut against Gloucestershire, and then 1 for 71 and 3 for 58 off 29. Bowled really well on the second day against Derbyshire. So he's made an impact, and our assumption that Justin Broad wasn't going into his accustomed position at forward short leg because he was going to have a bowl has indeed proved to be correct, because Broad is coming on to bowl from the far end, from the River Taff end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Billy Root. And a very good morning to Kenneth.
Good morning, Andrew, and good to see you once more.
It's going to be Broad then to bowl his first ball short, and Root looking to paddle it round the corner. Has he got bat on it? Yes, he has. Eluded the dive of Lewis McManus to his right. A bit of a loosener from Broad, and Root picks up 4 more runs. He goes to 33, 67 for 1.
Yeah, good to see you, Andrew, and congratulations on the book launch.
Well, yes, it's it's not exactly the flamethrowers around the ground that you would see for a T20 or anything like that, but yeah, it's nice to get it out there. Next ball from Broad is much better. Nips back and hits Billy Root where it hurts most. He's had one of those mornings, because obviously he needed a fair amount of treatment after getting hit on the forearm, and now he's... Oh, that hurts.
And as you alluded, hasn't really got going since then. He's stuttered and not been in rhythm.
No, his timing has proved elusive. A couple of nice square drives through backward point. Here's Broad around the wicket and bowls to him and pushes forward. Back down the pitch, fielded by Broad, who has taken the new ball this year on an occasion. In fact, we were saying at one point it looks as though he might, when Emilio Gay was struggling a little bit in second innings against Derbyshire, we did wonder if he might open the batting and the bowling in the same match, right, which I've seen David Lloyd do for Glamorgan at Northampton when Nick and I were on together a few years ago, but is something of a rarity. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Root, and again he plays back, and it doesn't seem to bounce as much as he was expecting.
And just observing from the back of the commentary position, there's been a few that have kept low this morning in the murky clouds of the capital here, but it is very close, despite a sprinkling of rain as we were arriving at Sophia Gardens.
I tell you what, Kenneth, you've dressed for the conditions. It's very impressive. Well, it's in honour of Wimbledon, I thought. It's very sensible. I think I'm slightly overdressed for the conditions personally. Here's Broad in, bowls to Root, who tickles that round the corner again. It's a bit of a freebie from Justin Broad, to be honest. Root just has to get something on it, and it runs away down to fine leg for 4. A little bit of a release shot there for Root. He goes to 37, 71 for 1. Glamorgan.
Billy Root, of course, hasn't been involved in T20 action for Glamorgan this year, as opposed to last year under Mark Lane. There's been a bit of a rejig, but unfortunately the results have been so similar in that competition. Very inconsistent, shall we say. 2 losses last week against Gloucestershire and away at Surrey.
Broad from the river end, round the wicket again to Root. That's on the off stump, just pushed away out into the covers. Tight single, and had Emilio Gay hit the stumps to which Marnus Labuschagne was running towards the striker's end, might have been tight, but he didn't. So the single stands, and it also means that Billy Root has counted beautifully and has nipped a single off the final ball. 38 to Root. Marnus Labuschagne still looking to get off the mark. 72 for 1. Glamorgan, having lost just the 1 wicket this morning. Eddie Byram to Liam Patterson-White for 22, and it will be Patterson-White to continue from this Cathedral Road end. So what about this weather then, Kenneth? Is it going to brighten up at all?
I was told that we are due a heat wave, aren't we, this week?
Yes, so I'm told.
So, well, we are due it. It's been such a wet winter. I can't remember so many.
No.
My daughter plays football for a team not too far from here, as Patterson-White comes in from the Cathedral Road end, and that's chopped down to a backward point, and Marnus Labuschagne will come through to take the strike. It's a single for Root, who moves to 39. She plays for Canton, which is not too far from here. So many games that have been called off over the winter. Incredible, really. So we are due some nice weather as Patterson-White comes around the wicket. That's flipped into the onside, but partially saved at short leg. There's no run. 73 for 1, the last wicket coming in Patterson-White's first over as he comes in round the wicket, and that's just padded in. It's a bit of turn there, possibly.
There was a little bit, yeah, I think there was a bit of turn there, Kenneth, to be honest, yeah, and I think Marnus Labuschagne's having a little
gardening
yes, a little prod of the pitch
expedition now. Marnus Labuschagne, as Patterson-White comes around the wicket, and that's a good length ball as well, and Labuschagne had to go back on that and just clipped it round the corner. Deep point comes in. There is a single, 74 for 1. Marnus Labuschagne took an absolute screamer of a catch against Gloucestershire. We'll pick up on that in a minute as Patterson-White comes over the wicket, and that's prodded by Root into the offside. There's no run. It is up there with one of the best catches I've seen. He was at long off, one-handed, and we know how good a fielder Marnus Labuschagne is. Unfortunately, that was in stark contrast to other missed opportunities as Patterson-White comes in, and that's a good length ball once more, and it just flirts with it as Billy Root outside off stick, but there's no run. That's a good over once more from Patterson-White. At the end of it, it is 74 for 1 for Glamorgan, and just methodically going about their business this morning.
Yes, this catch you were saying about, I've heard about it, and it sounds absolutely spectacular.
It was one-handed, coming in right on as the ball was dying on him, but there was 5 then missed catches, Andrew, and 5 that really, possibly 4 definitely should have been taken. Ben Kellaway had a difficult chance, but really no excuse there.
No, Northamptonshire had a serious bout of the dropsies last year when our analysts reckoned that it was, I think they reckoned by mid-May they'd shelled something like 40 or 50 chances across all formats, probably maybe a little bit later in the season than that, maybe into June, but I think at that point he stopped counting, which was probably very sensible.
Just as wise.
But it's been better this year, I have to say, that the catching generally, they've had slightly iffy days, but generally it hasn't been too bad. Here's Broad starting his second over, bowling to Labuschagne, who has a little flirt at that outside the off stump, rather firm-footed, little waft. It goes past the outside edge. Labuschagne rehearses the stroke.
Well, his demise against Gloucestershire last Thursday came in a similar fashion, just wafting outside off stump, and he didn't need to play at that at all.
Well, Broad doesn't possess searing pace, but he's a tall man, does get a little bit of bounce. German international. Comes in and bowls, and driven nicely by Labuschagne, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run, fielded out there by Rafi Weatherall.
How many German internationals have come from Northamptonshire?
I think I'm fairly safe to say he's the first.
The first, yeah.
Born in Cape Town, but played T20 international cricket for Germany, has a German passport. Father, Neil Broad, was a celebrated tennis player back in the day. Played, I think, doubles with Tim Henman And here is Broad running in again to bowl to Labuschagne outside the off stump, and this time Labuschagne lets it go through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Highly regarded, certainly. I think John Sadler has a lot of time for him. He's scored some useful runs in the Championship this year, made 75 in the previous but one match against Derbyshire at Derby. Made a 50 against Essex at the back end of last season. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Labuschagne, and again lets it go through. Decent pace, a little bit of bounce.
Decent pace and a decent leave.
Yeah.
You never know with some batsmen if it's one up for the bowler or a good leave.
Well, Broad's first class wicket last season was James Rue from Somerset, who obviously was one of the form players of last year, young cricketer of the year. Here's Broad in again, bowls, and again outside the off stump, and again a good leave from Labuschagne. Just learnt his lesson possibly from that one at the start of the over, where he did have a little waft, and how annoyed he would have been if he got a little tickle on that one. But he's now just setting his stall out for a long stay. I'm sure Glamorgan will be hoping for that. Equally, Northamptonshire will be hoping to see the back of him PDQ. Here is Broad in again, bowls to Labuschagne, who drives up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. End of a better over, much better over from Justin Broad. A maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9, 74 for 1 at the end of the over. 39 to Root, 1 to Labuschagne.
Sun just trying to peer its way through the clouds in the capital, but no threat of rain at present. Labuschagne has just got off the mark on 1. Root unbeaten on 39. The man out this morning, Eddie Byram, caught short. Bowled Patterson White, who will continue from the Cathedral Road end. The numberless Patterson White, who's on loan at Northants, comes in, bowls. That was straying down leg, and the man is in at short fine leg at the 45, and there's no run. So a lot will depend in terms of this partnership for Glamorgan. Root facing Patterson White past the umpire, bowls. Foolish delivery by Patterson White, and Root comes forward. Strong defence, and is pushed out. There's no run. It's fielded at cover. Greenish top of a wicket to the right of us from our vantage position as Patterson White comes in over the wicket, and there'll be an easy single out to deep point taken by Billy Root, who moves into the 40s. So Glamorgan will have just the one further championship match against Gloucestershire, and then there's a bit of a very long break towards the tail end of the season. It has been noted by many commentators that the cricket season now is a bit of a dog's dinner of a structure as Patterson comes in round the wicket, this time towards the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne. Strong forward defensive prod by the Australian.
I think, Kenneth, that's one of the kindest ways of putting it that I can remember this season.
Yeah, championship into T20, back to championship, break for the 100, of course. Many won't be playing. Welsh Fire will start, and that is the reason that the domestic season has been changed, and why many in these parts, the crowds have dwindled in T20, unfortunately, as Patterson White comes around the wicket towards Marnus Labuschagne. It was up-ish, but round the corner towards the man at deep square, hauled back in. They take a run, and it is 76 for 1. Yeah, it is all about the 100 with obviously Welsh Fire playing here. What I would say about the 100, it's not for everybody.
No, it's not.
It is marketed well. Obviously, they have money to market it. The ECB are behind the concept. The worry, of course, that it will detract somewhat from the T20 competition and county cricket, obviously.
Oh, indeed. Well, yes, this is a very big issue indeed. And of course, you're saying about matches being staged here in Northampton, we nearly 70 miles away from the nearest 100 base. Here's Labuschagne driving beautifully through extra cover for 4. It was in the slot from Justin Broad, and Labuschagne, with one of his trademark strokes, just driving it away through extra cover, and all the fielder out there can do is trot back and retrieve it from the front of the little stand in front of the main scoreboard. It takes Labuschagne to 6 and Glamorgan to 80 for 1. Yes, we're sort of equidistant between Trent Bridge, Edgbaston, and the two games in two bases in London, but not in Northampton, of course. Turned away on the onside. Next ball from Labuschagne, fielded by Emilio Gay in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. That said, of course, we do have the 50-over competition, which I'm looking forward to.
Well, that was the last time I was in your presence,
right.
Andrew, which was the tail end of August last year.
That's right, yes. Well, this year, I don't think we played Glamorgan in the 50-over. Haven't quite got that far in the diary yet, but I know we've got a game down at Canterbury, one at Hampshire. Here's Broad in bowls, and a little flick from Labuschagne. It's gone wide of third slip, and it's run down to third man for 4. There is no third man in. It wasn't a stroke in which Labuschagne was entirely in control. Nevertheless, it's brought in 4 runs. He goes into double figures. 10, the second boundary of the over. 84 for 1, Glamorgan.
Yeah, Glamorgan kick off against Gloucestershire on the 25th of July, and then away to Surrey on the 28th. But I was getting ready for the World Cup last year, the Rugby World Cup, that is. Of course,
yes. Here's Broad, in and bowls to Labuschagne, who plays that defensively out into the offside. Fielded by Rafi Weatherall, coming in from extra cover.
And such is the year-long rugby season now, Andrew. I'm still on rugby duty, which has precluded me from seeing very little cricket, unfortunately. Yeah. Not my choice at all, but I was up in Twickenham 2 days ago, and Wales, of course, Australia.
Justin Broad goes for a big drive, big expansive drive, and meets with nothing but fresh air. It goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Lewis McManus. If Labuschagne had connected, I suspect it would have scattered the spectators sitting in the stand at the River Taff end of the ground, but he didn't. Yeah, Northamptonshire, I mean, it is bizarre. They play their last T20 on Friday the 19th of July up at Old Trafford. Then on the Sunday, we're at Norfolk to play the 50-over warm-up game. Broad is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Labuschagne. Decent carry from Justin Broad. That's the end of the over. 3 overs for 17. It's 84 for 1, 40 to Root, 10 to Labuschagne. And then on the 24th of July, Northamptonshire will be at home to Derbyshire in the 50 over, and then straight off down to Southampton to play Hampshire. So, well, it's all good for the miles, but
getting the miles in, I was going to say.
But yeah, and then my first time commentating at Radlett, where Northamptonshire are playing Middlesex. I've played there, but I've never actually commentated there, so that'll be a little first.
Can't say I've come across Radlett.
It's Hertfordshire. It's just off the M1. And then, of course, later in the season, Northamptonshire play again at Merchant Taylor School at Northwood, the championship match, where they played Middlesex last year as well. Lovely setting, not the easiest working environment.
No, Glamorgan have been there the last few seasons, as Patterson White resumes from the Cathedral Road end. Good length ball, but that's chopped down to, well, deep point will come around. Glamorgan 85 for 1 on the second day, if you're just joining us here on BBC Wales Sport Online, and we welcome our listeners from BBC Northamptonshire as well, here at the Welsh capital, as Patterson White comes around to Manus Labuschagne, forward offensive, and it is fielded at short cover, no run. So Labuschagne 10, Root on 41, Eddie Byram, who hasn't got going this season, it has to be said. Eddie Byram from Zimbabwe. Patterson White, good length delivery, that's a bish, and short leg was interested and it just died on him. And it'll be interesting to see that one again. It just squirted up from Labuschagne. If it was bat, pad or a bit of both. Vasconcelos was very interested and it hung in the air for a while.
Did he just maybe a split second late reacting, but didn't quite get a hand on it. Hard to tell, of course, whether there was any bat involved.
Patterson White round this time. Marnus Labuschagne on the back foot, and there's no run.
So Vasconcelos isn't usually a bat pad fielder, usually a slip.
Wicket taker Patterson White, and again, well, they're interested. There's a half appeal from wicketkeeper and the one slip that's in. Optimistically, I think.
Privy Shaw's absolutely convinced that the bowler didn't even bother appealing. His arms are still up in the air.
The main appeal quite often will come from slip and point. Even though they've got the worst vantage, but slip hasn't. Point definitely has. Patterson White in, bowls, and Labuschagne tried to give himself room, but he's out to cover. There's no round. Good over again from Patterson White. Glamorgan 85 for 1.
Absolutely, Kenneth. Yeah, he's asking a lot of questions at the moment, Liam Patterson White, and I just wonder how much longer it will be, as we said earlier, before Rob Keogh, who you would regard probably as the front line spinner, has a little go.
Just seeing that it looped up, Andrew.
Yes, if he'd gone with his left hand, he might have got his left hand underneath it. What we don't know, of course, from that. Well, let's have a look at. I think we're going to see it from the other angle now. Very hard to tell if it just brushed the glove on the way through. They were excited, but that doesn't necessarily signify very much. But anyway, one more over from me, and then high time we got Nick Webb gainfully employed again. But it's Justin Broad who's going to bowl from the river end round the wicket, bowling to Billy Root, who drops it down into the onside towards mid-wicket, where the aforementioned Rob Keogh fields. I suppose traditionalists like me, it's dream time with Northamptonshire going in with an off spinner, an orthodox left arm spinner, and a leg spinner with Keogh, Patterson, White, and Russell. It's rather nice, rather reassuringly old-fashioned. Here's Justin Broad in his 4th over, and bowls very full, and Root jabs down on it, and it just skews down past leg stump, tidied up by Lewis McManus.
Is the consensus this year, Northants, similar to down here in terms of the season so far?
I think so. I mean, we had on our cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton, we had the chairman, Gavin Warren, in a couple of weeks ago, and asked him what a successful season is for Northamptonshire, and he was saying, yeah, obviously getting through to the knockout stages of the T20 is a big priority. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Root, who drives up to mid-off. There's a bit of a misfield from the captain, Luke Proctor. Whether he was, I think they may be having a little bit of byplay. I think Proctor was trying to suggest that he was giving Billy Root the single to get it at Labuschagne, but all good, clean fun. Yes, and I mean, at the start of the season, the feeling was very much that Northamptonshire would be looking to bounce straight back in the Championship, having been relegated last year. But it was always going to be a very tough division to get out of. I think there's a Division 2 of the Championship is very, very tight. Here's Broad in, bowls again to Root, looking to give himself a little bit of room, run it down to backward point. Patterson White fields, and there's no run. And, you know, as we've said before many times, you look down the 8 teams in this division, and they're all capable, would all have a decent justification for saying we think we can go up at the end of the year.
Yeah, and one result, one good result can change the complexion entirely.
Why this is a very important couple of matches. Here's Broad in again, bowls to Root, that's hit him low down, and he's LBW. He's given out by umpire Hassan Adnan, and that again, and we've said it a number of times this morning, didn't look to get up at all. That looked to keep low, and Root just caught on the crease. Only thought, I suppose, having not seen the replay, was whether he'd hit him outside the line, but it kept low, and once it keeps low and it's reasonably straight, you're in trouble. Hit him on the knee roll. I think that's probably fair enough, although he did come wide of the crease, Justin Broad, but it hit him again just below the knee roll, big confident appeal.
Question whether it was trickling down leg,
Yeah.
but it might have been just hitting leg stump there. But
It's one of those they might have reviewed. It might well have been umpire's call, I suspect. But anyway, he's gone. Roots LBW to Broad for 41. Glamorgan at 85 for 2. And Justin Broad, who's been a little bit of a licorice all sorts spell from him this morning. He first over wasn't particularly impressive. He was just spraying it a little bit down the leg side. He's been better since then. He's found the edge of Marnus Labuschagne's bat, and now he's picked up the wicket of Billy Root. 85 for 2 it is.
Yeah, Billy Root just dejectedly trudging back to the pavilion.
The incoming batter is Kieran Carlson.
And it's Kieran Carlson coming to the crease. Just faces first ball from Justin Broad. Broad's it's only his 3rd wicket of the season in Championship cricket, but a handy all-rounder, as I say. And even in T20, he didn't play in the early matches, but came into the side, and in his first match at Worcester, I think it was, he made 11 off 7 balls at the back end of the innings, and Northamptonshire won by 11 runs. So in a tight, low-scoring game. So he's one of those cricketers who generally contributes something. And in that Championship match we were saying about at Derby, you were talking about Labuschagne's catch, which I'm looking forward to looking up and seeing. But his Justin Broad's catch at 4th slip. Our colleague Dave Fletcher, who was on air at the time, said, "Don't worry about the catch of the season because that's it." It was a very, very good one. Anyway, it's going to be Kieran Carlson, who made 170 not out the last time these two sides met in the Championship on this ground 3 years ago. 170 not out, a triple century partnership with Chris Cook. So Northamptonshire know very well what he's capable of, and an extra slip goes in for Carlson's first ball. Vasconcelos at first, Shaw at second, Patterson White at third, and Kieran Carlson just a little bit of gardening and prepares to face his first ball from Justin Broad. He bowls and Carlson lets it go outside the off stump. Success for Broad, who's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 17. At the end of the over, it's 85 for 2, 10-2 Labuschagne. Kieran Carlson still looking for his first run. And after words from Kenneth Davis, it will be Nick Webb back in the box.
Yeah, thanks you, Andrew. And it's 85 for 2. And Eddie Byram and Billy Root, the 2 to fall in the opening session. Labuschagne has moved on to 10. Carlson yet to score. So Carlson will be looking to hit back after disappointing scores in T20 format.
Yes, he's been ultra aggressive, hasn't he, in that? Only once come off, really.
Labuschagne will face Patterson White, who took the 2nd wicket from the Cathedral Road end. And he's been tight in terms of line and length in his opening few overs. Nonetheless, Patterson White passed the umpire round the wicket to Labuschagne. Good stride forward, and there's no run down the track. Greenish top of a wicket. It's the one, well, not to the right of us from our vantage point at the commentary position at Sophia Gardens. Patterson White in good length, and that's well fielded at cover. So short boundary towards the main stand, towards Sport Wales, if you're familiar with surroundings at Sophia Gardens. Patterson White, left arm around the wicket towards Labuschagne, tucks it away into the... They're looking for 2, they'll come back. Deep square comes around, and they're comfortably back for the 2nd.
Yeah, Carlson's a sharp runner, but of course all Glamorgan's batters have to be on their toes when they're batting with Labuschagne, because he is one who very much likes to push the fielder.
Yes, scampers does Labuschagne. In comes Patterson-White around the wicket. Good stroke for nothing because extra cover is there. And Fields. And there's no run. 87 for 2 then Glamorgan on the second day. Northants 279 all out on the opening day of this county championship match. Patterson-White, that's tucked away into the onside. They'll come for an easy single. And that is the end of the over. So Glamorgan not setting the world alight at the moment, but they will be eager to keep these at the crease. Labuschagne on 13, Carlson yet to score.
Yes, batting has looked a little bit difficult this morning against this relatively inexperienced Northants attack, with their main man Ben Sanderson missing with minor fitness issues, and choosing to go in with 3 spinners. Well, if they all bowl as well as Patterson-White has done, then they'll do a good job for their side. Glamorgan at 191 in arrears. Northants 279. Looked maybe slightly on the lower end of par, but on this pitch it's not going to be a high-scoring game, we don't think. As Broad bowls, Labuschagne drives through the covers. Nicely shot. Nicely played shot, and Keogh gives up the chase fairly rapidly as the ball disappears up to the River Taff end. Labuschagne has 17. The man out, Byram 22, and Root for 41.
Well, batting's been a struggle here, Nick, this season. Like many wickets, they've been slow, probably because of the winter we've had.
As Labuschagne takes on a short ball, hooks it away through the leg side. That'll be 4 more for the Australian star, as he latched onto that one straight away, and Labuschagne is not going to die wondering, it seems, this morning, as he plays what unfortunately is likely to be his second and final championship match of the summer, unless he manages to fit one in September, which may not fit in with Glamorgan's plans should they sign an overseas quick bowler for the last 5 championship matches. Broad is in to bowl. Labuschagne plays it on the offside, looks for a single.
Are there any names? Because Mir Hamza has been here in the early part of the season.
Not as yet, not as yet. I've heard anyway, but haven't been around a lot during the T20 myself. Ian Evans just checking on Colin Ingram's fitness. Well, he's not officially listed as injured, as that is allowed to go through outside off stump. Broad to Labuschagne, allowed to go
pulled
through
up,
to
didn't he, Nick, if I remember last year with a calf injury. I think that was down in S6 in the T20, coming through for a single.
Possibly just that they don't want to overload him, you know, being one of Glamorgan's more mature players at the age of 38. And
he's a young whippersnapper.
He's played in all the T20 Blast games. So it'll be interesting to see if we see him back at Cheltenham. As Labuschagne, well, gets a 4 over the slips. How deliberate that was, we'll have to see, as Broad just dropped a bit short outside off stump. As Labuschagne slashed at that, so to be fair, he had plenty of margin for error there. Short and wide, and Labuschagne dispatched it aerially, and that brings up the 100. Labuschagne has exactly a quarter of them, 25 not out. So the few hundred fans here at Sapphire Gardens would be very grateful for an hour or two of Labuschagne. Northants will be doing their best to prevent that happening, as Broad is on his way again. Bowls, and Labuschagne drives through the covers for 4 more. Well, he's suffering as the young all-rounder from Cape Town, as he overpitched there, and Labuschagne is seizing onto anything remotely off target, and he's taken Glamorgan on to 104 for 2. Ian Evans, yes, Colin Ingram is not officially injured, though it may be minor fitness worries. Chris Soule, is he only available for the Blast? That's the nature of the signing. 5 T20 matches is the duration of the Scotland Seamers signing, just to pad out the squad a little bit. And Gary Phillips, good morning, good afternoon to you, a long-standing Glamorgan supporter, enjoying his commentary in his garden in Oundle. Andrew Radd may be interested to know that I happened to be looking at Marcus Beresford's photograph in the pavilion at Oundle School a few days ago. Thank you, Gary, for your kind words.
So, Patterson White to continue from the Cathedral Road end, prodded down, big stride from Carlson. Carlson, of course, T20 captain, who's yet to get off the mark. Patterson White has been on a length from this Cathedral Road end. Coming in round the wicket, and that's cut into the offside. There's a bit of misfield at point, and they'll scamper back for a second. So that was a profitable over for Glamorgan, the last one. Labuschagne going through the gears, and he's moved very quickly to 29.
Well, neither he nor Carlson will die wondering, that's for sure.
They won't stay around. If it's there to be hit, they'll go for it as Patterson White comes in. Took the second wicket, that's chopped down, but point is safely behind it that time. There's no run. 106 for 2. Still murky in the capital. We will await the supposedly the heat wave that's on its way. Patterson White round, good length ball, just defensive prod by Kieran Carlson.
Proctor appears to be limbering up to a bit of his seam.
Thought that he might be introduced into the attack at some point. Patterson White, who's on loan, and Labuschagne just seen something halfway down the track and throws it away. Not quite sure what it was.
Stray blade of grass in the wrong place.
Patterson White comes in, and Carlson gives himself a bit of room, and there should be a couple here past point, and they come back for a second.
Yeah, so busy approach already from these two.
Yeah, so just that you alluded to the championship fixture, just that one after this one against Gloucestershire.
Yep, Northants at home to Sussex on Sunday.
Patterson White, left arm around, and there was a sharp chance there in terms of a run out, because Carlson had just started to take a step outside of his crease, but nothing given.
Sharp thinking from Vasconcelos.
Seeing the replay, just actually hit Carlson.
All right. It was good thinking from short leg anyway. Good evening, morning, stroke morning to Amos in Australia, who says he's been barracking for Glamorgan from behind his computer screen this season. Timing of the match works quite well to watch the first session and part of the second before bed. And I'll get on to your query about highlights as to where exactly you can pick those up, trying to catch up.
Will be a change.
The next morning in Australian time. I'll try and give you the link for those. 108 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online. nickweb2017@gmail.com if you want to email us, as Proctor, the skipper, will bring himself into the attack, and Labuschagne plays his first ball on the offside to cover, and there is no run. Proctor wearing number 2 in the maroon numbers of Northants. Glamorgan with their numbers in the red, in contrast to many counties go for a plain black, but neither of these two. Overcast day here at Sapphire Gardens, quite still, close. 1 for 2 for 9 here on BBC Sport Online. nickweb2017@gmail.com if you want to email us, as Proctor, the skipper, will bring himself into the attack, and there is no run. Proctor wearing number 2 in the maroon numbers of Northants. Glamorgan with their numbers in the red, in contrast to many counties go for a plain black, but neither of these two. Overcast day here at Sapphire Gardens, quite still, close. Proctor bowls and Labuschagne flicks it on the leg side, but it's well intercepted by Patterson White, diving at shortish mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I couldn't believe Alan Lamb was 70. One of my heroes as a child growing up, brilliant player of spin. He used to always have the V50 bat, and then they moved up the V100 was such a brilliant thing to have.
As Proctor bowls, there's an appeal for LBW. Labuschagne looked to have got a decent stride forward, but he was beaten by it as the ball rolled out on the offside. Yeah, BBC Radio Northampton, 6 o'clock this evening, a long extended chat with Alan Lamb on his 70th birthday, or a few days past, but if you're a Welsh listener, you can obviously listen online or via BBC Sounds to BBC Radio Northampton. As Labuschagne turns that one again through the leg side, scrambling stop at wide mid-on, but they're comfortably able to go through for a single.
I always had a Slazenger bat in the schoolyard. You had the Duncan Fernley, Worcestershire, obviously. There was Duncan Fernley, and then Gunn and Moore and Gray Nichols. Those were the four.
As Carlson faces up and nibbles at that one from Proctor. Good delivery, beating him just outside off stump. I'm on a Gray Nicks at the moment.
How's it doing for you, Nick, at the moment?
It hasn't been tested this season,
Right.
although I did play on Saturday. Thankfully, I was not called upon to bat or bowl. 109 for 2. That's my sort of role in the team, filling up a hole in the field. Carlson pushes forward to Proctor, defends back to the bowler, so decent start from the visiting captain, conceding just the single off his over. 109 for 2, Glamorgan in reply to 279. So these two looking to seize the momentum back after Northants really put the brakes on with Byram dismissed and Root getting a bang on the hand and then falling in turn. Patterson White and Broad the wicket takers so far.
Trail by 170.
21 away from avoiding the follow-on. Got to get your priorities right.
Yes. First things first. Patterson White then to continue from the Cathedral Road end. In past the umpire, bowls good length ball once more. And he has been economical, very tight in terms of his line. Labuschagne on strike, has moved to 30. Carlson on 4 in the 28th over. Patterson White, it's flashed outside off stick, and it wasn't timed by Labuschagne, just the 1 run taken. I've even heard and seen on X, formerly Twitter of course, Glamorgan followers saying that Labuschagne has even been a luxury player for them this year, given that they possibly need an extra bowler. We'll pick up on that as Patterson White bowls, and it's clipped into the onside. Backward square will come in and field for a single.
Yeah, I can see what they mean. It seems strange to query the presence of a world-class player at your club. Possibly pick up on that more in the next over when it's a bit more time between balls.
Patterson White bowls, and slightly short that time. Again, engineered away around the corner for a single on the onside.
Yeah, Glamorgan had Mir Hamza, the Pakistan seamer, booked for the first couple of months of the season.
Patterson White in, left arm round the wicket. Again, big stride in from Kieran Carlson. There's no run. It's fielded by Patterson White himself. 112 for 2. Trail by 167 as Patterson White comes in again. Bowls. Good length delivery, but Carlson takes a stride in, but mid-wicket comes round and there's no run. Good over again from Patterson White, who's been very tidy, taking a wicket. The wicket of Eddie Byram. Glamorgan 112 for 2, Labuschagne 32, Carlson on 5. I think the point, Nick, was, yes, we obviously would take Marnus Labuschagne, but given the presence of other batters there as well, such as your Ingrams, Northeast, Carlson and so forth.
Yeah, there's enough
the point.
experience in the batting lineup, but going with 2 overseas for the T20 Blast, I suppose the thinking is that batters have a bit more of a chance to dominate a game in T20 potentially than bowlers who can only bowl 20% obviously of the overs available. Proctor then into his second over and squares up Labuschagne with a good ball outside off stump, just moving away a little. So I would hope that once Labuschagne departs at the end of the Blast group stages, then Glamorgan would look to employ an overseas pace bowler for the remaining 5 championship games. I wouldn't have thought they would for the One Day Cup, which is seen as slightly more of a development competition. Labuschagne drives up towards mid-off, good tumbling stop, and there's no run.
And to see, Nick, if they can turn the abundance of draws that they have had over the last year into a few victories.
Indeed. Glamorgan 1-1, drawn 1, lost 5 this season. As Labuschagne defends out on the leg side. Northants, of course, equally or slightly more draw specialists with 6 from 7 so far.
Well, that Middlesex one here would have made a difference.
Frustrating.
They could have won that one.
Glamorgan were 2 wickets short of victory, and had quite a long spell bowling against the 9th pair, but couldn't separate them. Proctor bowls and beats Labuschagne on the outside, going through to McManus. Northants think they're in business here, as batting has become something of a struggle.
Labuschagne, of course, will say it was a leave again.
Yes.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, might claim to have played inside the line. Labuschagne's leaves seem to have got less flamboyant this year. As Proctor bowls, clipped through the leg side by the Australian. They'll pick up at least 1, and they'll come back for a second, as it's picked up in the wide long on area.
Leaves are interesting, aren't they? Because they can frustrate the bowler. I distinctly remember Jack Russell had a leave. He used to bring his bat across, and you never knew if it was an actual play and miss or if it was an actual leave.
Well, Labuschagne's leave at stages in his Glamorgan career has looked better than my pull shot. And
I'm sure you're giving yourself a disservice.
Not
then.
at all. Short pitch ball from Proctor, allowed to go through by Labuschagne. 114 for 2 at the end of the over. 165 is the deficit if you are just joining us for the first time today. Northants have claimed the 2 wickets. Firstly, Eddie Byram was caught at slip by Shaw in Patterson White's first over for 22. That was 63 for 1. And Billy Root trapped LBW by 1 from Justin Broad that kept a little bit low, and he was gone for 41. That was 85 for 2. They've added 29 so far for this 3rd wicket, mostly to Labuschagne.
Patterson White, spinner, will continue from the Cathedral Road end. Bit of interest there from bowler and wicket keeper, but that's turned into the leg side. Backward square will come in, and they take a single. Not much on offer here in terms of runs from Patterson White's bowling, who's been economical. Patterson White past the umpire, bowls shorter that time, and that's dealt with, but there's no run from Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 34, Carlson unbeaten on 6.
Yeah, they have no problems with the over rate, I don't think. Northants in this game with 3 spinners, Russell and Keogh being the other ones.
Patterson White to the Australian Labuschagne, again turned into the onside, an easy single.
And nice for the visitors to have the variety of the left armour, the off spinner and the leg spinner. So all bases covered, you would have thought, from the visitors' spin attack. It's turning a little bit, but fairly slowly, but it's been a very accurate start from the left armour.
On green top of a wicket. Patterson White bowls flatter that time. Carlson took a stride in and there's no run.
Yeah, still the green top for balls that are straight or close to the stumps, but a bit of bare or rough for anything wider.
Left arm Patterson in, again short and flat, and that's chopped into through the cover. It won't get to the boundary. There'll be a couple though for Carlson.
Good half stop by Weatherall at cover, who got a paw on it and took a lot of the speed off the ball.
So 118 for 2. Glamorgan going along nicely. Half an hour before lunch here at Sophia Gardens.
Or half an hour after lunch for the school kids.
Oh yes, indeed. Patterson White turned into the onside. Mid-wicket will field, and there's no run. Yes, they were out and about earlier. From where did you say they?
I think they said Ninian Park, which is over in Roath side of the city, just down the road from where I live.
Your good self.
There's a piece on the BBC Sport Wales website, by the way, about memorable cricketing moments at St Helens. I suppose the question brought up by talk of potential redevelopment for the Ospreys rugby side, which may in turn signal the end of cricket at St Helens if the Swansea club side decides to move elsewhere, possibly to the university grounds. Proctor starts a new over and Labuschagne drives into the offside.
Well, I think that is Lance Bradley's preferred destination, is to take the Ospreys to a redeveloped St Helens. It is in a dilapidated state at the moment. It would have to be there'd have to be a lot of work to St Helens.
You would have thought it'd be a multi-million project, wouldn't you? To reinstate professional sport there. As Proctor bowls and Carlson defends back to the bowler. No run.
The word is, Nick, that Swansea University might be ploughing money into the venture as well, which would mean Swansea Cricket Club relocating. I don't know where, Ashley Road, possibly around there, close by. But I think they want to recreate a Cardiff Arms Park feel.
As that is worked into the offside by Kieran Carlson, punched off the back foot, but well fielded at cover. And there's no run.
And you can see why the thinking is it will bring supporters from, well, Swansea and Mumbles area.
Which again emphasises the need for Glamorgan to get a decent second base in southwest Wales. As in comes Proctor again to bowl. Carlson drives nice and sweetly, but artistic merit only, because he can't beat mid-off.
Well, given the rich tradition of players that have come from Swansea and West, there is a dearth of a centre in that region.
Proctor in to bowl. Carlson defends on the leg side, so decent start from the skipper, who's conceded just 4 runs, and this the last ball of his third over. 119 for 2. It's been a good, closely fought contest this morning. Run scoring, well, not helped by the break for Billy Root's treatment, but run scoring has been generally slowish. As Carlson is forward, defending the last ball of Proctor's over. He takes his cap from umpire Adnan and looks at his footmarks just in case He's flirting with overstepping. A little word with the umpire. And it's Sue Redfern who wanders across to the presiding end at this Cathedral Road end for Liam Patterson, who's booked in for a long spell, obviously. 8 overs, 1 for 20, and still going, having claimed the wicket of Byram in his first over. And I wonder whether Labuschagne will try and get after him as well. Maybe luncheon will be in the batters' minds, and just get through to there to reassess.
Well, he went after Broad, didn't he, about a quarter of an hour ago, which was a profitable over for the Australian. Labuschagne on strike, and it flashes into the offside, but it's fielded as cover. Glamorgan trail by 160 runs. Northants 279 all out on the opening day yesterday. Patterson White, left arm around, and there's a big appeal. And wicketkeeper very interested. We'll have to see the replay here.
Bowler didn't really go through with it.
I don't think umpire was interested either.
Died away fairly quickly.
Patterson White in, shortish, and that's pulled aggressively by Labuschagne, and that'll go all the way over the far boundary for 4 through mid-wicket. And he dished out what was deserved then, slightly shortish, and he hasn't been short, Patterson White.
No, he's bowled very decent length, hasn't he? But just 1 or 2 been cut away, and that one pulled away by Labuschagne to the shorter boundary, the grandstand side, which is probably 55 metres or so.
123 for 2 in the 32nd over. Patterson White in. Fuller that time, and that's whipped round the corner fine. It'll go all the way for another 4. So got over this for Glamorgan. Second boundary on the bounce for Manus Labuschagne.
What were you saying about him being a luxury on the
not
Glamorgan
me.
staff?
It was the Glamorgan faithful.
Yes.
I was passing the...
I can see the points, but it's fun watching him in full flow.
Without question.
And the mentality as well, the mindset of wanting to dominate the bowlers. Good aggressive mindset.
Bit of gardening from Labuschagne. And takes his guard. Patterson White needs to hit back here after conceding 2 boundaries. Whipped into the onside. They thought about a quick single. Well, it wasn't on at all. And there's no run. 127 for 2. So Glamorgan will be happy. They've lost 2 wickets this morning of Eddie Byram and Billy Root. Byram falling for 22, Billy Root for 41. Patterson White in. Again, turned away round the corner. Deep backward square will come in. The thoughts of Nick Webb. And then Nick will be joined by Andrew Radd.
Thank you very much indeed, Kenneth. Quick shuffle round in the commentary box. And we will be back with you in the twinkling of an eye. So, Luke Proctor to continue this tight little spell from the skipper.
Afternoon again.
Good afternoon again, Andrew. It's been generally a pretty good performance from an inexperienced attack so far.
They've plugged away, haven't they? I hope we get to see a little bit of Keogh and maybe Russell before lunch. Obviously, Northamptonshire with plenty of options. Maybe they just want to try and exhaust possibilities with the new ball before they turn completely to spin, but I suspect we'll see a lot of spin this afternoon. Anyway, for now, here's Proctor. Start of his 4th over, and bowls to Labuschagne, very full, and Labuschagne coming across his stumps, pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
6 o'clock finish, anyone?
I tell you what, it looks very, very promising, doesn't it, from that particular point of view. We haven't had too many of them this year. But yeah, 70 overs left. Still about 20 minutes to go until lunch. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Labuschagne, drives pleasantly past extra cover, and he's going to get a single as Keogh comes round from mid-off to retrieve, takes Labuschagne up to 45, and Glamorgan to 128 for 2. So these two have put on 44, and that partnership very, very much dominated by Marnus Labuschagne. Kieran Carlson on strike now has made just 8. Proctor is in and bowls to him, and Carlson drives straight to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run for Northamptonshire listeners wanting to keep up with the second team down at Taunton Vale against Somerset. They have picked up a wicket. Somerset batting first, 90 for 1. Sean Dixon, who's captaining the side, of course first team regular for Somerset, is 45 not out, but a wicket this morning for James Sales. He's picked up the first one. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Carlson, who covers up, pushes it up again to mid-off where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. Stays at 129 for 2. Still very overcast here, no sign of any sunshine as yet, and we haven't even got the little teasing blue sky over to our right to boost our hopes so far, as that next ball from Proctor is back of a length, and Carlson pushing it up to mid-on this time by way of variety. Fielded there by Rafi Weatherall, and there's no run. The flags up on the Players' Pavilion, the Welsh flag, the Glamorgan daffodil and the Northamptonshire rose, fluttering a little more than they did yesterday. Very still here yesterday afternoon. His Proctor in again, bowls to Carlson, drops a bat on it, out into the covers, fielded there by Justin Broad, and there's no run. That's the end of Proctor's 4th over, tidy as ever, 4 overs for 5, 129 for 2. Carlson is 8, Labuschagne is 46, and Northamptonshire, you feel, will be very, very keen to break this partnership before lunch, before it starts to assume particularly formidable proportions.
Yeah, it's not going to develop slowly, this partnership. It'll either happen in quick time or it won't, because Labuschagne, as I say, with this very aggressive mindset. It's been a relatively quiet start from Carlson by his standards. He hates to be tied down. He's 8 off 25 deliveries so far, but he'll be watching at the start of the next Patterson-White over, and short leg has moved to leg slip for Labuschagne at least. He's on 46 not out, and whips that one away through the leg side, and he's found the boundary at mid-wicket, and that'll be a very useful half-century indeed for Marnus Labuschagne off just 64 balls. The second time that he's reached 50 for Glamorgan in 5 innings this season. On the other occasion, he went on to make a century. So Labuschagne moves on to 50, and the total of 133 for 2, and that is 9th boundary. Patterson-White in to Labuschagne, back on his stumps, knocks it into the leg side, but Keogh fields, one of 2 sun-hatted players in the visitors' ranks, the other being Gus Miller up at mid-off.
Yes, the definition of optimism, isn't it, at the moment?
It is rather, with no hint of sun today so far, disappointingly. Labuschagne playing back and getting a thick inside edge to that, out on the leg side, and there is no run. Keogh doing a bit of polishing, trying to keep some shine on one side of the ball. It's now in its 34th over. Run rate just below 4 at the moment. Forward presses Labuschagne to defend. And as much of yesterday, it really has been a very good contest between bat and ball. Gently swinging one way and then the other. As Patterson-White bowls, Labuschagne stretches forward. There's a player who's had England Lions interest, Patterson-White, even if he's deemed surplus to requirements at Trent Bridge at the moment. But this has been a classy spell. Last ball of his 10th over is driven firmly by Labuschagne, but straight at Miller at mid-off. There is no run. 133 for 2 Glamorgan, so they've avoided the follow-on.
50 came in 64 balls and included 9 fours.
Thank you, Lawrence. Just confirming the stats of Marnus Labuschagne's half-century, 64 balls and 9 fours. 133 for 2 it is, and Proctor handing over his Northamptonshire cap to umpire Hassan Adnan to continue his spell from the River Taff end. Durham piling up the runs big time against Essex at Chelmsford. They're now 584 for 9.
Wow.
Coming up to lunch on the second day, that of course in Division 1. Ollie Robinson out for 198. There's Proctor in and bowling to Carlson, who's pushing out into the covers, fielded by Broad, no run.
I wonder if any of those 500-odd runs has been applauded by the Chelmsford crowd.
Oh, they're always very generous with their acclaim for the opposition.
Sound of one hand clapping.
Yeah, something like that. At Canterbury, Lancashire going along nicely. 153 for 1 rather, as that next ball from Proctor is outside the off stump and left alone by Carlson. 153 for 1. Replying to Kent's 244 all out. Luke Wells 77 not out. Josh Bohannon, who after a very good year last year has had a bit of a quiet time of it this year relatively, but he's 62 not out today. Nottinghamshire all out for 360 against Somerset at Trent Bridge. Somerset 41 for 1 in reply. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Carlson, runs it down to backward point where Alex Russell fields, and there's no run. At Edgbaston, Hampshire 298 all out. Warwickshire in reply 130 for 5. Dan Mosley 45 not out. 3 wickets so far for Keith Barker. Here's Proctor running in again to bowl to Carlson. Gets in behind that, pushes it up to mid-on where Weatherall fields, no run. At New Road, Surrey 424 for 8 against Worcestershire. Dan Lawrence still going strong, 126 not out. In Division 2, the other matches at Lords, Middlesex 433 all out against Derbyshire. Here's Proctor in and bowls to Carlson, again pushing forward out into the covers. Broad fields, no run. And Derbyshire in reply just got in 16 for no wicket. At Hove, Sussex made 442 all out against Leicestershire, who was struggling a bit, 74 for 4 in reply. And Ollie Robinson has picked up 3 of those 4 wickets. Nathan McAndrew getting the other. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Carlson, who steers that cleverly between slip and backward point. Russell's chasing it down towards the boundary, but he won't catch up with it. There's no third man, and so it runs down for 4. Strong finish to the over for Glamorgan, 137 for 2. Carlson goes into double figures. He's 12. Labuschagne is 50. Brings up the 50 partnership between these two for the 3rd wicket. Proctor, for his part, 5 overs, no wicket for 9. And just to finish off the scores up at Scarborough, Yorkshire against Gloucestershire. Yorkshire 456 for 9. So game's moving forward there. Jordan Thompson, who puts bat to ball with very good effect, as Northamptonshire will vouch. 44 not out to him off 27 balls, including 4 sixes.
Has anyone told him T20's
Yes.
on hold for a couple of weeks?
And we're going to see a bit of Alex Russell for the first time, leg spinner.
Yeah, the Newport-born spinner brought up the other side of the border, though. Went to Hartbury College in near Gloucester. Famous name in rugby terms for its production of players, male and female. As Russell off quite a longish run, by the look of it. Is this usual, Andrew?
No. It isn't. It's the first time I've seen him bowl this year, of course, because he hasn't played any.
Oh, he's wandering around.
That's right.
Maybe
I was going to say
he's,
that. Yeah, I think he
wandered back quite a long way.
I was going to say, I thought
Is he going to bowl seam?
he did bowl a few little dibbly dobblers, but no, he's not.
Keeper McManus standing up as Russell walks, jogs, trots, and that's a bit of a loosener down leg side, and Labuschagne rather disdainfully ignores it.
Picked up a 6 for in only his second championship match last year against Kent. 6 for 175 with a Kookaburra ball.
As, that is tossed up, and Labuschagne drives it to mid-off, and there's no run.
As Kent made a very big score, 600 plus, including a triple for Daniel Bell-Drummond. He bowled really well, stuck at his task.
Russell, rather uneven approach to the wicket. That's shortish and worked away on the leg side by Labuschagne. Gently down to deep square for a single. 138 for 2. It's a weird run up this from Russell, isn't it? Slow, quick, slow.
Yeah, it's very much his own.
Towel flapping out the back of his trousers as he bowls, and Carlson drives to Patterson White at cover, and there's no run.
I think it's fair to say he's found it frustrating this year not to be involved, having had a very good winter out in Zimbabwe. And, a lot of the supporters on social media have been saying why they give him a go. Well, they have.
Here he is, tossing this one up and driving to is Carlson, but not quite timing it. Plays it straight to cover, and there's no run. Last ball of the Russell over then. Into bowl to Kieran Carlson. And Carlson steps back and cuts and doesn't get all of it. He'll get 4 runs for it, down to third man, but that was rather streakier than Carlson intended. Looking to play out towards backward point. And
second slip might have been in business.
Yeah, looked like a thickish edge. There was one slip, but Shaw could do nothing about it as that one flashed well wide of him and ran away for 4 runs. So despite being hit for boundary, Russell might be slightly encouraged by that. 5 runs off his opening over though. Glamorgan 142 for 2, and with that blow they are just past the halfway mark to Northants 279 all out.
Yeah, he picked up 37 wickets in domestic cricket in Zimbabwe in first class cricket during the winter. 37 at just over 30 as Proctor in bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who covers up, plays defensively back down the pitch for Proctor to field. 37 wickets at 30, well, just a hair under 31, with 3 fifers, including a 7 for 84, 2 10-wicket hauls in the match. So he had a very, very good winter. And I know when Patterson White came in against Gloucestershire in the championship matches, Proctor is in bowls and Labuschagne pushing out into the covers, fielded by Justin Broad, and there's no run. A lot of supporters, and I sympathise entirely, were saying, well, why are you bringing another spinner in when you've already got one who can't get a game? The issue, I suppose, is that Patterson White does offer perhaps a little bit more with the bat than Alex Russell. His next ball from Proctor is played defensively back down the pitch by Labuschagne, and there's no run. And it would have meant, in that particular side, having sort of Ben Sanderson batting at 8, which, with all due respect to Ben's batting capabilities, I think he might have been suffering from an attack of vertigo if he put him in at number 8. But here's Proctor in, bowls to Labuschagne, clips it nicely out to mid-wicket, but straight to Patterson White, and there's no run.
Yeah, we wait to see how Glamorgan will arrange their lower half. Gorvin reckoned he was batting at 11 when I spoke to him last night.
Well, that's if he's required.
He's probably about a 9. There's lots of 8s and 9s
yes.
in this Glamorgan line.
Well, as I say, I think this was the issue. Northamptonshire were just worried about having a very, very long tail. Here's Proctor in and bowls, and that's turned Labuschagne round, and he was aiming, I think, push it up to mid-on. It skews out off a leading edge out into the covers, and he gets a single, but not where he was intending. Little moral victory for Luke Proctor. Takes Labuschagne up to 52, 143 for 2. But in the end, I mean, it didn't really signify when Northamptonshire went for that selection route against Gloucestershire, because they finished up getting hammered. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Carlson, and that just jumped on him a little bit. He played it solidly enough out into the covers for Broad to field, and there's no run. But Proctor doing what Proctor does best, I think, just building a little bit of pressure, bowling very tidily this morning. 6 overs for just 10 runs, 143 for 2, and potentially just 1 over to go before lunch. Clock on the scoreboard showing 3 minutes to go till 1 o'clock.
Yes, unless everything gets played back to the bowler off the leg spinner. Alex Russell bowling his second over of the day, and indeed the innings. We had 1 from Rob Keogh, so the 3 spinners have been used in the first within the first 35 overs, 36 overs. We're now in the 38th as Russell bowls, and that's driven firmly on the bounce by Labuschagne to cover, and there's no run. Had that been a Friday night with the drink flowing, the fielder could have tossed that one up and done probably most of the crowd. 143 for 2. Russell to Labuschagne, who's steering that one gently off the back foot into a little gap on the offside. Goes through for the single. 144 for 2.
Well, not just spectators, Nick. Certainly one of the away grounds that Northamptonshire played on this year, the public address sort of DJ got very, very excited by a spectator catch.
Russell bowls, over pitch, driven through the offside by Carlson. A square-ish drive through the covers. That one's pierced the field and raced away over that very long boundary away to our left towards the pavilion for 4. And Carlson, having made a quiet start, has now moved on to 20. That is best shot so far, having edged rather streakily for 4 in the last Russell over. 148 for 2, 3 balls in, still 12:58 on the clock. Are we going to get an extra one? As that is another square drive by Carlson, but this time finds the fielder Weatherall in one of the 2 cover positions. Fell over backwards rather dramatically while fielding that one to make the point that it was hit firmly by Carlson. Full toss, that one's missed out by Carlson as he slaps it rather unconvincingly to Weatherall again. Last ball of Alex Russell's over is delivered to Kieran Carlson, and he pushes forward defensively. Now 12:59 on the clock. How hungry are the umpires? Umpire Redfern wanders off towards square leg. Umpire Adnan is in position now. It's still 12:59, and I think we are going to continue with
Keogh.
Rob Keogh.
So he bowled 1 over last night just before the close, and he's going to bowl 1 over here just before lunch.
Change of bowler.
Hey ho.
Rob Keogh.
Rob Keogh's off spin then will deliver the final over of the morning session, which will be the 32nd, which is good going considering we had that long hold up
for
route,
yeah,
which would probably a 5-minute break. So Northants over 8 after lunch is going to be very firmly green, you suspect. Rob Keogh then with the ball in hand at the River Taff end.
And he's bowling the first ball of the final over to Marnus Labuschagne, who smashes it straight back past him for 4. All along the floor, diving attempt by Keogh to try and stop that. Couldn't do so. Crosses the rope in front of the River Taff end, and it brings up the 150 for Glamorgan, 152 for 2. Labuschagne to 57. Welcome to the attack, Rob Keogh. Hit that hard, Marnus Labuschagne. Slip and a forward short leg as Keogh's in. Flights that one up, and Labuschagne has gone aerial. 1 bounce for 4. Over long on. Well, Marnus Labuschagne is very, very glad that they got another over in before lunch.
He's tucking into the bowling instead of tucking into
his sausages. 61 to Labuschagne, 156 for 2. Keogh in again, flights that one right up, and Labuschagne on drives. There is a man back at long on, and he just settles for the single. A few words, I think, exchanged between Keogh and Labuschagne, to the effect of, "Are you in a hurry, Arness?" 157 for 2, Labuschagne to 62, brings Kieran Carlson on strike. Keogh bowls to him and fires that one in notably quicker and flatter, pushed out into the covers where Justin Broad fields. Clock showing now 2 minutes past 1. Keogh is in short and wide and cut away by Carlson. Certainly a couple of runs for him here. I suspect there could well be 3. A long chase for Alex Russell. They're going to settle for 2. So Carlson will face the last ball of the session. 22 to Carlson, 159 for 2. And Keogh to bowl what will be the final ball of this session. Flighted it up to Carlson, who plays defensively forward. That's the end of the over and the end of the session. Lunch on the second day here at Sophia Gardens, with Glamorgan 159 for 2, replying to Northamptonshire's 279 all out, so just 120 runs behind with 8 wickets standing. Lost the wickets of Eddie Byram for 22, Billy Root for 41, wicket apiece for Liam Patterson-White and Justin Broad. But Marnus Labuschagne 62 not out, Kieran Carlson on 22, 159 for 2 at lunch.
May well get an update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly, otherwise commentary will resume at 1:40. primed and ready to get back at it, having put together a partnership of 74 so far after dismissal this morning of Eddie Byram. Court Shaw bowled Patterson White for 22. Billy Root leg before to Justin Broad for 41. And news of 100 wild card selections. Mason Crane, the Glamorgan spinner, has been picked up by Welsh Fire, which brings the number of Glamorgan players involved to a magnificent 2, alongside Chris Cook. The Somerset all-rounder Ben Green also returns to Welsh Fire ranks. And on the women's side, Georgia Davis and Kate Kopak of the 2 players added to Welsh Fire ranks. Elsewhere of interest, Aneurin Donald is the Welsh batter with Derbyshire, is going to be plying his trade at Edgbaston for a few weeks. Birmingham Phoenix. And as far as Northants are concerned, Andrew?
No men's players in the latest lot of wild cards. Ravi Bopara is in there, but obviously he's purely signed by Northamptonshire for the Blast, so I don't really sort of count him. Jodie Grucott, though, congratulations to her. She's been playing for the Sunrisers, Northamptonshire girl, and she's been picked up for the women's competition.
Indeed.
Do you have Welsh Fire, Nick?
I'll be attending, I think, one of the games. Here is Patterson in to bowl and Labuschagne on the defensive. Yes, Jodie Grocock will be going off to Leeds to ply her trade with the Northern Superchargers.
Splendid.
Good luck to those involved, as Patterson White manages the unusual trick of losing his run-up off 6 to 8 paces. Or maybe Labuschagne wasn't quite ready. 159 for 2. Patterson White bowls, swept away for 4 runs by Labuschagne. A rare off-target delivery from the left-arm spinner, who was pretty tight in his morning spell. We had a little bit of leg spin from Alex Russell just before lunch, and now they've gone back to the left arm of Patterson White. Labuschagne moves to 66, 163 for 2.
Yes, Jodie Grucott was presenting the prizes with Luke Proctor at the age group, Northamptonshire age group, the sort of pathway awards back end of last season, including presenting the main prize of the evening to Rafi Weatherall, who's now out there on the field for Northamptonshire.
In comes the next delivery, and again it's helped around the corner by Labuschagne. Just a couple of runs on this occasion. No, just the one, in fact. It's a useful piece of fielding from the man running round from backwards square leg towards the fine leg. 164 for 2. Labuschagne to 67. Carlson on strike. The helmet is tossed to Vasconcelos, who crouches at short leg. Patterson White bowls, and off the back foot, Carlson plays it into the offside, and there's no run. So there's a slip, there's short leg. There's a shortish fine leg on the 45, very much for the top edge sweep. Shortish mid wicket, mid on, mid off, a couple of covers and point, and it is into the offside that Kieran Carlson strikes the next delivery, and it's a good scrambling stop by Weatherall at the squarer and slightly deeper of the 2 covers. Umpire Adnan is at point as forward stretches Carlson and defends. No run. 5 off the opening over of the afternoon session. Glamorgan 164 for 2. And, well, Patterson White has got a bit of turn from early in proceedings, but it doesn't look hugely threatening in terms of the amount of deviation at the moment, as long as the batters play sensibly.
No, absolutely right. But you feel Northamptonshire need a strong session here, because if they don't, then Glamorgan are going to be close to or even in the lead by tea time, and well, if Northamptonshire's assessment is anything like right, and what Gus Miller was saying yesterday about the pitch deteriorating, what they don't want is to be facing a big first innings deficit. Here is Gus Miller to start proceedings from the River Taff end. First ball after lunch to Labuschagne. Bounces a little bit more maybe than Labuschagne was expecting, but he got on top of it, dropped it down on the onside. Fielded by Patterson White coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still very overcast. Just had the odd little glimpse of the sun, but it's pretty much grey all around us now, as it was yesterday. Here's Miller running in towards us, and bowls to Labuschagne, who's right across his stumps again, playing it up to Patterson White at mid-wicket, and there's no run. In the second team match involving Northamptonshire against Somerset down at Taunton Vale, just underway again after lunch, and Somerset are 110 for 2. Sean Dixon is still there, 55 not out. Miller turns at the far end. 2 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Shaw at second. Bowls to Labuschagne on leg stump, clipped away down to deep backward square, and they're going to take on Emilio Gay's arm, and successfully as well. And they come back for 2. Good bit of fielding by Gay, who picked up and threw in one movement, but as we've been saying throughout this match, it is a long boundary out on that side of the ground, and an easy 2. Labuschagne to 69, 166 for 2. Emilio Gay finding himself, say, in the unaccustomed role of outfielder, not in the slip cordon at the moment, as Miller is in, bowls down the leg side. Good take by McManus down the leg side, but Labuschagne having a little flick at it, didn't get anything on it. 2 slips in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and Raffi Weatherall down below us, about good 10, 12 yards in from the boundary at long leg. There's Miller in his 8th over, comes in and bowls, and clipped away by Labuschagne, and immediately Weatherall in that position is in business. Sends in his return, and it's a single to Labuschagne, takes him to 70, 167 for 2.
I mean, seeing why square leg is back, but I'm not quite sure why Weatherall is off the ropes, because that reduces his chances of preventing 4s, and he's not going to prevent a single.
No, it doesn't quite make sense, does it? And there's that awful possibility of a mistimed hook or something dropping over his head for 4, which annoys a captain very much indeed. Here's Miller in, bowls to Carlson, who's just turning it down once again to Emilio Gay at deep backward square for a comfortable single, and it all looks a bit comfortable at the moment for Glamorgan, it must be said. 23 to Carlson, 70 to Labuschagne. 2 overs into the afternoon session, Glamorgan 168 for 2, trailing by 111. I was interested, Nick, he mentioned it this morning, looking at that article about cricket at Swansea, and the article on the BBC Wales section of the sport website. Very interesting and very sad in a sense, because Northamptonshire certainly have had some wonderful games there in the past, and as I'm sure most of the counties had.
Patterson White from this Cathedral Road end to bowl, and cut nicely by Carlson. May well get 4 runs. It's a chase for Russell down towards the boundary. He slides, picks up just inside, and they'll come back very comfortably for 3 down to 3rd man. Yes, it's where I saw my first class cricket and rugby. Coincidentally, watched West Indies touring side with Clive Lloyd knocking up a double century against Glamorgan. Fine player that he was, a very imposing man. 171 for 2. Carlson's under 26 with that 3 down to 3rd man. Patterson White in to Labuschagne, who defends back to the bowler. But of course there was that interruption to outground cricket generally with COVID, and St Helens just not in a good enough condition to host professional sport these days. Short from Patterson White, but Labuschagne watches it carefully onto the bat and defends it gently on the offside.
It is such a shame. Looking from the outside, it just seems a ground with so much character and history.
Patterson White bowls and Labuschagne defends again. But you do need decent enough facilities for the modern day.
Yeah.
The aura of history, sadly, is not enough to maintain the reality of the present. 171 for 2. So that's played off the back foot by Labuschagne to the square cover. Weatherall, no run. And yes, I've had huge enjoyment of watching and then working at St Helens, as that is an attempted paddle by Labuschagne. Gets everyone excited temporarily. Well, gets McManus excited. Patterson White didn't seem hugely bothered. 171 for 2 at the end of the over, 108 runs behind Northants.
I remember the first time I went there, Nick, the thing that struck me more than anything was, well, two things. I suppose the steps. Having heard about the story of Mick Norman that we touched on yesterday when he was out for a king pair to Ozzie Wheatley in the 60s and had to do steps up, steps down, steps up, steps down, and all for nothing. But it was the fact that you could see the ferries just going out, I think, over to Cork, was it?
Yeah, Swansea to Cork ferry was a thing at one point.
I do remember seeing that and being very struck. Here's Miller in, starting a fresh over to Carlson. Drops it down on the onside. Labuschagne thought about a single, but Patterson White quickly to the ball. So it's just a dot, 171 for 2. And of course it also, well, it features in, I suppose, one of the best known pieces of cricket commentary of all time. And that's gone way down to Swansea, Wilfred Wooler, in the 1968 match against Nottinghamshire when Gary Sobers hit Malcolm Nash for 6 sixes. Here's Miller, in and bowls to Carlson, punches off the back foot but can't get it past cover where Broadfields, no run.
Caught on camera almost by accident because they'd stopped the live transmission at the time, and it was something of a decision as to whether they bothered to keep recording in those days. Presumably film was rather more precious than it is now and everything's digital.
Well, the cricket world is very glad that they did. Here's Miller in again and bowls to Carlson, and he's caught behind, is he? Big appeal, not out, says the umpire, Hassan Adnan. Carlson wasn't going anywhere. They all went up, thought he might have got a nick, but Carlson staying put, and the umpire agrees with him, not out. Pretty sure can't quite believe it.
There's obviously a noise of some
yes,
sort.
There must have been something
as the ball passed the bat.
It's hard to see what else it could have.
Unless it was bat on pad, making a click.
Yeah, maybe.
There wasn't any contact of pad on bat, certainly. And well, the ball went up straight away.
Gus Miller thought he got his first class wicket, but he hadn't. Here's Miller in again, bowls to Carlson, runs it down to backward point, fielded by Russell, and there's no run. I remember at Swansea 1992, Northamptonshire's successful NatWest Trophy campaign, finished up winning the trophy and beating Glamorgan, I think, in the quarters. Quite a low scoring game, and Rob Bailey batted almost through the innings for just short of 100, if I remember rightly. And I can remember some of the Northamptonshire punters who were there, he cost us the game. But he hadn't. It was comfortable in the end. Here's Miller in, bowls to Carlson, who's pushing out into the covers again for Broad to field, and there's no run. But Northamptonshire's attack then, I think, was probably about as strong as the county have ever had, with Ambrose, Taylor, Capel, Curran, Nick Cook, Richard Williams.
Yeah, the Ben Sanderson's big haul at Swansea would probably be one of the last games of first class played there.
Here's Miller. Turning again, still looking for that maiden first-class wicket. Bowls to Carlson, and that's short. It's pulled away and well fielded by Weatherall in that position, to say slightly in no man's land, 10 yards in from the boundary down at deep backward square. But he saved the boundary, and indeed it's just a single. So at the end of the over, Carlson's 27, Labuschagne is 70, Glamorgan 172 for 2. Yeah, 2016, Northamptonshire won there. That was certainly Northamptonshire's last time playing there in the Championship. They were also there in 2011, 2008. So they've had a 1993, I remember that one.
Yeah, they were down to a couple of one-dayers, I think, before cricket left St Helens. No resumption after COVID there. Patterson White bowls. Carlson gives him the charge and then defends when he gets there.
And Northamptonshire first match against Glamorgan after the war was there, and I've got a photograph which I was showing Edward Bevan, showing the Northamptonshire side coming out of the pavilion in 1946. It does look a little bit sorry for itself then.
As the next ball is driven by Carlson into the offside, they'll hustle through for a quick single. Smartly fielded by Weatherall, but Labuschagne is well home.
But with every reason, of course, in the immediate aftermath of the war. But this doesn't work on radio, but you can see them, the sort of the terraced houses in the background, and the pavilion obviously had a lick of paint because it looks quite nice and and bright. Peter Murray Willis leading out the side with a hyphen.
Don't forget the hyphen. 173 for 2. Patterson White into Labuschagne on 70 not out, and he comes down the wicket and then defends straight to Keogh at short mid wicket, and there's no run. Famous musical venue called the Patty Pavilion just over the road from St Helens as well. Patterson White to Labuschagne, stretches forward and defends. Back to the bowler, memorable for Paul Collingwood with a very generous Durham declaration in one of the more recent Championship matches there. As down the wicket comes Labuschagne, flicks straight to mid-wicket, where Vasconcelos's attempt to whip the ball straight in is only thwarted by the fact that he didn't have it in his possession at the time. It just rolled towards the other mid-wicket fielder. Patterson White bowls, back goes Labuschagne, makes room for himself, cracks it through the offside. There's a chase towards the boundary, and it goes for 4. A sprawling attempt by Russell as he went down just short of the boundary, but the ball and him went over the ropes. 177 for 2, just 102 now between the two sides. And that Paul Collingwood match, not only did he deny himself 2 centuries in a match, declared when he was 90 odd not out in the second innings, and then Glamorgan won the match to add insult to injury.
Oh dear. Yes, that's not
a good chase of 300 plus in a couple of sessions on the last day.
Well, as I say, it's very sad if we have seen the last of county cricket there, but as you say, things move on, so I'm told. Here's Miller, starts a fresh over to Carlson, clips that away off his legs down to Weatherall at deep backward square for a single. Carlson to 29 and Glamorgan to 178 for 2, so just 101 runs behind. Partnership now worth 93. Came together at the fall of Billy Root's wicket, LBW to Justin Broad this morning. Rob Keogh still optimistically in the sun hat. Gus Miller also still favouring the sun hat, but was not at the moment. He's going to run into bowl again. To Marnus Labuschagne on 74. And Miller is in. Finds Labuschagne playing back Straight back down the pitch and no run.
I presume as a Wisden contributor you had that email about first-class grounds, whether grounds were still
I did, yes.
in use for first class or for club cricket or not at all.
Yes, I did. Filled that in. Very interesting.
There's a couple that I didn't know off the top of my head. I had to consult Dr. Hignell with regard to Llandarcy and Margam.
Margam, crikey. Here's Miller in and bowls and cut away by Labuschagne. What a beautiful shot. Just stood tall, used the pace of the ball and just angled the bat, steered it down to where third man would be, and as Edward would say, should be, but isn't.
Afternoon, Edward.
And it's 4 more to Labuschagne, 78 to him, 182 for 2. Lovely bit of batting.
Yeah,
The Australian.
Margam, apparently there is a ground there, but it's not quite in the same place as
Right.
it used to be, so it was a sort of maybe-ish for Margam.
Well, I know Northamptonshire played at Cowbridge in certainly once in the 1930s, which is a ground I didn't know much about. First, the next ball of the over brings Labuschagne forward, pushing out into the covers, broad fields, and there's no run. Yes, the Northamptonshire ones, obviously Rushden hasn't been used for county cricket since 1963, but still very much used for club cricket. Rushden and Heigham play there, and indeed, out of my office window at home, you can, if the wind's in the right direction, you can hear the appeals sometimes. We're quite close to that. Here's Miller in again. That is another ball that has just crept to Labuschagne, who played it really well, jammed down on it, pushed it out into the onside for Patterson White to field. But that, as you will see if you've got the stream on, has again just died a little bit in the pitch, and he played that extremely well, Marnus Labuschagne. So the odd 1 or 2 misbehaving, and well, Glamorgan in a strong position. It's only 97 behind at the moment. 8 wickets standing as Miller is in, bowls to Labuschagne, who covers up, pushes it out to the offside for Broad to field. End of the over, 182 for 2, 78 to Labuschagne, and 29 to Kieran Carlson. Kettering, of course, still again very much used for club cricket, but hasn't staged county cricket for 50 years now, 51 years. Both the Peterborough grounds that staged county cricket have been, well, one of them has been built on, the other one is not used for sporting purposes, at least not of an official nature. It's a sort of public it's a public park basically. So
I wondered what you were insinuating then.
no, Crawthorne Road is an open space, but it's not used for sport anymore.
Here's Patterson White starting a new over here at Sophia Gardens, and Carlson on the back foot knocking it into a little gap where the square leg umpire would normally be, but isn't, because he's at point. And they go through for a single. 183 for 2, 96 the deficit. So the visitors badly in need of interrupting this partnership, which has reached 98 and will now reach 3 figures as Labuschagne comes down the wicket and doesn't get all of it actually, because it's skied up towards long on. That will be the 100 partnership with 2 from Labuschagne. It was in the air quite a long time and then just plugged short of the long on boundary, and Proctor and Miller chased it back. Applause for the 100 stand. But Proctor might have thought he was in business for a moment or two. That's shorter and flatter from Patterson White. Labuschagne defends it back to the bowler. He has 80. Carlson has 30. So it's probably rare that Carlson is outscored that much in a century partnership. As Labuschagne turns one towards square leg. Vasconcelos still with those bulky, well, they're more than shin pads. They may well be wicket-keeping pads by the look of it. Patterson White in, bowls. Down the pitch comes Labuschagne. He's timed that and placed it beautifully wide of mid-off, getting to the pitch of the ball and then just playing it a little bit wider than mid-off to find the gap between him and cover. 189 for 2, Labuschagne 84.
It's just quality, isn't it? Absolute top-notch down the pitch, and having got there, picks the gap absolutely to perfection. He couldn't have done a better job with a protractor, could he? Wonderful bit of batting.
Labuschagne to 84. Patterson White bowls, and well, he's cut that one away. That may well go for 4 as well, but there was a lot going on in that delivery as the ball does now bobble over the ropes, because Labuschagne gave him the charge initially. Patterson White tried to bowl it a bit flatter and wider, and then Labuschagne just adapted the shot at the last minute and chopped it away down to the third man boundary. As Lawrence on the PA confirms the 100 stand that came up in that over, and 2 further boundaries have been added to that now. 193 for 2.
I realise I'm making a rod for my own back here, but interestingly, the point that was made by one of our listeners this morning, I think, was talking about the fact that Northamptonshire have, 6 players in this side younger than the youngest Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And it is, and it strikes you looking around the field, must be one of Northamptonshire's younger teams of recent years. Doubtless it's something that if I get very bored this evening, I may have to have a little look at. But for now, here's Gus Miller bowling to Carlson, who cuts away for 4. Lovely shot from Carlson, getting on top of the bounce and cutting it away down through backward point to the boundary. 34 to Carlson. Glamorgan 197 for 2, and they've really put the foot down in this first 25 minutes of the afternoon session. They've added 38 runs in 7 overs and 1 ball. And Northamptonshire, well, you said, Nick, a while or 2 ago, Northamptonshire desperately need to break this partnership, because at the moment it threatens to take the match away from them. Here's Miller into bowl to Carlson, plays that defensively up on the onside. Liam Patterson White comes across from mid-wicket in front of mid-on Luke Proctor. Proctor celebrating his 36th birthday, if you're just joining us. We did say, well, I said at the start of the day, he will be hoping that he doesn't spend the whole of his birthday in the field, but at the moment he would say that is a distinct possibility. The only thing that you say very positive for Northamptonshire at the moment is that their over rate is +3. As Miller is in and bowls to Carlson, turns it out to mid-wicket, fielded by Patterson White, and there's no run. Give you a rundown of what's happening elsewhere in just a moment. Quite a few biggish scores around, not least at Chelmsford, where Durham 587 all out. I saw somebody said it was a touch of the Bazball this morning. They scored an awful lot of runs in that morning session against Essex. Here's Miller in, bowls to Carlson, pushes it out into the covers where Broad fields, and there's no run. 587 all out. Essex in reply 27 for 1. And as you alluded to this morning, Nick, I imagine there's stony silence around Chelmsford at the moment. Lancashire going very nicely against Kent at Canterbury. 191 for 1, Lancashire, so there's just 53 behind. Luke Wells, 91 not out. Josh Bohannon, 87 not out. Here's Miller, in and bowls to Carlson, drives up to Proctor at mid-on, no run. At Trent Bridge, Somerset 77 for 2 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 360 all out. Wicket apiece for Ollie Stone and Dylan Pennington. At Edgbaston, Hampshire 298 all out. Warwickshire now 160 for 6. Dan Mosley out for 57. 4th wicket for Keith Barker. Kyle Abbott's taken the other 2. Here's Miller to finish the over, in and bowls to Carlson, who just plays it hard into the ground, bounces up for Miller to field off his own bowling, and that's the end of the over. 197 for 2, 88 to Labuschagne, 34 to Carlson. At New Road, Surrey 485 for 9 against Worcestershire. Dan Lawrence still there, 174 not out. In Division 2, Derbyshire 57 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 433 all out at Lords. Leicestershire 104 for 4, responding to the Sussex total of 442 all out at Hove. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire 456 all out against Gloucestershire, who are 19 for no wicket in reply.
Thank you, Andrew. Do you want to take the first break, or shall I?
Oh, I'll nip off and let's let Kenneth in.
Why not? Thank you very much to Andrew Rudd. He'll be back in around about half an hour as Patterson White continues to wheel away from this Cathedral Road end, and Labuschagne cuts the first ball down to wide third man and will go through for the single. 198 for 2, Labuschagne to 89. A few messages on X Twitter, Nick Webb 2017, Old Man Rad or Kenneth Davis, if you want to contact us via the shortest form of social media. Patterson White bowling to Carlson with a short leg, quite straight and a slip, and Carlson turns it down to a shortish backward square leg, and there is no run. Edward Bevan reminds us that Glamorgan also defeated South Africa and Swansea in 1951, as well as the 2 wins over Australia. Carlson steps back, cuts, but finds the man at backward point, Russell, and there is no run. Well, Roberts says it looked like a nick from Carlson. The ball looked to have deviated quite a bit as it passed the bat. Looked that way. Maybe a little bit of swing. Umpire Adnan decided no, as Carlson steps back and cuts and may pick up 4 runs. The dive is successful from Weatherall, and they've restricted Glamorgan to 3 runs again on that long square boundary, and the additional burst of applause for the 200 coming up for the Welsh county, with just 2 down in reply to Northants 279. Mentioned cricket in Margam, formerly a first-class ground. Derek Evans has contributed on that. As down the wicket comes Labuschagne, square drive to cover, and they'll go through for a single as it is very firmly struck. And the fielder there, Emilio Gay, was unable to stop it cleanly. 202 for 2.
As in Port Talbot, Margam?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Gosh.
Margam shared the British Steel ground, now known as Tata.
Yeah.
Derek says he remembers going there for the Port Talbot Midweek League, scoring for Maudlem, a club who last played in 2010 in the early 80s. So, yes, they'd have picked up... as Carlson comes down the wicket and mistimes an attempted shot over the top, only as far as Proctor at deepish mid-on. Hope for Northants briefly there as Carlson mistimed that one, but he gets a single. 203 for 2 in reply to 279 all out.
Well, he was trying to launch that over mid-on, but was slightly streaky, but he got away with it. 44 runs then added in this second session. Glamorgan were 159 for 2 at lunch, and they've made hay. I won't say in the sunshine because it's not peering through, unfortunately, here at Cardiff. But they've certainly gone through the gears. Labuschagne especially, who's unbeaten on 90. Ably supported by Kieran Carlson, unbeaten on 38. And Glamorgan trail by 76. This partnership now has moved on to 118. So Northants really do require a breakthrough, because Glamorgan will try and push through with their advantage in this session through to tea, and will try and take a lead on the second day. So Kieran Carlson just taking guard, Gus Miller, will start his run up from the tough end of the ground. Here he comes past the umpire, bowls, and that's flicked off the hips of Kieran Carlson into the leg side, and he'll come through for a single. So they're looking quite comfortable at the moment, and there aren't many demons in the pitch, it has to be said. A few stayed low this morning.
Yeah, a little bit of gentle turn. There's plenty to think about, but application has so far managed to overcome that.
Labuschagne. On strike, here comes Gus Miller. Past the umpire, bowls, a good length delivery, and some excitement behind the sticks from the wicketkeeper, and the one slip in is defended resolutely by Manus Labuschagne. There's no run.
I'm just looking for details of an extraordinary bout of hitting by Dan Lawrence of Surrey these days.
Miller wheels round, coming in, bowls, good length delivery once more, and it's struck firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run. Still can't get over that stat about Margam. It's one of those stats that not many people remember, that Bramhall Lane is a test venue.
Dan Lawrence of Surrey apparently took 38 off and over against Worcestershire at New Road.
Wow.
I presume there's a no ball chucked in there somewhere.
So overcast but very close here. Humid conditions as Miller comes in, bowls, and that's just cut, caressed down to third man for a single. 105 for 2. Glamorgan trailed by 74. Northants all out 279 on the first day of this championship fixture. Glamorgan will play Gloucestershire before there's a bit of a hiatus then for a while, unfortunately, for those supporters of the traditional format. Miller coming in from the tough end, and just straight down leg side, and Carlson just helped it on its way. Mid-wicket, the field at mid-wicket came around, Patterson White, and there's a single taken.
It's the joint most runs off and over of county championship cricket, apparently. Dan Lawrence of Surrey have included 5 sixes in a row.
In comes Miller, his last ball of the over, and good length delivery once more. Good over, tidy over from Gus Miller. But Glamorgan able to negotiate it. 206 for 2 now, they're going along nicely. They trail Northants by 73, Labuschagne 91, Carlson on 38.
So, yes, Dan Lawrence was out for 175. Where's this miracle over? Yes, there was actually a dot ball in it. It was... yeah, the runs weren't all to Dan Lawrence, apparently. It was 5 sixes in a row. Shoaib Bashir was the unfortunate bowler. The next ball went for 5 wides.
Right.
The next ball was a no ball that Lawrence hit for a single, and then the last man, Dan Worrell, didn't score off the last ball of it. So it was an 8 ball over, including 31 off the bat plus 7 extras. So that's no doubt will catch a few headlines. Already available on the County Championship Twitter account. As Justin Broad, the 23-year-old from Cape Town, will look for his second wicket of the innings, and that is striking Carlson on the pad. Rolls down towards leg slip.
We've had a few St Helens memories flooding in on X. A few notable rugby wins over tourist international sides over the years.
Indeed, such a shame as it's gone into such a state as Carlson defends.
Your old mucker on Radio Wales, Garen Jenkins, scored one against Australia. 92 that was, if I remember rightly. In the corner, all of 2 yards.
Oh, if that. If that.
Garen's probably down in a small West Wales village called Llangranog this time of the year.
As that is slashed away by Carlson outside off stump, given room to work in and took full advantage, smashed away through backward point for 4 runs, 210 for 2. Carlson is 42, and while Northants had the brakes firmly on Glamorgan's progress for the first hour or so of today's play, they have been slightly under the cosh since then in the second half of the first session, and now 40 minutes since lunch. As that's down the leg side, Carlson tries to pull it or hook it into the River Taff and makes no contact. Well taken by McManus.
Of course, it was the scene as well of the famous protests against the Springbok touring side of 69-70. My father-in-law actually played in that game.
All right.
At St Helens.
Yes, before South African sport was thrust into exile because of apartheid, of course. Down leg side, Carlson flicks that one, or flicks at it and doesn't make contact. One of the leading protesters, of course, was Peter Hain, who went on to be Neath MP, now in the House of Lords, and remember meeting up with him. He was helped to bring over Soweto Cricket Club to South Wales. As Broad bowls and Carlson drives to mid-off, no run. Playing one of the clubs in the Swansea Valley area, can't remember which one. And that was something of an unusual thing in those days.
Yes, well, he is from a place called Resolven in the Neath Valley, Peter Hain. Well, that's where he moved to, so it could have been Anisageron or one of those clubs in the Neath Valley.
I did have had a Soweto Cricket Club tie for quite a few years, which is a very striking, multicoloured affair. The Dan Lawrence 38 runs in the over by Surrey, 31 for Lawrence and 7 extras, equals the 38 that Andrew Flintoff took over off Alex Tudor in 1998. That's the sort of thing that Andrew Rad would have known off the top of his head.
Miller continues from the taff end, and that's easily shaped away to the leg side off the legs of Manus Labuschagne for a single. Moves Glamorgan to 211 for 2, trailing by 68 now.
That was a 12 ball over, Andrew mutters from the back of the box.
Wow.
The Flintoff from Tudor.
God, 98, yeah, I remember it. In comes Miller from the taff end. Northants. Well, that was attempted to be cut by Carlson, but I think it's hit him in the mid-drift. He's still down.
Take a breath.
Yeah. But he's back up. He's made
that. I'm not sure if it was a direct blow. We'll get the replay now, or whether he's inside edged it.
Tough as old boots, although
inside edge. I don't think it was quite as central as there was.
Right.
Maybe the top of the thigh.
Diminutive in stature is Kieran Carlson, but he's an explosive player. And Northants don't want him to push on from here. He's on 42, facing Miller, and that struck into the offside. And to point, there's no run. Crucial time in the context of the game here for the visitors. These two barely put a foot wrong in their partnership of 126. Bit of a conflab between bowler and fielder as Miller wheels round, comes in past the umpire, bowls and digs that one in short. Very short indeed. It's taken by
No ball.
Wicket, yeah, it has
On
been.
the height, I suspect.
Yeah. It was very, very short. And it has been indicated by the umpire.
Yeah, the replay, it really wasn't a viable ball to hit.
McManus took it on down leg. So 3 balls to go then in this over. Carlson on strike on 42, facing Miller, who comes in. Again, good length ball, but it's helped just round the corner by Carlson to fine leg. And there's another single. So the fielder's trying to G the bowler up here because they realise they are in need of a breakthrough. It hasn't been forthcoming since the wickets to fall this morning, which were Eddie Byram for 22, Court Shaw bowled Patterson White, Billy Root LBW bowled Broad for 41. In comes Miller, bowls, good length ball, and he's trapped. There's a big shout for LBW, but the umpire not interested, in stark contrast to the wicketkeeper and the 2 slips.
Looked a decent shout.
I did look at it. We'll have a look at the replay again. Full length ball.
Just struck outside
Side
off.
the line, yeah.
He was squared up Labuschagne and
It was a
hit
good shout, though.
On the right leg. Probably would have taken the top of off stump, but hit outside the line, shot being played. But certainly worth a very loud inquiry.
Yeah. Hearty mouth stuff for Manus Labuschagne then, who survives. Miller coming in from the far end of the ground, the taff end, and that's a good length ball dug out by Manus Labuschagne to mid-wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. So a bit of encouragement there for Northants with that LBW appeal, but Glamorgan come through unscathed and are on 214 for 2. So they pushed on in this second session. They were 159 for lunch. So they've really gone through the gears, courtesy of Messrs Carlson and Labuschagne.
Indeed so. Andrew is off currently counting his royalties. I'm not sure whether he'll bother to come back.
He's gone there. There is a place where we can get a liquid lunch close to here.
As Broad starts a new over.
Oh, between
Where's that one ended up? I lost.
between wicket and first slip.
Shot away off the edge. I lost track of the ball there. Edge from Carlson. Moral victory for Broad, but that counts for nothing. Shot very fast. Between absolutely bisected keeper and first slip, who's a little bit wide. He's more of a 1.5 to second slip, which meant that there was a gap through which Carlson edged it. So it's not a perfect innings by Carlson at the moment, but he's scoring quickly and he's moved on to 47 with that boundary. Broad is in again to bowl to Carlson, who tries to drive and just whacks it onto his pad, and the ball trickles out into the offside.
They both just looked at each other momentarily. First slip probably thought that McManus should have attempted it, but it did shoot away between both.
Well, that's the risk you take, I
Yeah.
suppose. You're trying to maximise the areas that slip if you've only got one. But they've left that gap and it's still there. As Broad bowls, Carlson drives again. Doesn't really time it, and it's off the inside of the path of the bat up to Proctor at mid-on, and there is no run. Despite all this aggressive intent, and it is a really good stand of 133, you get the feeling that they are taking risks and that shots are not always being timed, and that a wicket wouldn't be a huge surprise despite both batters being well set. Broad is in to bowl, full length up in the block hole. Carlson drives to cover.
He has gone fuller in the last 3 balls, so whether they think there's a little chink in the armoury outside off stick to Kieran Carlson.
As Carlson rehearses a few drives, and so Thought cover was coming in a bit closer there, but Carlson's aiming fairly firmly on that direction from time to time. As he steps back and gets runs here, he'll get 4 of them to bring up his 50, will Kieran Carlson, as that crosses the boundary at backward point. It's raced away, Carlson's 50. Just a touch slower than Labuschagne's. It's come off 84 deliveries, and it takes Glamorgan onto 222 for 2. As the partnership now worth 137. So Glamorgan at the moment firmly on the front foot, and that was Carlson's 7th boundary. As he plays that one defensively to short mid-wicket. There's no run. 222 for 2. Richie. 52 overs gone in the innings, so scoring rate of 4 1/4. Labuschagne has 92, Carlson 51.
So Nelson up for Glamorgan. So the old umpire Shepherd would have been like a flamingo.
Double Nelson.
It's the old Achilles heel in English cricket. It's, not so in Australia, though. Is anything with 13
Yeah, 87.
prior to the century, is it?
87 being
87,
unlucky
yeah,
in
yeah.
Australia. Right, where is Proctor turning to now? It's going to be another blast from young Rafi Weatherall. 7 overs, 0 for 24 so far.
Yeah, a bit of a conflab over the far end.
Just the one slip, 5 saving the single.
Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket cover. Point, deep square as Weatherall comes in. And it's helped to deep square, who hauls it back in. There's a man at fine leg, and there's a third man in place also.
Yeah, not much chance of any sunshine in the next couple of hours by the look of it. Possibility of sunny intervals about 6, 7 o'clock here, which is not a lot of use since we're probably going to finish fairly promptly here.
Weatherall starts his run-up from the taff end, coming in past the umpire, bowls, good length ball, and that's defended by Carlson. It's fielded by the bowler, there's no run. Well, the sunshine must be coming tomorrow and the next few days.
Yeah, tomorrow's meant to be sunny, but then we were meant to get a bit more sun today. It's not looking too good at the moment. Temperatures around 21 to 23 degrees here in the Welsh capital.
Weatherall 0 for 25 coming in. Bowls, good length ball, and goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, Carlson just beaten on the outside edge there. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it.
Again, he'll say it was impeccably left. Kieran Carlson. Another Whitchurch product, north of the city. As Weatherall comes in, bowls, and again it goes through to the wicket keeper McManus, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that was a genuine leave that time.
Whitchurch High,
Yeah.
as many have come from that illustrious school. Gareth Bale being one notable former student. Sam Warburton another. Coming in is Weatherall, and that struck Carlson on the pads, but there will be a leg by as they come through for the single. Under the tutelage of Gwyn Morris, of course,
Yes.
a Welsh referee,
Indeed.
who's still on the circuit. He seems as though he's been there for ages. Weatherall wheels round, starts his run up coming in and bowls, and that's Fuller into the block hole, dug out by Manus Labuschagne on 93.
Yeah, Labuschagne's going well, but doesn't seem to have had as much of the strike in the last few minutes. Speaking of Whitchurch alumni, I see it's been confirmed today that Geraint Thomas will ride his 13th Tour de France this year. 2:24 for 2, so just a little break on scoring for the moment.
You used to see Geraint Thomas frequently in these parts because he's got a house just around the corner from myself, and there was a few occasions where I almost bumped into him in the car, and I thought, oh dear gosh, had I done so, I would have been in grave trouble.
Yeah, so it's not good form taking out one of Wales's sporting heroes.
No.
Was he cycling or walking at the time?
He was cycling in his full regatta, actually.
As Broad will start his 8th over. A bit expensive at the moment. 1 for 45. The wicket of Billy Root, leg before, and the morning session for 41. But that was Northant's most recent success. That was back in the 24th over. We're now in the 54th. And Broad on his way. Bowls. Carlson drives on the leg side, and Vasconcelos does enough from mid-wicket to run past the ball and suggest that they shouldn't take the single, which they duly did not. Labuschagne 93, Carlson 51.
An avid cricket follower, Geraint Thomas. Used to see him for the T20 games round here.
Broad on his way, wearing 75, and chopped down cut by Carlson to third man. There is a third man, Edward Bevan. 2:25 for 2. Carlson moves to 52 not out.
Edward hasn't ventured from Trebanos today.
No, I believe he's dropping in tomorrow. Glamorgan's over rate, by the way, is -3, have had confirmed. So they'll need to whiz through some overs fairly quickly in their second innings and give Crane an early bowl, I suspect, so they don't have that to worry about. And or Carlson can be done fairly quickly to make up that time. It seems if you get half an hour of spin at both ends, you'd be able to make up -3 in no time. Broad is in to bowl. Labuschagne defends back down the wicket. No run. Haven't seen quite as much in the way of fireworks from Labuschagne as in the last half hour or so.
No.
No doubt just awaiting his chance. The odd bad delivery. He's struck 16 boundaries so far in his 93 not out. And another dot ball as he plays that one to mid-on. Broad earning the respect of the Australian star, who's with Glamorgan for just one more championship match as things stand, plus the remaining 6 of the T20 Blast. We then go into the One Day Cup stroke 100 period of the season. Broad bowls, and he's beaten Labuschagne with a gemmed of a delivery there. Labuschagne squared up and through to McManus. Just a smidgen of hope for Northants as they try to keep spirits up in the field. 3 saving the single on the offside, 2 on the leg side plus the slip. Square leg, fine leg, third man aback. As there's an appeal for leg before, and it's given!
Gosh.
As Labuschagne looked to turn on the leg side. He'd almost finished his run by the time Sue Redfern's finger went up, but that is a tremendous breakthrough for Northants. They've got rid of Labuschagne for 93. Justin Broad is the successful bowler. It's 225 for 3.
Well, the initial thought there, Nick, that it was it looked a bit leg side, but we'll have a look. No, but he played across a bit, so
He did.
yeah.
May well have hit leg stump that one. And that was the decision that Sue Redfern made.
LBW to Justin Broad for 93.
As it's pitched around about
I
off.
think he's done there.
Yeah, played across the line. Probably would have clipped leg stump. That was the decision from umpire Redfern. And Labuschagne was almost alongside her. But a fine innings from Marnus Labuschagne. 16 boundaries. He faced 124 balls for his 93. But will be no doubt devastated not to have reached 3 figures. 225 for 3, so first bowling point for the visitors to add to their 1 batting point. The deficit is 54. Sam North East comes to the crease. We've got Chris Cook to come, but Glamorgan with not quite such a strong lower order as they've had on most occasions, with the all-rounder spot at 7. Well, Harris and Van der Hoogten will probably be fighting over 7, I would guess. 7 and 8. Probably followed by Crane, Podmore and Gorvin. But Northants just with the door open now, having broken that big stand.
Yeah, that's given them a bit of a glimmer of hope. Crucial wicket of Marnus Labuschagne falling for 93. LBW of the bowling abroad. And if they can nick another quick wicket here, it'll put a bit of pressure on Glamorgan, who are still in a good position, trailing by 54. But the new man in is Sam North East.
And I'll give way to Andrew Rath.
And they will persevere with Weatherall from the taff end of the ground. Comes in, bowls, and that's down leg side through to the keeper, and there's no run. So Sam North East, who was top scorer in the defeat last Thursday against Gloucestershire in the 40s, game that they lost on the last ball. Weatherall comes in past the umpire, bowls, good length ball, that's a bish from Carlson down to deep backward square leg, and they take a single, so that'll give them hope, certainly.
It will, Kenneth. Yeah, good afternoon everybody. Yes, it's just when Northamptonshire, you sensed, was slightly running out of ideas. I think that was a bit of a misjudgment from Marnus Labuschagne. Take nothing away from how well he played, but it's given Northamptonshire, as you say, a little bit of hope. And 53 now the deficit. I think if Northamptonshire could bowl Glamorgan out for, I don't know, lead of 50 or something like that, they'd probably settle for that. Yeah. I think they definitely would.
2 slips in for Weatherall, who comes in, charging in now. That's a good length ball, and that's guided down past second slip. It'll go all the way for 4. There was moans and gasps from some of the Northants fielders. There is a second slip in, as we mentioned, but it just evaded the fielder there by Sam North East.
Justin Broad's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall, but for my money, I don't know how you think about it, I think Rafi Weatherall's been the pick today in terms of consistency, threat, and just keeping on running in. I mean, he's only bowling his 9th over, but he's looked more likely to get wickets, I think, than pretty much anybody else.
Yeah, just getting something out of the pitch as well. There's a slight change, I think.
Yeah, dropping third man down.
Yeah.
Just to try and give the bowler a little bit of protection.
In comes Rafi Weatherall. Past the umpire, bowls. Good length ball once more. Good over this. Despite the 4 from the previous delivery. Sam North East well behind it, though, in defensive mode. Sam North East has been a brilliant acquisition for Glamorgan over the past few seasons. Former Hampshire and Kent stalwart. Scored that ginormous 335, of course, in the first championship match at Lord's, beating the previous record. Weatherall coming in. bowls. Again, just ties North East up a bit, and that squirts. I think he was trying to guide it through mid-wicket, but it squirted and taken it backward point. Of course, the previous record was a certain Graham Gooch, 333 against India in 1990. He scored 123 in the second innings of that game as well.
Yes, and Alan Lamb made 100 in the first innings, and I don't think anybody noticed, particularly apart from Lammy, of course. But
I think that's the first, or certainly the first time English cricket fans saw a certain Sachin Tendulkar in that series.
That's right.
Coming in is Weatherall bowls. That's out. He's gone. North East flirted with it outside the off stump, and it caught by Lewis McManus. We've seen a few of those during the course of the afternoon, and Weatherall, we just mentioned that he looked the pick of the Northants bowlers to take a wicket, and they've done so. So they've taken two very quick wickets. Sam North East joins Manus Labuschagne in the shed, and there's slight pressure now on Glamorgan. It just puts a different complexion on proceedings. Glamorgan 230 for 4, North East falls.
Yeah, well, as you would have seen if you've got the stream on at home and the video, you'd have seen that Weatherall getting reward there for bowling just a little bit, bending his back, getting a little bit of bounce out of the pitch, and we've said the odd one is actually kept a bit low. But on that occasion, he bowled just back of a length and put enough into it to get that little bit of bounce that just unsettled Sam North East. And I have to say, from Rafi Weatherall's point of view, I think he deserved that. As we were just saying, I think he's bowled really well today, so far without any reward, but he has picked up some reward now. And, well, as you were saying, Kenneth, if Northamptonshire could nip out a couple, then they're back in the game. And they are. Obviously, Chris Cook also, as Kieran Carlson made a big 100 against Northamptonshire the last time the two sides met on this ground back in 2021, when they put on an unbroken 307 with Carlson 170 not out, Cook 133 not out. So I'm trying to think who, if anybody, of the Northamptonshire players were playing in that game. I think certainly Ricardo Vasconcelos was. Don't think Luke Proctor played in that one, but yeah, they will know exactly what these two are capable of. In fact, there's a sort of a horrible feeling of deja vu when you look up on the board and you see Cook and Carlson again, because in that match it was Cook and Carlson on the board for the best part of a day. But they've gone bang bang, as the young people say. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Northamptonshire have just got themselves back into it.
It just shows when you take one, usually another one follows.
Well, Justin Broad, we're looking to pick up his third wicket, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 46. Doubled his haul of championship wickets for this season. He'd only got 2 coming into this game. Now he's got 4. 230 for 4 it is. Carlson on 53 is going to be facing Broad, still under overcast skies here in Cardiff. Pleasantly warm, but just no sunshine. Here's Broad in again from this Cathedral Road end, and a tight leave from Carlson, shaped back I think a little bit after it had passed the bat, and McManus taking it around about the line of off stump, middle and off. Just a quick update on the second 11 match, largely for Northamptonshire listeners. 163 for 4 Somerset against Northamptonshire seconds down at Taunton Vale. 2 wickets for Saif Zabe, captaining the side into his 13th over, 2 for 33 so far. Here's Broad in, bowls to Carlson, pushing it out into the offside. Gay fields at extra cover, and there's no run. Interesting point, Kenneth. We were talking earlier about, I think I was on with Nick, about whether this is, well, it is indeed one of the youngest Northamptonshire sides of recent times. We had the message this morning saying about how 6 members of the Northamptonshire side were younger than the youngest member of the Glamorgan side. It does make me wonder in terms of age and first class appearances. Let's come back to that in a second. Here's Broad in and bowls to Carlson, straight drives but doesn't really time it, and Justin Broad sticks down a right hand to field, and there's no run. Whether the Northamptonshire new ball pair of Weatherall and Miller, with Miller playing his first game and Weatherall playing his third. Weatherall's 19, Miller's 22. That must be one of the least experienced Northamptonshire attacks in Championship cricket at any rate. Outside the off stump goes Broad, left alone by Carlson. Contrast with question that Ben Sanderson asked me about 3 or 4 years ago when he and Gareth Berg were regularly opening the attack for Northamptonshire, and he said, are we the oldest new ball pairing in the club's history? And I was able to tell him that definitely wasn't the case. I think at that stage Sando would have been 32 and Gareth pushing 40. Here's Broad bowling on leg stump to Carlson, who works it into the onside. He's only going to get a single as it goes out to Patterson White at deep mid wicket. One more to Carlson. He goes to 54, 231 for 4. If you go back to 1947, Jack Mercer, who obviously was a great bowler for Glamorgan for many years, moved up from Sussex and then played most of his illustrious career for Glamorgan, but then went to Northamptonshire initially as coach. Here's Broad, in bowls to Cook, pushes it out into the covers. Gay fields, end of the over, 231 for 4. Carlson is 54, Chris Cook yet to get off the mark. And against Hampshire at Southampton, Northamptonshire had one of their periodic injury crises, and Jack Mercer had to play, and he was 52, and he opened the bowling and still managed to bowl 30 odd overs. But at the other end was Jack Timms, who was normally a batter who bowled a bit in his earlier days but didn't bowl much by that stage. But he was 41 and he had to open the bowling with Mercer, so he had 93 years old combined opening attack.
So we're in stark contrast
contrast to Weatherall and Miller,
Yeah.
41. But what a great man Jack Mercer was, great man of cricket.
Well, it is a question that has come up in these parts that Glamorgan will need to address in trying to blood more youth and to ensure that the conveyor belt is in order. As Weatherall continues, and he's struck in the last over, getting rid of Sam Northeast, and good length ball again. Carlson is behind it, there's no run, it's fielded by Weatherall himself. Carlson 54, Cook yet to get off the mark. Glamorgan trailing by 48, 231 for 4. They were 159 at lunch. As Weatherall wheels round, comes in, bangs that one in short, and it's been called a no ball.
Yep, no ball for height, and again, fair enough. I think it was absolutely no chance for Kieran Carlson to reach that one. The other occasion, I did notice a little bit of cursory research on that oldest opening pair back in the 20s, early 20s. George Thompson and Bumper Wells, William Bumper Wells from Daventry. They were both mid-40s, and they opened the attack together a couple of times.
Weatherall in, and that's clipped off the pads into the leg side. Deep backward square comes around, but he's deep, and therefore there's another couple to the Glamorgan tally.
It was Thompson's last season. He would have been not 44, pushing 45 then. Finished at the end of 1922, and Bumper Wells played on for a couple of years after that, and finished when he was 44, 45. Still having a pint or two, or three.
In is Weatherall from the tough end of the round. Good length ball as well. He's really finding his rhythm now, is Weatherall, especially after that wicket of Sam Northeast for 4, last man to fall. Well, how old was our very own Don Shepherd when he went on? Nick, quickly having a look to see. Weatherall steaming in from the tough end of the ground, and that's cut, but there is a man deep on the boundary, deep point, so it is only a single. Glamorgan 236 for 4. Cook has joined Carlson, who's on 57. We're in the 57th over, and just trail now by 43, so Glamorgan will be targeting T and hoping not to lose 45, so there we are, yeah. The legendary Don Shepherd. In is Weatherall, and it's a leave by Chris Cook through to the keeper.
Well, in that, his one appearance for Northamptonshire, Jack Mercer immediately became Northamptonshire's oldest ever first-class cricketer, as he only played the once for Northamptonshire at the age of 52, having taken hundreds and hundreds of wickets, obviously, for Glamorgan.
Last ball of Ruffy Weatherall's over. In, good length ball, but Chris Cook resolutely gets behind it, and there's no score. So Glamorgan 236 for 4. Good period though for Northants this. They've taken the wickets of Marnus Labuschagne and Sam Northeast in this afternoon session, and aren't giving too much away either. Weatherall certainly finding his rhythm, and if they could nick another wicket before tea, well, it's pretty much anyone's game then.
Yeah, Northamptonshire, they had a bad, by their standards, a poor first sort of three-quarters of an hour after lunch. And as we were saying on commentary at the time, it just looked very comfortable for Glamorgan, but they've clawed the way back. Could do with another one or two before tea. Here's Broad in, looking for the next wicket, and that's turned away by Kieran Carlson, just behind square on the leg side. Rolls past umpire Hassan Adnan, and they're through for a single. Carlson to 58, 237 for 4. Fair to say, Jack Mercer, and I suspect the same would apply for Glamorgan, was the only Russian-speaking member of the Magic Circle to play for either Glamorgan or Northamptonshire.
Oh, right.
Wonderful man, and of many accomplishments. Is Broad in and punched off the back foot by Cook, but straight back to the bowler, who fields, and there's no run. Jack was very much a fixture at Northamptonshire for many years. Coached between 47 and 63, and then became first team scorer, which he did for another 18 years, by which time he was well into his 80s, and still did the seconds for another couple of seasons. Here's Broad in, bowls to Cook, who's just coming forward a little circumspectly. Played it solidly enough back down the pitch for Broad to field. He did give rise to one of the great remarks when he was very late getting to the pavilion at tea time at Eastbourne, I think it was, and Jim Watts, who was captain, said, "What kept you, Jack?" And he said, "I was weighed down by the bowling figures." Here's Broad firing one down the leg side. Yes, just recalibrate a little bit there, Justin Broad. It was wide down the leg side, and Cook didn't need to do anything to it, and didn't. Jack was, according to David Steele, who obviously was around Northamptonshire for most of Jack's time at the club, that he was a very bad racing tipster, but a lovely man. Here's Broad in, bowls full, driven away through the covers by Chris Cook. Takes him off the mark. Is it going to be with a boundary? I think it's not. It's just clawed back, well, inches from the rope by Emilio Gay, but Alex Russell was with him to send in the return, but Cook is away with 3, 240 for 4, and Glamorgan now just 39 runs behind. David also said, which is a lovely touch, he said every time he hears anybody whistling, he always thinks of Jack Mercer, because Jack was always walking around the ground giving a little sort of cheery whistle. I met him towards the end of his time with the club. Here's Carlson on strike, and that's driven beautifully through extra cover. It was a little bit of a floaty half volley from Justin Broad, and it's been driven out to the very furthest point of the ground, and it's still gone away for 4. So that was a lovely shot to finish the over from Carlson. He goes to 62, 244 for 4 at the end of the over, and Broad, although he's picked up a couple of wickets, has been a little bit expensive. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 55. And Jack, I was taken up to the score box and introduced to him, and he then stopped scoring and just relied on his colleague to carry on while he showed me some of his conjuring tricks. Including one that I wish I could do with a penny between your fingers and trying to release it, and another one where he put a postage stamp on a coin and flicked the coin up until it's stuck on the roof of the score box, but just completely stopped scoring and left his colleague to it. Extraordinary man, but
there's always stalwarts like that at every club with unique stories to tell.
Well, the late great David Foote, one of the very, very best writers about cricket, did a lovely account of Jack Mercer's personality and career in one of his books, and if you haven't read it, look it up, because it's an absolute gem by one of the writers, absolutely out of the top drawer.
I mean, there's stories in every sport, but there is something unique about cricket stories.
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
With Weatherall lumbering up to continue from the taff end, and here he comes past the umpire. Good length delivery again from Weatherall, and I think he is definitely, as Andrew mentioned, the pick of the Northants bowlers, and he looks threatening out there at the moment. Chris Cook facing the Johannesburg-born player, Chris Cook, who's been here since an awful long time now, 2011. Will face Weatherall, who wheels in, bowls again. Good length ball, and it's defended by Chris Cook. It goes 2 mid-off, and there's no run. 35 Glamorgan trail now, and we are in the 59th. Carlson 62, Chris Cook on 3. Current run rate just over 4 and over. Weatherall is in and bowls, and this is a very good over by Rafi Weatherall. He's certainly got his eye in, hasn't he?
He has. He's bowled really well, I think, today, and just continues to grow in stature. I mean, I think he missed a couple of games, played a couple of championship matches, and then missed a couple of games while he was doing his law exams, first year exams, I think, at Exeter University. But back in the fold now.
Just aided by the slope coming down from the taff end. Here he comes, Weatherall. Has found his rhythm, and again, that's a ball dug out by Chris Cook to the leg side. There's no run.
Just looking at Jack Mercer's figures for Glamorgan, half decent. He played 412 first-class matches for Glamorgan, and he took 1,460 wickets at 23, with 98 fifers and
98 fifers
and 16 10 in a match.
Weatherall coming in. You certainly take those figures.
You just. That one again, there's that odd delivery is just keeping a little bit low, isn't it?
We saw a few this morning, didn't we, Andrew?
We did.
And I think Billy Root was caught out with his dismissal slightly, LBW Broad, when he was looking to kick on.
Well, Glamorgan won't mind that too much. If they're in a position to get a
bit of encouragement,
any sort of lead, then they'll think, okay, we've got something to work with there.
Weatherall, this is the last ball of the over, in, and that jumped up, but Chris Cook almost fended at it through to keeper McManus, and that sped through.
This is very, very good stuff from Rafi Weatherall. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35. Heaven knows those figures don't flatter him. Interesting bit of news just broken, Kenneth. The first-class counties select 11 squad to face the West Indies at Beckenham ahead of the first test has been named. A lot of very young cricketers, none from Northamptonshire or Glamorgan, unfortunately, but Northamptonshire listeners, I'm sure, will be interested to know that Josh Hull, we claim almost as one, well, we do claim as one of ours because he came out of my club, Oundle Town, now playing for Leicestershire, big tall left arm seamer, and Josh has been named in that 13-player squad to take on the West Indies in the week ahead of the first test. So
right,
a lot of very young cricketers, the likes of Bertie Foreman at Sussex, Ben Geddes at Surrey, Will Luxton at Yorkshire, Jamal Richards at Essex, Hamza Sheikh, Warwickshire, some of the bright talent from around the counties. John Turner as well, quick bowler from Hampshire.
Is that a three or four test series this year?
Oh, heavens, 3.
I think it's 3, yes.
I think,
yeah, and of course Jimmy Anderson will retire after the first.
Yes, that's right, with Northamptonshire scorer Terry Owen in the scorebox. He's got that game,
right.
The Lord's Test, so we did a little bit with him about that, the cricket show, a week or two back. Now, Patterson White is going to continue, 15 overs, 1 for 63. First ball to Carlson is squeezed around the corner down to short fine leg for a single. Carlson to 63, 245 for 4. We have 11 overs to go before tea after this one, so we're not going to be too late. In fact, we may not be late at all. There is a lot of merriment at home, the fact that I think it's by all accounts very pleasant back in Northamptonshire weather-wise, and wife sent me a picture of the garden yesterday and it looked an absolute picture, and I said, well, we haven't seen the sun for 2 days down here in Cardiff. Quicker ball from Patterson White, which brings Cook forward, opens the face, runs it down to backward point, and there's no run.
Well, you'll know tomorrow if the sun's out, because if you come through Bute Park and Cooper's Field behind the Taff, River Taff, they'll be all out.
Here's Patterson White bowling to Cook, who turns it past Vasconcelos at forward short leg. Out to Broad, who's fielding just behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. Stays at 245 for 4. Oh yes, but a sunshine always brings out the sun worshippers, doesn't it? Here's Patterson White again, firing that one into Cook, who's playing defensively back down the pitch. And there's no run. Patterson White in his 16th over, 1 for 64 so far. And he's in and bowls to Cook, who drives a little hint of an outer portion of the bat. He was looking to play that pretty much straight down the pitch, and it went out to Gay at extra cover. Fairly tight in there at extra cover on the drive. Now, ahead of the last ball of the over, deep square is dropping back and backward point is dropping back, so they're possibly thinking about giving Chris Cook the single. Have another go at him at the start of the next over. Here's Patterson White in, bowls to Cook, but they're not going to get that wish because he's played that defensively up to extra cover, and there's no run. Cook stays on 3. Carlson 63, 245 for 4, and Glamorgan now trailing by just 34 runs. In the other matches, in Division 1 at Chelmsford, Essex 78 for 2, replying to the Durham total of 587 for 2, and Dean Elgar tends to hold the Essex batting together, out for 40. Lancashire in a very strong position against Kent at Canterbury. Lancashire now 253 for 1, so they've already taken the lead against Kent, are all out for 244. Josh Bohannon 124 not out, Luke Wells 111 not out, and those two have so far put on 246 for the second wicket.
No surprise to see Rafi Weatherall continuing from the Taff end. Here he comes, steaming in bowls. It's a good bouncer from Weatherall. And Carlson taking evasive action, and it goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
Somerset 120 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Notts all out for 360. Tom Lammonby is still there on 45 at Edgbaston. Bit of resistance from Warwickshire, 203 for 6 against Hampshire's 298 all out. They were 157 for 6, but Jacob Bethel 56 not out.
In comes Weatherall, bowls, steaming in. It's off the hips of Carlson. He can engineer it in. He thought about a second, went through mid-wicket, but he thought better of it. And they settle for a single, 246 for 4.
And that Jacob Bethel, 56 not out off 127 balls. Listeners in Northamptonshire will be thinking, is that the same Jacob Bethel that hit 7 sixes in an extraordinary innings against Northamptonshire in the T20 at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago? Yes, it is the same 20-year-old who is a very, very fine cricketer, obviously a very adaptable one.
Weatherall in, bowls, good length ball, and forward defensive stroke from Cook, and there's no run. It's fielded by Weatherall.
The New Road, Surrey eventually all out for 490, as I think Nick mentioned. Worcestershire 33 for 1 In reply, Gareth Roderick, the man out. In Division 2, Derbyshire 120 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 433 all out at Lords. Leicestershire 156 for 4 against Sussex at Hove, still 286 behind.
Weatherall in, bowls, Fuller that time, and it's straight down the ground, but the man at mid-on comes around and fields.
That again is a good recovery from the Foxes, who were 51 for 4. Peter Hanscom 49 not out, Vian Mulder 53 not out, and last but not least at Scarborough, Yorkshire 456 all out, Gloucestershire are 54 for no wicket. In reply, Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth making a solid start for the glorious Gloucesters.
2 balls to go of Rafi Weatherall's over, and that's straight down leg side, and it's helped on the way by Chris Cook to fine leg, and there's a single. So no fireworks at the moment from a Glamorgan perspective, but they've consolidated after losing both Labuschagne and North East in quick succession. Carlson 64 not out, Cook on 4. They trail by 32. So trying to get through to T unscathed as Weatherall completes his over past the umpire, bowls. Again, good length delivery. Struck out into the offside, but is fielded at cover from Carlson, and there's no run. That concludes Weatherall's 12th over, and Glamorgan now 247 for 4 and trail by 32.
So what surprised me, Kenneth, a little bit in what we're seeing at the moment is the fact that Liam Patterson-White is now into his 17th over, is just about to start it. And we've seen so little of Northamptonshire's other 2 spinners, Rob Keogh, who you would regard in terms of experience as being the senior spinner, and Alex Russell, the leggy, who bowled a couple of overs before lunch. Rob Keogh had a little bit of hammer from Marnus Labuschagne just before lunch, but he's gone now. Marnus Labuschagne's out. I'm assuming Rob Keogh is fully fit. I know he's had 1 or 2 back issues, but I'm assuming he's fit to bowl, but he's been sparingly used so far. Here's Patterson-White starting his 17th over. Bowls to Cook, who pushes it past Vasconcelos at forward short leg up to the aforementioned Rob Keogh at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Slip and a forward short leg in place. There's Patterson-White. Turns, bowling left arm round the wicket to Chris Cook, who's forward defensively back down the pitch. Patterson-White fields. So I can't really offer much of an explanation as to why that should be. Here's Patterson-White in, bowls and nudged away through mid-wicket by Cook. Certainly a couple of runs there as it's chased back towards the main stand by Justin Broad. Turns, sends in a good return to Lewis McManus next to the bails. 2 more to Cook, he goes to 6, 249 for 4. Yeah, Rob Keogh's bowled 2 overs. Last one last night, and the last one before lunch today. Here's Patterson-White in, bowls firing that one into Cook, who's pushing it out to extra cover where Emilio Gay fields, and Alex Russell has bowled 2 overs as well. And we're now in the 62nd over of the innings. Here's Patterson-White in, bowls short and cut away by Chris Cook. And it's running out towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? No, it's not quite. It's a really good bit of fielding out on the fence. Just keeps the ball inside the playing area, and Alex Russell is on hand to complete the fielding. So they come back for 3 runs to 52 for 4. So a batting point in the bag for Glamorgan. First one. Cook is 9. Last ball of the over. It's Patterson-White bowling to Kieran Carlson. Carlson is forward, pushes it up towards mid-on. Keogh comes across from mid-wicket to retrieve, and that's the end of the over. 17 overs, 1 for 69. Patterson-White and Glamorgan 252 for 4. Cook is 9, Carlson is 64, and just 27 runs behind now Glamorgan with a batting point secured.
Yeah, just looking to overtake Northampton's total before tea.
Yep, 9 overs to go until the break. Bit of a conflab between captain and vice-captain, Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus.
We're going to persevere though with Weatherall, trying to get the breakthrough before tea, but these two have steered the ship since losing Sam Northeast. Chris Cook will be on strike.
I wonder if this might be the last over of Rafi Weatherall's spell. They don't want to bowl him into the ground.
No, and he's had a good spell, to be fair.
Very, very well though he's bowled today. Just need to have a look at the bigger picture, as they say.
In he comes, bowls, and that's pulled aggressively by Cook round the corner through backward square, and it's 4 all the way.
Yeah, that was a little bit short, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And was that a tired looking ball? That's the first time we've seen...
Yeah, I think you may very, very well be right. It just sat up nicely, didn't it? And Cook, it was outside off stump, but Cook's not going to worry about that sort of delivery. He's going to put it away every time, and did so.
Yeah, meat and drink for someone of Chris Cook's calibre. So Weatherall just trying to adjust his line, and it may be, as Andrew suggested, he is rested after this over. We shall see. Here he comes in from the taff end of the ground, bowling, and overcast conditions. That kept low again, but Chris Cook got behind it and pushed it towards mid-off, and there's no run. Cook on 13. Given that I suggested that it was a mixed bag of a season for Northam, similarly to Glamorgan, is there grounds of optimism given the youth on show?
I think yes. I think that is one of the encouraging factors of the season. Weatherall in particular, I think, has been a serious find. Obviously, he was on the radar last couple of seasons. And
in he comes and bowls, and it's left by Chris Cook outside off stump.
Yeah, he's been very good. Obviously, I say the likes of Alex Russell, who's had very few opportunities this year. It's his first championship match of the season. So yeah, I mean, there are some decent young players around the club, but it's difficult, isn't it? And this is the problem with 2 divisions, and it's not being wise after the event, because this is what was being said 25 years ago when this came in. If you've got 2 divisions, then player development comes second to avoiding relegation or getting promotion.
Weatherall in, and that just crept up high on Chris Cook, and in the end it was well left.
If the 2 coincide, that's nice, but and Alan Lamb made this point that, you know, he was saying when he was captain of Northamptonshire, that was before 2 divisions. You know, if you were going for the title, then yeah, you're not going to play your very promising 19, 20 or 18, 19, 20-year-old batter and give them a good run in the side.
As Weatherall steams in from the taff end of the ground, past the umpire, full there, well, it's a full toss in fact, and dealt with by Chris Cook. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because it was brought in initially because there was no jeopardy involved.
That's a no ball called.
It has, finally, yes.
Now, that seems an interesting one. I mean, they have to warn him now. Of course, he's being warned, and Luke Proctor as captain is being warned. But it looked to me as though, I mean, perhaps my old eyes are deceiving me. It looked as though that dipped. I'd be interested to have a look back at that. Perhaps we will at some point. Anyway, it's been called.
Hassan Adran called it.
It's been called.
So Weatherall takes his mark, comes in, bowls, good length delivery, and Cook gets right behind it, and it's prodded into the offside. There's no score.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. That was the idea, and people said, "Oh, you know, it's so many dead games." But I mean, you still get dead games now, and I've had this rather old-fashioned notion that the ideal county championship would still be all 17 4-day matches. It's very little chance of that ever happening, but that would be a proper county championship.
Weatherall comes in on what's been a good spell, firmly struck, but point gets behind it. So that is the end of Weatherall's over. We'll wait to see if that's the end of his spell. Glamorgan 2-5-8 for 4, Cook 13, Carlson unbeaten on 64, Andrew Rudd, and then he'll be joined by Nick Webb.
Yep, 2:58 for 4 it is, so we have 8 overs to go, and till tea. Just 21 runs the difference. Just And still, Liam Patterson-White is going to be toiling away. He's about to start his 18th over. Whilst, as I say, Rob Keogh and Alex Russell must be wondering if, to quote the old railway posters, their journey was really necessary.
Yes, Northants probably needs at least one more wicket before Glamorgan move into the lead if they're to stay in the game, you would have thought. But as I say, Glamorgan lower orders maybe not the strongest it has been in this game.
Patterson-White then about to start his 18th over, 1 for 69 so far. Picked up the wicket of Eddie Byram, which seems like a very long time ago this morning. Here's Patterson-White, still a slip and a forward short leg, and paddled around the corner by Kieran Carlson. It's going to run down to the boundary at the River Taff end for 4 runs. Signalled by umpire Sue Redfern. Takes Carlson to 68 and Glamorgan to 262 for 4, just 17 behind.
Yeah, you got the feeling that Carlson will take any opportunity that he can to get on with things, didn't you?
Well, yes, and as I say, he doesn't really need to press too hard. Cuts away. This next ball is short. Cut down to deep backward point for a single. Carlson to 69, 263 for 4. I don't know if I think you might have nipped out of the box, but I was saying to Kenneth, what I can't quite work out is why Patterson-White is now into his 18th over, and the other 2 spinners, Keogh bowled the last over last night, the last over before lunch today, and Alex Russell's bowled 2. It's just slightly baffling. Forward goes Cook, pushes it out to Gay at extra cover, and there's no run. I'm sure there is a logical explanation, but I'm just floundering for it at the moment.
Maybe plenty of bowling to be done by all 3 in the second innings.
Well, yeah, okay. Might not be one. Forward goes Cook, pushes it out to Vasconcelos at silly point, who underarms the ball into the stumps, making a bit of repair work for Lewis McManus to do, which he does to save Hassan Adnan the task of having to trot in and do so. Here's Patterson-White in and bowls to Chris Cook, who is forward, pushes it out towards cover where Rafi Weatherall is lurking, but Minyo Gay comes round in front of him, gets through his overs briskly, does Liam Patterson-White, and he finishes this one bowling to Cook, who's dead bats that on the bounce to Vasconcelos at silly point. End of the over. 13 to Cook, 69 to Carlson, 263 for 4, and with all of 7 overs to go until tea, towels, refreshment and gloves coming out for the 2 batters. 16 is now the deficit.
The Balconeers supporters group remind me that the last first class fixture at St Helens was Glamorgan against Derbyshire. It was in 2019. Match drawn. In the Glamorgan side from that match, appearing today, Labuschagne and Root. I'm afraid, dear Balconeers, that you're off with the date of my visit to see the West Indies and my first experience of first-class cricket. I'm obviously older than you think, but thank you. Edward Bevan says there's not a cloud in the sky in Trebanos.
Well, there never is.
Never. Dave Jones says he was there in all 3 days to see Glamorgan beat the Australians in 68 and also the Gary Sobers 6-6s in the same year.
Wonderful.
What a vintage haul that was, the summer of 68. As Brian Adams almost sang. 263 for 4.
That was his first draft. He didn't quite get round to finishing it for another year.
Proctor in to bowl and Carlson defends to mid-on and there is no run. Michael Harris says, on the final day in 68, I just got through the gate of a crammed St Helens to see Ian Redpath being run out by Alan Rees. It turned out to be one of the best days cricket I saw live. Glamorgan's second victory over the Australians during the 1960s. So thank you all for your reminiscences. There's an article on the BBC Sport Wales website. As Carlson is on the defensive, playing back to Proctor, and there's no run. Swansea Cricket Club tweet, great to see Steph Roberts continue his fine form for Wales, and Brad Wadland taking 3 wickets in that Wales victory over Hertfordshire in the 50 overs competition. It's been a difficult season for Wales, but good win yesterday, as that's played forced by Carlson into the offside, but just the single out of Patterson White sweeping on the cover boundary in front of that big and empty grandstand. 264 for 4. Glamorgan should have their noses in front by tea time, which isn't going to come upon us as quickly as I thought. At one moment, I think there was 64 overs to be bowled at lunch, so they've been not quite as quick as they were in the morning session, maybe. Proctor in to bowl to Cook, who dabs that one down towards Gully. Thought for a moment it had carried to Shaw, but it didn't. It's a stop rather than a dropped chance.
I was waiting for one of the tweets I've seen. It's 3, and I'm surprised it's taken as long for somebody to ask, as Alex has, whether the Northamptonshire second 11 attack currently playing against Somerset is stronger than the one here.
Proctor bowls, Cook drives, slices it slightly towards deep point. Single taken. 265 for 4.
Afternoon, Alex.
It's probably equally as experienced, is it?
Well, yeah, we were saying about the grand total of 2. Well, I suppose Weatherall playing his 3rd game and Miller his 1st in terms of a new ball pairing.
As Carlson defends, back to the bowler. Nigel Harris reminds us about Butte Park being busy tomorrow. If the sun's out, it will be anyway, says Nigel, regardless of weather. With the Foo Fighters playing the Principality Stadium and 70,000 people there. So
who are they playing?
Taylor Swift, I think.
To be decided by 2 falls or a submission. 265 for 4 it is. It's still going to be Liam Patterson-White to bowl his 19th over. I mean, I don't know, Northamptonshire presumably going to get their money's worth out of Liam Patterson-White. Or
remind us, how is he here there for a defined period?
No, as far as the statement that came out of the club when ahead of the selection for this game was that he was for this match. Now, whether that will be extended as it was before, as Patterson-White starts another over, squeezed around the corner by Cook. No run there. Because when he played against Gloucestershire, it was supposedly 1 match, and then it was suddenly extended to 2. So, yeah, whether he will be on duty against Sussex remains to be seen. Is Patterson-White in bowls, turned round the corner by Cook, again straight to Justin Broad at backward square, and there's no run.
Australia against India about to start. Australia won the toss and instructed India to bat first.
Still a slip and a silly point as Patterson-White comes in, bowls and turned away to mid-wicket where Rob Keogh fields. Cook on 14, Carlson 70. These two have already put on 35 after the demise of Marnus Labuschagne and Sam North East in quick succession. Next ball to Cook is played defensively hard into the ground, bounces up for Vasconcelos to field, eyeballing the batter in there at silly point. And now Vasconcelos is tired of eyeballing the batter from silly point. He's gone across to forward short leg. And here is Patterson-White round the wicket again, bowling to Cook, forward, pushes it out into the covers where Emilio Gay fields. Yes, it has been a little bit sort of somnolent the whole session, hasn't it, really? And
once Labuschagne has gone, that quietened things fairly radically, didn't it? Despite Carlson's efforts.
Very true.
What's his strike rate? About 60 at the moment.
70 off 116. Kieran Carlson.
Square leg being dispatched back towards the ground staff building.
Well, yes, they're now bringing a man over from the offside. Rafi Weatherall's been brought out of the covers, presumably to go in on the 1 and the 45. Yes, he is. So, extra fielder pulled across onto the leg side. Deep square now back on the boundary as Patterson White comes over the wicket and bowls to Cook, who plays it back down the pitch. Another over from Liam Patterson White ticks by. 19 overs, 1 for 74, 265 for 4. Cook is 14, Carlson is 70.
Ian Evans' email. It's interesting, you mentioned earlier the lack of enthusiasm from Essex supporters. Ian is a Glamorgan fan who lives 10 miles away from the Essex ground and reckons that in the Blast game a couple of weeks ago he was the only person applauding Glamorgan. Another match that Glamorgan might have won in the Blast, but didn't. 265 for 4. Proctor on his way towards us. Bowls to Carlson, who plays it, I was going to say, in a gap in the offside, but Broad got there so quickly that it was not a gap any longer.
Yes, last time Northamptonshire played a championship match there a couple of years ago, Northamptonshire were pressing hard for victory on the last afternoon, and in the end they were thwarted. Paul Walter played really well, played a long rearguard action, but the general thing around the ground was how boring it was because Essex weren't going to win.
Yes. Forward comes Carlson, defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. Steve West on Twitter says his uncle Llewellyn Williams was secretary of the Swansea Sports Club overlooking St Helens. Many a game watched through the bar windows, he says.
Wonderful.
265 for 4, so thank you all for your reminiscences of St Helens. As Proctor bowls to Carlson, and he knocks that away on the leg side towards the umpire, and they amble through for a single. Carlson to 71, 266 for 4. Carlson with some decent contributions this season. 148 against Sussex, 80 against Leicestershire in the last match. A couple of 70s in the first 2 games. A few lowish scores dotted between, but came into the match averaging 42, which is pretty healthy. As Proctor bowls to Cook, who drives into the offside and will get a single out towards cover. Patterson White fields in front of the grandstand. 15 to Cook, 267 for 4. 12 runs is the deficit. We have a further 4 overs after this until the tea interval.
We're not going to be too late, are we?
No, it'll be about 10 to.
Yeah.
Respectable. We take that. Proctor keeping things very tight. Less than 2 runs and over, and he's got a wicket as Carlson goes for the drive, nicks it through to the keeper McManus. A comfortable catch. Carlson didn't bother to wait for the umpire's decision, and he's on his way for 71. 267 for 5, still 12 runs behind, and Northants have had a good afternoon, really, taking 3 wickets and fighting their way back into the game.
Yep, stuck at it well, haven't they? It's been hard yards out there against obviously a solid, determined opposition batting side, with brilliance of Labuschagne lighting up the match, really. But once he'd gone, as you say, it was a rather more workaday stuff, but nevertheless Kieran Carlson playing a very important role, as he does so often. 120 balls he faced and hit 9 fours, and applause from around the ground for him. But 267 for 5, still 12 runs behind. If Northamptonshire could keep the lead under 50, I think they would feel that they've done okay. That, of course, is easier said than done, and Chris Cook's still out there. Dangerous customer. Tim van der Hoogsten coming in at number 7. Is that as high as he's ever been for Glamorgan, Nick?
When not night watching, yes.
Yeah.
He has opened or batted 3 as night watchman, but it is the highest that he has been in the context of a normal championship innings, certainly.
Well, a little birthday present for Luke Proctor anyway. He's picked up a wicket on his 36th birthday. Caught by his vice-captain.
Yeah, so it's been tight stuff from Proctor. As I say, going fewer than 2 and over, and Carlson just going for a shot that wasn't quite to the pitch. Routine edge to the keeper. This is only Tim van der Hoogten's second championship match of the season, and indeed his second championship innings of the season. He made 32 at Leicester after missing the first 6 games with a calf injury on Dutch duties.
So, van der Hoogten to face.
In comes Proctor with 2 slips behind van der Hoogten, who can hit a solid ball, but will be required to play sensibly here. As Proctor bowls, van der Hoogten is forward, pushing it up to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of Proctor's successful over. It's 8 overs, 1 for 14 is very useful figures. Captain certainly not exactly leading from the front, because it was about 4th change, but certainly setting a good example for his bowlers.
Absolutely right. Guess what? Liam Patterson-White's going to bowl the next over.
Get away.
He's going to bowl his 20th over. 10 times more than Rob Keogh has bowled, 10 times more than Alex Russell has bowled. 267 for 5 it is. Patterson-White 1 for 74. I did mention earlier that he's bowled a lot of overs in his couple of games in the first loan spell, and now same is true so far in this one. First ball of this next over is turned round the corner by Chris Cook, but a good sliding stop by Justin Broad on the 45 denies him a single. Cook stays on 15. 267 for 5. A slip. Prithvi short and Vasconcelos at forward short leggers. Round the wicket comes Patterson-White and pushed defensively up towards extra cover where Keogh fields. And there's no run. 3 overs to go until tea after this one. Still overcast here in Cardiff. Patterson-White in, flights that one up and pushed back down the pitch by Cook. Fielded by Patterson-White off his own bowling.
It's very still outside, so the weather just isn't going anywhere. No wind at all.
Here's Patterson-White. And again, bowls short and punched off the back foot by Cook, but straight to Emilio Gay at extra cover. Fairly tight in there, just making sure they stop the single, build a little bit of pressure. Patterson-White in again to Cook, who drives, a little more intent this time, but good bit of fielding off his own bowling by Patterson-White, moving away to his left. 1 ball remaining in the over. Patterson-White bowling to Cook, who plays it back down the pitch, so a maiden for Liam Patterson-White, only his second. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 74, 267 for 5 at the end of the over. So 68 overs bowled, 12 more to go until the second new ball becomes due, sometime presumably fairly early in the evening session. 3 overs to go until tea.
Yeah, looking at the game so far, it hasn't been particularly a new ball pitch. Glamorgan claimed 2 wickets for James Harris early yesterday. As Proctor starts a new over and van der Hoogten leaves through to McManus. The first Glamorgan wicket didn't fall until the 16th over, the second and the 23rd, so it hasn't been one of those games where if you get through the first 20 overs then you can cash in. Interesting contest between bat and ball. Northampton pulled it back a bit in this afternoon session, as Van der Hoogten's beaten by that one, took his bat out of the way, but I think a bit too late as he rehearses the defensive shot that he might have played rather better, and Northampton react to that by bringing in an extra slip. As Patterson White moves around from gully, and third man is dragged around to backward point. Over there on the boundary. Arms raised in the slip cordon. McManus directing operations for the time being. As Proctor bowls, Van der Hoogten drives. Timed it quite nicely, but well fielded at mid-off. There's no run. So Glamorgan were rattling along either side of the lunch interval, at which point they were 159 for 2. As Van der Hoogten plays that one back to Proctor, but Northampton's definitely dragging it back in the second half of the afternoon session. And the wickets falling of Labuschagne for 93, Northeast for 4, and Carlson for 71 during this session. This is looking to add another one. They've got 14 balls in which to do so as Van der Hoogten plays to mid-on, and there's no run. In fact, it's intercepted by Game running round from mid-wicket. So quite a quiet atmosphere at the moment among this crowd, as they hope that Glamorgan will be able to get some momentum back in the innings. Forward pushes Van der Hoogten, who is no real urgency there in the approach. 265, 7 for 5. Cook 15, Van der Hoogten yet to score.
Well, they've obviously been feeling that Liam Patterson-White hasn't been quite putting enough effort in, so he's got to bowl another over. His 21st of the innings, his last of this session. He will doubtless be slightly relieved to learn. He's going to be bowling again from this Cathedral Road end. I was just looking, Nick, at the Northamptonshire's first game at Championship match at St Helens. We were talking about that ground early, and a lot of fascinating reminiscence from our listeners about great moments there. See, Northamptonshire did actually win their first game there in a what was an otherwise fairly miserable season, 1922, when they used 30 different players, a number of whom only never played again. But they did win by 103 runs.
That's probably a pretty big margin in those days, which tended to be lower scoring.
Yeah, that's right. Here's Patterson-White then over the wicket, bowling to Chris Cook, who is just playing that again, looking to, I think, onside, looking mid-on, and it just turned enough to take the outer part of the bat, and it runs down to backward point where Alex Russell fields. So a little bit of encouragement for Patterson-White, who's in again. Bowls to Cook, who's defensively forward, playing it back down the pitch. You mentioned earlier, I think, Nick, that it's, there has been a bit of turn. It's not particularly sharp turn. It's fairly slow at this point, but there's just been a little bit to keep the spinners interested. Or the spinner, singular. Here's Patterson-White in again, bowling to Cook. Turns it out to Vasconcelos under the helmet at forward short leg, and there's no run. Yeah, Northamptonshire 130 all out, Glamorgan 131 all out, the first two innings. Nip and tuck. Patterson-White in bowls, and it's off the pad. I don't think there's any bat involved, taken by Vasconcelos at forward short leg. And then in the second innings, Northamptonshire 380 for 6.
Wow.
With a century for Billy Denton, one of the Rushden twins, and then bowled Glamorgan out for 276. Forward goes Cook again. So penultimate ball of the over from Patterson-White. Rolls out into the offside. Northamptonshire's match winner was Vernon Murdin, Merry Murdin, who took 8 for 81 in that second innings of Glamorgan's. Here's Patterson White to finish the over. Forward comes Cook, plays it back down the pitch, and that is the end of the penultimate over of the session. 267 for 5, 15 to Cook, and Van der Hoogten still looking for his first run.
So suggested that Glamorgan would have their noses in front at tee. It's now not going to be the case unless there's a real flurry in this over, which is the last of the afternoon session, and Glamorgan still 12 runs in arrears. In the World Cup, vital match for Australia in particular, India 12 for 1 at the start of the third over. Kohli has gone without scoring. Rohit Sharma has got all 12. Proctor bowls, Van der Hoogten drives all along the ground to mid-off, no run. Elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire 141 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 433 all out. Lewis Rees, the opener, half Welsh, dad from Llanelli, 46 not out, Madsen 41 not out. As Proctor bowls, Van der Hoogten is forward, defending. He's obviously taking his job of number 7 very seriously indeed. Yes, neither Lewis nor Rees is spelt a particularly Welsh way. Lewis is what he described as a Spanish spelling. At Hove, Leicestershire 180 for 5. As Proctor bowls a short ball, Van der Hoogten tries to hook, doesn't get anything on it. Bit of bounce extracted by Proctor though. Dug his back into that one. Leicestershire, Peter Hanscom is 56 not out. Vian Mulder, the other overseas, is made 53. But Leicestershire still 262 runs in arrears against Sussex with 5 wickets left. At Scarborough, Yorkshire, having added 307 for the first wicket, were eventually bowled out for 456. As Proctor bowls, Van der Hoogten will get off the mark here, clipping one off his legs down towards fine leg for a single, 268 for 5. And Yorkshire didn't actually get maximum batting points there by the look of it. Gloucestershire in reply also going quite slowly, 73 for 1 after 32 overs. Cook rechecks his guard with 2 balls left of the session. And Proctor is in to bowl, and Cook pushes at that and is beaten outside off stump. As we saw mid-afternoon yesterday,
yeah, absolutely.
Batting has suddenly become a lot more difficult. A little bit of movement off the seam there for Luke Proctor. Last ball of the session, 268 for 5 as Proctor bowls to Cook, who defends it towards cover. There is no run. So a slight advantage to the visitors in the afternoon session. They've claimed 3 wickets. Glamorgan have added a further 109 runs. At tea, they're 268 for 5 with Cook on 15. Van der Hoogten has won. So far, there have been 2 wickets to Broad, 1 apiece to Patterson White, Proctor and Wetherall. And wickets standing. We will be back, therefore, at around about 7 minutes past 4 here on BBC Sport Online. There'll be an update for radio listeners in the 4 o'clock bulletin, but commentary with Andrew, Kenneth and myself resumes just after 5 past 4. In a little bit of variable bounce and a bit of gentle turn. Nothing too much to frighten the horses, but enough to keep the bowlers interested. As we're about to resume, Kenneth Davis joining myself, Nick Webb, on commentary for the first half hour of this session. And it'll be Justin Broad to bowl the first over after tea by the look of it. Taking over from Liam Patterson-White at this Cathedral Road end. Running away from us, therefore. Pitch just to our right, towards the grandstand side of Sapphire Gardens. The weather remains cloudy, overcast and still, and Broad bowls to Van der Hoogten, who drives to Keogh at mid-off. There's no run.
109 runs coming in the second session, Nick, but it slightly curbed after they lost both Labuschagne and Sam Northeast in quick succession.
Yes, Carlson, 71 off 120 balls is a little bit on the slow side for him, albeit normal by most people's standards, as Van der Hoogten plays that defensively off the back foot to mid-off, and there is no run. Keogh clapping his hands to try and encourage his teammates and keep the energy levels up in the visitors' ranks. In comes Broad again. Bowls, and Van der Hoogten getting rather tucked up, playing again gently to mid-off, and there's no run. So Northants have fought hard really to restrict Glamorgan after that stand of 140 that looked to have the game heading in Glamorgan's favour. Broad in to bowl, hits Van der Hoogten on the pads, and they'll go through for a leg bye as the ball trickles down towards square leg.
We've usually seen the explosive stuff from Van der Hoogten with the bat in T20 cricket. He can certainly swing, and but he needs more measured innings at this stage.
Yes, he's first class best in the 80s, if memory serves me right. But Headingley off the top of my head. Better check that one, didn't I? It's 85, yeah. That leads 3 years ago. 269 for 5, 10 behind. Broad's to Chris Cook on 15 not out, and Cook plays that one into the offside, fielded at cover. There's no run. Cook this season just one innings really of substance, 126 not out against Derbyshire in the second match of the season.
Yeah, hasn't been his fluid self in the shortened format of the game recently.
Yeah, restricted to cameos at number 6 as he's forward, playing that one into the offside, just a firm push, but it was well to Emilio Gay's left, and there's a comfortable single. So 2 runs off the first over after tea, 270 for 5. Glamorgan are 9 behind.
Cook on 16. Van der Hoogten just come in is 1. They trail by 9. A total of 32 overs possible in this last session for Glamorgan to push on and get a decent first innings total. I'm glad to say we're joined by our esteemed colleague in the commentary box. Mr. Phil Steele has popped in.
Oh. Evening, Steely.
Just been on holiday in the Canaries. He's got a
fresh from his tours of all the rugby clubs of Wales.
It's not Canaries weather today, we were promised. Still overcast but close conditions, humid. There is a chance for Northants to restrict Glamorgan here. Proctor had been bowling before. Keogh is going to, who hasn't been used a lot in the second session comes in from the tough end of the ground. Chris Cook taking guard. First one padded up, no score. 270 for 5 then. Cook on 16. Here comes Keogh, bowls fuller that time, and that's just guided down. There's no third man in place, so point has to come round, and they'll collect a couple here, and easily back for the second. Just depends now. You're slightly wary of saying what Glamorgan would like in these situations, but all depends on the two out in the middle, Cook and Van der Hoogten. Cook again cuts, just evades the slip in place. That's not going to run all the way across the boundary. Again, point comes all the way around. They'll collect 3 that time.
Did that get a bit big on Cook? It seemed to
it
pop
did,
a
yeah.
little bit, and he rather spooned it away. He was looking to play in that direction down towards backward point third man, but didn't really get it as he intended.
Cook moves to 21. So Glamorgan just trailing by 4 now. Just moving mid-wicket around. And mid-on moves slightly back for Keogh, who comes in past the umpire from the tough end of the ground. Fuller that time. Well, evaded first slip the other side. And will that trickle all the way down to the boundary? No, it won't. And it's saved for another couple for Van der Hoogten. So 2 streaky shots from Cook and Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, Shaw left rolling around at slip for the second time without getting a paw on either.
2 balls left of Keogh's over past the umpire bowls. Just slightly short of the length that time. Dabbed into the leg side, but fine leg comes around and there's no score. Morgan trailing by 2. Hoping to go through the gears eventually in this last session of the second day. Fuller that time from Keogh, and it's just prodded down the track from Van der Hoogten. So good over from Keogh. No reward though. Glamorgan 277 for 5. Cook is on 21. Van der Hoogten unbeaten on 3. Glamorgan trailing by 2.
Yeah, 7 runs off the over, even though it was quite a decent one. 277 for 5. In these still evening conditions, the weather is not going to change very fast. Cook's already faced 65 deliveries for his 21 not out, and Van der Hoogten has played the equivalent of 3 overs, 18 balls for his 3.
Yeah, they've been far more workmanlike since they lost those couple of wickets in the last session.
Here comes Broad then, running away from us at the Cathedral Road end. Bowls to Cook, full length ball, driven on the bounce towards deep point. There's a fielder in the form of Emilio Gay out in the deep, and he keeps it down to the single. 278 for 5, 1 run behind for the newer batsman Van der Hoogten. A couple of fielders come up into the metaphorical circle, which of course is not there for championship cricket, but into single saving positions. 2 slips for Broad to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who hits it firmly to Patterson White at cover, and no run. Since Labuschagne left, it has felt something of the after the Lord Mayor's show as far as the Glamorgan supporters are concerned, well, though Carlson played.
Yeah, well, he just got it wrong, played across the line. Looks as if he was going to get his ton.
Broad in to Van der Hoogten, that's through him as he drives at that just outside off stump. Broad head in the air, bemoaning his ill fortune as Van der Hoogten was somewhat fortunate to see his off stump intact there. Ball coming in a little bit as well for Broad. Van der Hoogten not quite getting to the pitch of it. In the World Cup, India 75 for 1 towards the end of the 7th over against Australia. as Van der Hoogten drives firmly. Bowler got a hand to it, but it may still go to the boundary for 4. It does. I think Broad got fingertips to it anyway. And Van der Hoogten, a man, when he hits the ball firmly, it certainly stays hit. As that one raced back past the bowler for 4. 282 for 5. India's total, largely thanks to Rohit Sharma, who's 59 not out off just 29 balls. A must-win game for Australia there. Broad is in to bowl, and no shot by Van der Hoogten. That last blow took Glamorgan into the lead with 5 wickets down. They now lead by 3.
Probably the pick of the bowlers when they lost with the last ball against Gloucestershire. Van der Hoogten, he got some shape off the wicket.
It's unusual to bowl 4 overs straight through, isn't it,
Yeah.
in T20, but he did that very effectively. Here he is with bat in hand, facing up to Broad, and beaten again for the second time in the over. An excellent delivery from Broad. Van der Hoogten looks back, not in anger, but in thankfulness that his wickets are still intact. 282 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 3.
And it's just a question now, if these two can remain at the wickets, what sort of lead can Glamorgan get to at the close of play? Lead by 3 with Cook on 22. And it'll all depend on Chris Cook now.
Yeah, the batting to come, James Harris, who's averaging 17 this season. Mason Crane, who's averaging 34 this season. Harry Podmore in his first championship game, and Andy Gorvin.
Slip in for Rob Keogh, continues from the taff end of the ground, full length delivery, and there's a big appeal for LB, but the umpire isn't interested. They all went up behind as well, wicketkeeper and slip.
Thought there was going to be a stumping chance for a moment as well, as the ball cannoned
Just outside the line. It's cut by Chris Cook, and that's a glorious shot through the covers for 4. Too much width from Keogh, and it was meat and drink for Chris Cook.
Yeah, seized onto that one. The width meant there was not too much risk with the shot, as long as he didn't edge it to slip.
Cook on 26, Keogh coming from the taff end of the ground, full length delivery, jabbed down to long on, and it's an easy single for the man from South Africa.
Yeah, it's a little early in proceedings to have a long on. You'd think, well, he's about 3/4 of the way
long,
back.
Yeah. Keogh past the umpire bowls, and that's just straying down leg side, but it's taken by Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper. The lead is 8 now, and this partnership is 20. Kieran Carson, the last man to fall. Keogh comes in, full length delivery, and that's an off drive past mid off. I'm not sure if it's going to go all the way. It's a run chase, and it has been stopped. A couple then for Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, thought they might have got 3 there, given the length of the chase, but settling for 2.
This, the last ball of Rob Keogh's over, past the umpire, bowls. And Van der Hoogten goes for a big blow through mid-wicket. And that's gone all the way for 4. So when it's there to be hit, Van der Hoogten isn't going to waste the opportunity. And that was a firm strike from the Australian-born Dutch international.
And Rob Keogh now, having bowled a couple of odd overs, odd in the sense that there was only one at a time, has now bowled 4 overs, 0 for 33, which Northants can't really afford to let Glamorgan get away. They don't need to bowl spin if they don't want to, because the over rate is +4 compared to Glamorgan's -3, so Glamorgan are going to have to bowl quite a bit of spin, being docked points at the end of the game. 293 for 5, the lead 14. Broad in to Cook, who is forward defending back to the bowler.
Yeah, you wonder they'll bring Ruffy Weatherall into the attack at some point, who looked the danger man in that second session.
Yeah,
from the tough end.
19-year-old certainly belying his tender years with some useful spells in the afternoon. Broad on his way again, bowls outside off stump, Cook shoulders arms, no shot played. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the County Championship, Derbyshire resuming after tea, 166 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 4-3-3. Lewis Rees 164, Wayne Madsen 48. At Hove, Leicestershire 210 for 6, but still way behind Sussex 4-4-2 all out. Broad bowls, Cook pushes forward defensively, no run. At Scarborough, Gloucestershire have reached 97 for 2 at tea in reply to Yorkshire's 4-5-6 all out. That phone is outside in the crowd rather than in the commentary box, I hasten to add. You probably heard on your effects microphone. 293 for 5. Broad into Cook, who defends that one.
Of course, they've got all the time, have Glamorgan, really. They can see this session out.
Yeah, ideally they'd still want to be batting through till the close of play and maybe have a lead somewhere around 3 figures, if at all possible. In the second 11 game at Taunton Vale, Somerset 250 for 5 against Northants seconds. As Broad is in to bowl, hoiked away by Cook, but a good diving stop by Proctor running round from mid-on keeps them down to a single, 294 for 5. The wicket takers for Northants second 11 over the water there. A couple for Saif Zaib, one apiece to Sales, Lowe and Hunt. 8 bowlers used, including Finnan and White, who were both here yesterday as part of the travelling squad, but they went for the extra spinner rather than the seamer. Broad in bowls. Van der Hoogten squared up, looking to play straight. Squirts the ball all along the deck to cover. No run. 294 for 5. Cook has 28. Van der Hoogten has 13.
Still overcast conditions. It's been like that all day here in the Welsh capital.
Yeah, where's the promised sunshine?
Hopefully it'll arrive tomorrow.
Pleasant watching conditions, but not the heat wave that parts of England are alleged to be expecting. But likely to be pleasant, despite a sprinkling of rain this morning. We haven't lost any time, and hopefully we're not likely to. Tomorrow meant to be 25 here tomorrow, so slap on the sun cream if you're coming down.
There's going to be a change from the tough end of the ground with Patterson White taking the reins.
Yes, bowled mostly at this end, isn't he?
He took the wicket of Eddie Byram this morning. Caught a slip by Shaw. So here he comes in preparation. There is a man at long on, mid-off, mid-wicket, short cover, extra cover. Here, Patterson White, stabbed down, and it's fielded by the bowler. One slip in place. Deep point, man up at fine leg, and deep backward square. Here comes Patterson White, left arm around to Chris Cook, and that misses everything through to the keeper, who doesn't take cleanly. Cook taking guard unbeaten on 28. Here comes Patterson White, left arm around, flatter, faster that time, and that's just prodded in to the offside and is fielded at cover, and there's no run. Glamorgan lead by 15 in the 77th over, this partnership 27. As Patterson White comes in, again try to work it round the corner, but there's a man up at 45. So good over so far from Patterson White. Again, flatter delivery, but it's just up to mid-wicket and there's no run, so maiden so far in his first over since resuming after tea. Patterson-White then concludes the over, coming in around bowls, and that's dabbed round the corner, and there'll be enough for Cook to come through for a single. So good over from Patterson-White, his first after tea, and it means that Glamorgan are edging nearer the 300 mark. 295 for 5. It is a lead of 16 with Cook on 29, Tim van der Hoogten on 13.
26 overs remaining of the day's play. Plenty of time for this match to develop. Northants would very much be aiming to, if not to get back at the crease tonight, to at least have bowled Glamorgan out in the last couple of overs and restrict the damage. Because if the lead were to get into 3 figures, then it's an uphill struggle on a wicket which has never been hugely easy to bat on unless you're Marnus Labuschagne. 295 for 5 as Broad sets off away from us and bowls to Chris Cook, who cuts that one down towards backward point.
Well, he started well, Labuschagne, after lunch, didn't he? Really went through the gears and then was desperately disappointed to have played across the line and given out LBW.
Yeah, it almost completed the single by the time the finger went up, but it looked a reasonable enough decision from umpire Redfern on replay. Ball would probably have struck leg stump. 296 for 5. Broad to Van der Hoogten, who drives and is beaten again for the 3rd time in the space of a couple of overs against Justin Broad, who is causing him some difficulty in that corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, a few plays and misses so by Tim van der Hoogten.
2 slips for any edges. Saw Carlson edge through slip off Broad when he was just short of his half century. Van der Hoogten leaves that one outside off stump, cognizant of his elevation to number 7 in the batting order, and realising that he has to try and play like an all-round. He's been developing his batting over the last few years, to be fair. Van der Hoogten is much more consistent than when he initially arrived in first-class cricket. As off the back foot, he defends that one into the covers, no run.
Well, he played a few good cameos vital cameos for Glamorgan in the Vitality Blast campaign last year, remember him distinctly winning a game in Gloucestershire.
Yes, he can whack a long ball, but not really many moments of aggression so far. 13 off 30 deliveries. Broad is in to Van der Hoogten, who defends again on the offside, and there is no run. So the run rate that was around about 4 1/4 for quite a period earlier today has now dropped to 3.8. Still respectable enough. Glamorgan on the verge of a second batting bonus point, and they still have, well, both sides still have plenty of time to accumulate points as Van der Hoogten drives. This time Broad gets hands down smartly and more or less stops the ball in his follow through. 296 for 5, 78 overs gone. Remember that bonus points come in the first 110 overs, so they've got another 32 overs to play with, these two sides. At the moment, Glamorgan on the verge of their second batting point, and Northants 1 wicket away from a second bowling point.
And the Glamorgan faithful still awaiting the fireworks, so to speak, to start in this final session to get a move on, to get a commanding lead on the second day's play. They do lead by 17 with 5 wickets remaining. Cook now on 30. It's been a methodical innings by Chris Cook without being extravagant, as Patterson-White will continue from the tough end of the ground. And just strong forward defensive from Chris Cook. And there's no run. Patterson White, who is on loan and will depart. Patterson White bowls, and that's squeezed out on the offside, and Point will come and hurl it back in. Will depart after this game?
Possibly, I think Andrew was saying. It's a definite maybe.
Cook on 31. It's a lead of 18. It brings Timmy van der Hoogten on strike. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket cover.
Oh, hello, silly Point.
Bowler comes in, and that's, I think that was pad that's gone fine, but it won't go all the way, and they should get a couple as Van der Hoogten comes back for the second. Yes, leg bye is indicated by umpire Hassan Adran. Patterson White then, from the taff end, left arm around the wicket to Van der Hoogten, and clips that into the onside, but mid-wicket is there, there's no run. Lead of 20, they'll be hoping to push on. Patterson White starts his run at bowls, and slightly short of the length that time, but strong forward offensive from Van der Hoogten. This partnership moves on to 32 in the 79th over. 24 remaining today. He comes over the wicket now, Patterson White. Faster, flatter delivery. And the wicket keeper was interested. The groans from him and the slip. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan 299 for 5. That is a lead of 20. Cook still down 31. Van der Hoogten on 13.
World Cup vital group game in the Super whatever it is, Super 8s. India 114 for 2 at the halfway stage against Australia. Rohit Sharma is having a blitz. 89 not out off just 37 balls, and he's hit 8 sixes, sorry, already at the Darren Sammy National Stadium. Sammy had a brief spell with Glamorgan in T20 Blast. Very popular, engaging character in the brief time he was here. 299 for 5.
A lot of the games though have been affected by rain, haven't they? Out there.
Broad to Cook. Forward, defending in the offside. There's no run. Yeah, they were off briefly today, but I don't think it's reduced the number of overs in the match. Broad turns back to his mark, right arm medium fast over the wicket and worked away by Cook backward of square. Timed that one nicely. Might think of a second run, decide against, but a single is enough to bring up the 300 for Glamorgan and a second batting bonus point, and the crowd respond accordingly.
Batting becoming difficult though in this session, and the tail end of last.
Yeah, Glamorgan have taken the approach of looking to work hard for runs rather than trying to hit out. Broad bowls, Van der Hoogten drives. It's not a pitch where there's a ball with your name on it any moment, but it is one where you have to treat the pitch and the bowling with due respect and just take advantage of whatever bad deliveries come along.
Yeah, it has. That's been the common theme though, Nick, isn't it, this season on these wickets?
Been good contest between bat and ball here, to be fair. As Broad bowls, and that is through Van der Hoogten, And a bit of swing as well. Keeper McManus taking it going down leg side, even though it missed off stump. And that can't have been by much. There was a bit of in-jag there from Broad. Came back off the pitch. Maybe about 4 inches away from the top of off.
He's getting closer. That's third or fourth time Van der Hoogten's played and missed.
Yeah, Broad must think he deserves the wicket to bring his side a second point. Van der Hoogten drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. Broad, having been expensive early on, has pulled things back slightly. This is the last ball of his 15th over. He has 2 for 64. The wickets of Root and the vital one, Labuschagne, both leg before wicket. 2 slips. Wait. Broad bowls, and Van der Hoogten just plays it away off an angled bat down towards third man. Gets the single, 301 for 5, and Van der Hoogten retains strike at the end of the over.
Batting to come, Harris, Podmore, Crane and Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, Gorvin told us he was 11. I thought probably Crane before Podmore, but difficult to tell in this lower order where they're all of similar abilities.
James Harris, decent with the bat as well, of course.
Yeah, should have scored more than he has probably in his second spell with Glamorgan. New ball time. 80 overs up, so Glamorgan not in any particular hurry to profit from the older ball, and Proctor will be propelling it, having come on as the 6th bowler used. He's now taking the second new ball. 6th bowler is the 6th I've got written down. Yes. 1 for 15 off his 10 overs, so he's been very tight.
So I'm sure the message will be now just stick around, try and negotiate this early part of the last session.
Yeah, these two with strike rates, Cook 37, Van der Hoogten 33. That's runs per 100 balls, so they've both accumulated quite quietly, a couple of boundaries apiece.
Drinks out in the middle, running repairs as well. So it'll be Nick Webb, and then to follow it'll be Andrew Radd.
Thank you very much indeed. I think you ought to have got a nickname worked up for Andrew by now. Youch, maybe. 301 for 5, Glamorgan, on this still quiet evening in Sophia Gardens under grey skies. Sun tomorrow, together with jam probably. We need jam. We're full of lemon meringue cake at the moment.
I admire your confidence as ever, Nick. Afternoon, everybody.
Here comes Proctor then to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who defends back down the wicket with the new cherry. Choice of the skipper himself to use the new ball?
Fair enough, I think. I think there would have been quite a strong case from taking it in the first innings as well. I can understand, obviously, they were keen to get Gus Miller into the attack early. Rafi Weatherall has been saying, I think he's been the pick of the Northamptonshire bowlers today, but Luke Proctor with his experience, skiddy, handy with a new ball.
Next ball is played off the back foot by Van der Hoogten down towards point. Fielded by Russell, coming in off the boundary, and they go through for a single. Alex Russell must be
I know.
tempted to stick his hand up. 7th bowler used, 2 overs, 0 for 10.
Well, yeah, there's all sorts of... I've just been sitting at the back and going through quite a bit of social media stuff that's around, and there's a certain amount of bewilderment, I think it's fair to say.
Proctor bowls, turned off his legs by Cook down to fine leg for a single, 303 for 5. Wait till the second innings.
Well, I think there's a certain amount of bewilderment about why Safe Zabe, who's been bowling well this year, bowled a lot more this season in both red ball and T20, has been bowling a lot of overs for the seconds today rather than playing in this match, but I'm sure there's a reason.
Proctor on his way. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who checks his drive rather. Up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, Safe Zabe's picked up a couple of wickets today. I mentioned earlier the score from Taunton Vale, 278 for 5, Somerset against Northamptonshire seconds. Still only the 8 bowlers used, but Safe Zabe's picked up 2 for 43 off 13.
Proctor in, bowls. Van der Hoogten edges wide of the slips and will get a couple of runs down towards third man. It won't go for 4. Russell runs round from backward point to field. Cook doesn't worry too much about coming back for the third. 305 for 5.
So 2 for Zabe, 1 apiece for James Sales, Max Hunt and Tian Lowe, the left arm seamer.
As in comes the next delivery from Proctor, has beaten the outside edge, and Tim van der Hoogten has played and missed quite a few times. 305 for 5 at the end of the first over with the new ball. Just had a message through from the Glamorgan media man, Akil. Any thoughts as yet as to who you might care to interview? Or is it too early in proceedings?
I think it has the makings at the moment of a maybe a coach day, but maybe Rafi Weatherall actually.
Yeah,
maybe we'll go with Rafi. I think, unless something dramatic happens in the last 22 overs of the day. Well, but I think he's bowled well today. I really do. I think he's been very impressive, and I think it'd be interesting to get his take on having been very much at the sharp end of that tie in the T20 just a few days earlier. The transition, obviously, as a young cricketer, we spoke about how difficult it is, even for experienced pros, to make the transition from T20 to Championship cricket for somebody that's just learning the game. I'd be interested to get his take on that. Here's Gus Miller running in to bowl outside the off stump, and Cook just dropping the hands as that sails past into the gloves of Lewis McManus. 2 slips in place and a gully. Third man down on the boundary at the far end of the ground, the River Taff end, and a point and extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg down there in front of the main scoreboard. Over to our right. 305 for 5, the lead now 26. Here comes, oh my goodness, Miller has found the edge of Cook's bat, and I don't think that carried to Vasconcelos. It landed just in front, stopped on the half volley, but Miller finding the edge. Didn't have a huge amount of luck this morning. Saw one disappear between. Let's have a look. No, not quite. Didn't quite carry to first slip. No, that's. It's always slightly reassuring when what you think you saw in real time actually proves to be the case. Good ball though from Miller, just doing enough. And Miller in again, bowls and pushed out past extra cover, fielded by Rob Keogh, sliding across from his position at mid-off, but they're able to come through for a single. So Cook goes to 34, 306 for 5.
Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain, out for 92 off 41 balls.
Oh, he's blocking it then.
India 131 for 3 with 8 overs remaining against Australia. So it looks like a demanding chase for the Aussies to stay in the World Cup.
Yes, it does. Here comes Miller, in and bowls on leg stump, turned away by Van der Hoogten. Certainly a couple of runs for him as it goes down towards the square leg boundary. Alex Russell picks the ball up, has a longing look at it, no doubt, and thinks, I wonder what this is. but sends in his return.
Can I have a go, please, skipper?
And they pick up 2. 19 to Van der Hoogten, 308 for 5. I don't know. I mean, I don't know which is worse in a sense, Nick. Picking somebody and not bowling them, or not picking them at all. I'm not sure which is sort of most damaging to the confidence. But anyway, here's Miller. In and bowls to Van der Hoogten. That's on leg stump. It's clipped away down to fine leg, and it's 4 runs. That was not Gus Miller's best. As long as Van der Hoogten got something on it, it was going to run away for 4, and it did. 23 to Van der Hoogten, 312 for 5 it is.
Rather asking for it, that delivery.
Yes, I'm afraid it was. As I say, just needed to get something on it, really. I've so much enjoyed the reminiscences about St Helens today and all the wonderful tales that people have been sharing with us. Is Miller in and bowls down the leg side, taken by McManus, and that's the end of the over. 312 for 5, so 2 overs down with a second new ball. Cook is 34, Van der Hoogten is 23, and Glamorgan's lead inching up now up to 33. And I just wonder if anybody listening can remember the incident we were talking about yesterday of Mick Norman bagging a king pair at Swansea in 1964 out to Ozzie Wheatley both times, caught Peter Walker in the first innings, caught Jim Presdy in the second, and the amusement of the Northamptonshire players as he trudged up and down the steps for absolutely no reward. And in fact both, I'm reminded, were on the same day.
Oh dear. Proctor in to bowl to Cook, who fiddles at that one outside off stump, beaten by it. It didn't carry through to Lewis McManus on the full, and the keeper had to block it rather than grab it cleanly. So suggestions of a bit of low bounce.
Mick Norman still one of Northamptonshire's oldest surviving cricketers, and in terms of debut, he made his first class debut for the club way back in 1952.
As Proctor bowls and Cook props forward, Ozzie Wheatley is still with us and still taking a keen interest in Glamorgan's fortunes.
It would be wonderful to bring the two of them together, wouldn't it, at Swansea? Crumbs. Yeah, Mick was not too long after that, made the move to Leicestershire, finished his career up the road at Grace Road.
On his way is Proctor bowls to Cook, shoulders, arms, decent carry on that one, went through to McManus waist high or just above, so a little bit of up and down, variable bounce. The one that trapped Root LBW, second wicket to fall, kept a little bit low from Broad. It's probably the only one that's been responsible for a wicket.
Yeah.
Proctor bowls and Cook jabs it down onto the offside. He's having to battle Chris Cook. It's not by any means at his most fluent, but he's having to work for it. And second innings at Leicester, he saw out any minor difficulties that Glamorgan might have had. But Cook driving down the ground, or trying to drive down the ground, and finding only a firm right paw of Proctor, who fielded well in his follow-through. In a very, very tedious last day at Grace Road. After a rather stranger approach from Leicestershire on day 3. As Cook defends another one back towards the bowler. No run, 312 for 5 Glamorgan at the end of the over, 33 in the lead, where Leicestershire, having lost a bit of time out of the game, Leicestershire were sort of possible first innings lead, but crawled along in rather attritional fashion, trying to get a first innings lead, and put some pressure on Glamorgan on the final day. In the end, they declared 44 behind, which was neither here nor there really, and didn't allow, on a slow scoring pitch and with both teams a bowler down, either side to set up a match.
Here's Gus Miller running away from us on this Cathedral Road end. Bowls very full on leg stump to Tim van der Hoogten, plays it out to Alex Russell at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, Northamptonshire's game against Leicestershire had the makings of an interesting contest, but unfortunately, as some will remember, the Sunday was well, not just washed out but flooded out, and the ground was quite literally underwater, large areas.
Oh
of
yes,
it.
I remember seeing the pictures.
It was extraordinary. The game play was called off the day about 10 o'clock in the morning. Here's Miller in, bowls a little bit of bounce with the new ball for Miller, played well by van der Hoogten, just running it down to backward point, and there's no run. It was absolutely extraordinary. It put you in mind of those photographs that you see of was it the Oval 1968 when it was underwater and the spectators all came on and mopped it up in time for Derek Underwood to bowl out the Australians, but there were no spectators in the ground. I think it would have taken the city of Leicester Fire Brigade, I think, rather than a few spectators with mops and buckets. Extraordinary. Here's Miller in, bowls, that nips back into van der Hoogten, but he plays it out on the onside, and Alex Russell fields again. One more to van der Hoogten, 24 to him, 313 for 5. You almost feel that when Alex Russell touches the ball, it's like adding insult to injury, don't you, really?
Perhaps he enjoys fielding.
Well, I'm sure he probably does, but and they always say it's the thing you spend most time doing in cricket, but when you're picked as a bowler, it's an interesting one. We have a bit of sunshine.
Hey.
Here comes Miller, in and bowls to Cook, who rocks onto the back foot, pushes it out into the covers, where Justin Broad fields at extra. That is the first glimpse of sunshine we have had in very nearly 2 days. You can see the shadow of one of the floodlights, the one immediately to our left, as we look out from the media centre. Terrific view, but it's now casting a shadow on the outfield.
The daffs are getting brighter, the yellow seats and the blue background of the grandstand.
Wonderful. What a picture. Here comes Miller, in and bowls, punched away nicely by Chris Cook out through the extra cover region. It's going to run all the way for 4, despite the best efforts of the fielder out there who gave chase. Justin Broad tumbled over the rope, but the ball was always just about going to get there, and it did, and it takes Cook to 38. It brings up the 50 partnership between these two for the 6th wicket. Northamptonshire having picked up a couple of quick wickets at 267 for 5 when Kieran Carlson was out. They thought, well, yeah, maybe we can keep, as we were saying on commentary, keep the lead under 50, but they'll do well, you feel, to do that now. It's already up to 38. Here's Miller, in and bowls, and just very full and swung a little bit with the new ball. And Cook just squared up, plays it out in the offside, and then rehearses the stroke he was attempting to play, which was a bit of whippage over mid-wicket. End of the over, 317 for 5, 38 to Cook, 24 to van der Hoogten in bright sunshine.
Huzzah!
At Sapphire Gardens, and the lead is 38.
Yeah, that's half-century standards come pretty much at exactly 3 runs and over. It certainly hasn't been the most glamorous of partnerships after the fizzing effort of Labuschagne and his stand of 140 with Carlson for the 3rd wicket, but certainly Glamorgan needed something like this to get the momentum of the game back in their direction. 38 is the lead at the moment, as Proctor bowls to van der Hoogten, gets his bat out of the way, maybe too late after the ball had gone past, but through it went to McManus anyway. So 18.5 overs finish. Sure, it's going to be respectable finish, isn't it?
Not to be too late, I don't think.
Somewhere around 6:05 maybe. Just round about our last radio bulletin hit of the day. Proctor bowls. Van der Hoogten gets a streaky 4 down to third man. He certainly was aiming elsewhere. I think straightish.
I think so, yeah.
But it ran away off a very thick edge to that shorter boundary. Probably looking to play it between the umpire and mid-on. But got plenty of it. It ran away. 3:21 for 5. And, well, it is, I think, going to be Glamorgan's day, even if they fall in a heap at the end of proceedings now.
Zabe's picked up another wicket for the seconds. Somerset now 294 for 6. Zabe 3 for 45.
If only they'd picked 4 spinners here. 3-2-1 for 5. Third man is going back on that short 45 part of the ground. There's a point in as well. And Van der Hoogten drives through the covers and will get, I think, 4 more towards that shorter side of the ground. Applause for one of Van der Hoogten's more definite and positive shots. He moves into the 30s. He's got 32. Cook has 38. To 325 for 5. The lead is 46.
And he's done a really good job, hasn't he? He was saying about him, obviously, possibly batting a little higher than he would in an ideal world, but he's settled down. He's done everything that was required of him, and he's batting his side into a strong position here.
As he's defending this one to mid-on, the cliche for a couple of seasons was that we've got the best number 10 in the country, they used to say, but he's worked his way up. It's probably at home at about 7 realistically these days, but with problems for the other people tried at 7 by Glamorgan this season, he's been elevated again. As Proctor bowls, Van der Hoogten hit on the pad there. I think the ball runs down towards a leg slip position. They'll go through for a single. It is indeed a leg bye.
That's what Northamptonshire used to say about Gareth Berg, wasn't it? That having the best number 10 in the in the country. As he once pointed out to Rob Keogh when they were batting together, it must be the best number 10 in the world. Tongue in cheek, I'm sure. Top man Gareth, of course, sadly had that awful injury here, didn't he, when Northamptonshire were here last time and had to be driven off on the groundsman's truck.
As Cook shoulders arms there to a ball that wasn't that far too away from the off stump and didn't get up very much at all. Probably went through about shin high to McManus, so there is variable bounce. The replay of that shows us it went through,
isn't it?
Probably less than half stump high and reached McManus on the second bounce.
That has really died in the pitch. Yes, that was an awful injury, wasn't it? And it was when the team were playing football, but you had to keep explaining that it would have absolutely nothing to do with that, because Gareth Berg was not involved in the football at all. He was just running around, trotting around, and just went over on his ankle, and groundsman had to bring out the cart that he conveys the covers around, or the tarpaulins around on, and actually drive him off the ground so he could be taken to hospital. 3:26 for 5. Van der Hoogten on strike as Gus Miller has a false start. Starts as though to run in. Realises that the field is not where it should be. A slip in a gully now. And Emilio Gay, who's probably quite glad of somebody to talk to, as they used to being in the slip cordon, but has been out in the ring or out in the deep for most of the day, has been banished again to deep backward point. Here's Miller. In and bowls to Tim van der Hoogten down the leg side. Doesn't need to play it, and taken by Lewis McManus.
Edward Bevan on social media, a good cricket pitch. Something in it for the seamers, plus occasional turn. Batters have to be watchful. You can see why Glamorgan trying to make more bowler-friendly pitches on the sequence of all those draws.
Yeah.
And you have to win matches to go places.
Here's Van der Hoogten facing up to Gus Miller. Full toss, clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. Well, that was a little bit of a gift, and not intended as a birthday present for Luke Proctor either. Full toss on leg stump, thank you very much. Tim van der Hoogsten goes to 36, Glamorgan to 330 for 5. And the lead stretches past 50, which was the figure we were talking about earlier, and still 5 wickets in hand. Tough ask this for Gus Miller on debut to be the new ball bowler. Learning curve and all that. Short, pulled away by van der Hoogsten, and that could be 4 more. Sliding effort on the boundary by Alex Russell, couldn't get there, and it crosses the rope. Takes van der Hoogsten to 40. He overtakes Chris Cook. 334 for 5, the lead up to 55.
So the last 2 championship matches here have been results: a win against Sussex and a defeat against Middlesex, whose 9th wicket pair got them 50 to win.
Miller in, again bowling to van der Hoogsten, who's playing defensively out into the offside. Fielded by Patterson White at extra cover, and there's no run. Be interesting to see, Nick, what Northamptonshire do if they don't win this game. They may do, but if they don't, which would leave them even more, I'd hesitate to use the word desperate, but keen for a win. What sort of surface they'll provide against Sussex, bearing in mind the strength of the Sussex attack. Here's Miller in and bowls to van der Hoogsten. It pushes forward, goes off thick inside edge down to deep backward square, where it's fielded by Alex Russell. One more to van der Hoogsten. He goes to 41, 335 for 5.
You never quite know with Sussex what sort of side they're going to bring to the party, do you?
No, true enough, but I mean, they had the better of things against Northamptonshire in the first match of the season down at Hove, and but for the loss of 20 overs to bad light before it rained, and the fact that Sussex are not using the floodlights, I think there's a very strong chance they would have won that game. Here's Miller in, bowls to Cook, who's forced onto the defensive, plays it out to Patterson White at extra cover again. That's the end of another over. 335 for 5. 38 to Cook, 41 to van der Hoogsten. The lead is 56, and we have 17 overs to go before close of play. Will any of those 17 overs, I wonder, be bowled by Alex Russell?
Yeah, Ollie Robinson for Sussex got 3 early wickets against Leicestershire, but Foxes have fought back somewhat since then. Also got McAndrew, the young spinner Carson.
James Coles,
yeah, he's not bowling in this game.
I see he's been picked up for the 100 as well. One of those that came on the wild cards, I think.
Yes, if you're interested in seeing where players have gone, well, Mason Crane's been picked up for Welsh Fire for the 100. Ben Green of Somerset, the other player. Georgia Davis and Kate Kopak have been added to Welsh Fire Women. Nyrin Donald, Welsh batter, picked up by Birmingham. Phoenix. Proctor bowls, van der Hoogsten leaves, and a contract for one of the Northants women you mentioned.
Yes, Jodie Grucock has been given a wild card as well to play, I think, for the Northern thingamybobs.
The Northern Battery Chargers. 335 for 5. Lead 56. Proctor bowls. And has he got the edge? Yes, he has. Van der Hoogsten has gone for 41. 335 for 6. A second bowling point to the visitors, and again they needed that wicket. After a partnership of 68, van der Hoogsten has done a creditable job, drawn forward. Fine delivery from Proctor there, to be honest. He now has 2 for 27. That was a ball that would have dismissed many a top order batter as well, I think.
Well, I was saying earlier, Nick, that I think over the whole championship campaign so far, Luke Proctor's figures don't reflect how well he's bowled. I said that quite early this morning, and I think he's just proving the point. It's only his 11th championship wicket of the season, went into this game having taken 9 at 44s, but he's generally bowled pretty tight. He's beaten the bat a lot, and it's quite nice on his, especially on his birthday, to see him get a little bit of tangible reward. But he's bowled nicely here. I think him and Rafi Weatherall have been the two that have given Northamptonshire a bit of some sort of cutting edge. Patterson White was steady in a holding role. But as I say, I can only think that Rob Keogh can't be fully fit, because otherwise, as I say, he would have surely have bowled more than he has. And when he has bowled, I have to say that little spell after tea just didn't look quite at his best, did he?
Harry Podmore wins the battle to be number 9 ahead of Mason Crane and Andrew Gorvin. Podmore, in fact, was batting 11 in the couple of games that he played at the beginning of last season. Didn't impress Matthew Maynard and lost his championship place, and struggled with injury thereafter. Had injury in the pre-season this year, Podmore, so he's not able to mount a challenge for the start of the season. Broke his thumb trying to take a return catch.
He's not the luckiest of cricketers, actually, is he, Harry Podmore, over the course of his career with Middlesex and Kent and here.
Indeed, he'll be looking to try and put a few games together now. Well, there are only 2 in this block, but to do enough to be in line for the final block of championship. As he faces up to Proctor and leaves the first ball wide outside off stump. It was an unusual incident against the students here, where in breaking a thumb he actually managed to deflect the ball to mid-on or mid-off as well. So he got a wicket as a very minor consolation as he trudged off the field to have a head to X-rays.
Ouch.
As Proctor bowls, Podmore is off the mark, turning down to fine leg. Miller fields in front of us. The sun has disappeared once more. It was flirting with us. There's a patch of very pale blue somewhere overhead, but again it is 90-odd% grey skies. 3:36 for 6, so 14 runs for the next bonus point is probably the next port of call for Glamorgan in terms of aims. Lead is 57. Proctor bowls. It's a no ball as Cook pushes forward bat and pad. Together the ball runs out to cover.
I mean, were Glamorgan to get up towards 400, I think they would feel in a very, very strong position with plenty of time. And you say, I don't think, although we're having a quiet whinge about the lack of sunshine, there's no rain in the forecast, so we're going to have 2 clear days.
3:38 for 6 as Cook pushes forward, beaten by that one excellent spell this from Luke Proctor. 2 for 30, and he's in his 14th over, and again unlucky not to catch the outside edge of Chris Cook's bat. Cook's hanging on in there basically, not his most fluent, and driving to try and disprove me. Middled that one all right, but found Rob Keogh at mid-off. 3:38 for 6. Cook has 38. Podmore has 1. We're about an hour after tea, so that's probably time for me to take a little break and Kenneth Davis to join Andrew Round here on BBC Sport Online.
Thanks, Nick. Will be back with us time to talk through to the close of play. Ricardo Vasconcelos is back on the field, having, I think, gone off to get a helmet, which suggests we are going to see a little bit of spin. Liam Patterson White has jogged off, presumably to, I don't know, maybe get his bowling boots on. So it's going to be Gus Miller to continue from this Cathedral Road end. Yeah, indeed, Ricardo Vasconcelos has got to bring a helmet out onto the field. And it's going to be Miller to continue. To bowl to Harry Podmore, who's made a single. 2 slips in, and Podmore playing that defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. Proctor Fields. Afternoon again, Kenneth.
Afternoon, Andrew. Afternoon, Andrew. And it was a good rearguard action from both Cook, but mainly Van der Hoogten, because they were slightly stuck in a rut after the flurry of wickets fell in the end of the last session.
No, very valuable innings from Tim van der Hoogten, as we say, rising to the occasion, rising to the responsibility. Here's Miller in again, bowls to Podmore, and another delivery that doesn't get up, and Podmore does well to get back down on it, and immediately and unsurprisingly goes and does a touch of the Monty Dons. Bit of gardening down on a length. Again, that's just died in the pitch, not quite as conspicuously as the one a couple of overs ago that finished up with McManus taking it on the second bounce. Miller into his 17th over, no wicket for 66. And now captain is, I think, going to show the ball to umpire Sue Redfern and say, it's not doing anything,
No,
Sue.
it's
Sue, it's not doing anything. We need one that's going to do something.
That's usually the cue for we need a new ball.
I think Sue Redfern, I don't know, is she going to get the handcuffs out and have a little put it through the gauge to see if it's okay? Rob Keogh's taking the opportunity to squat on his haunches and have a little rest. Alex Russell looks in an attitude of prayer.
Yes.
Please get me on. Might be the gist of it. Having bowled 2 overs. Well, Sue Redfern's giving. It's not one of those where the umpire just tosses it back and says get on with it. She is giving it a certain amount of attention. And now she's said get on with it. So
a little wry smile.
Yeah, lovely little chuckle there from Luke Proctor. Say, well,
give it our best.
Gave it a go. You know.
Yeah. So handy little lead here. You'd have thought that they can push towards that 3 figures.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got 15 overs to go tonight, so there's plenty of cricket left to be played. Here is Gus Miller in and bowls to Harry Podmore, who forces it away, square of the wicket in the offside. Good tumbling stop there at backward point by Justin Broad, and there's no run. So just to give you an idea of what we were saying, what we're talking about, the fact that the 2 other spinners in the side, Rob Keogh bowled 4 overs for 33, bowled the last over of the morning, most of the last over of the first day, the last over of the morning session, 2 overs after tea, 4 overs for 33, and that's the extent of his work today so far, as Miller is in, bowls to Podmore full, pushes it up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. And Alex Russell, bless him, bowled 2, I thought, reasonably tidy overs when Marnus Labuschagne was in, and he hasn't been, well, he has been seen since. He's been seen running around and generally making himself useful in the field, but he hasn't bowled.
No, Marnus Labuschagne was in full flow at that point.
It's not an easy gig, is it, bowling to someone like that? Here's Miller in, bowls again to Podmore, and that's a beauty. Beats the outside edge, goes into the gloves of McManus, and Miller running in, putting in the effort here without a shadow of a doubt. I'm saying with a little bit more luck he could have had 1 or 2 wickets today.
Tell you what, Andrew, that will give the Glamorgan bowlers a bit of encouragement. That moved off the seam, away, just leaving Podmore.
Yeah, I think, can I say, the slightly irregular bounce that we've seen, I think will also, the more the lead develops, the happier I think they will be in terms of possibility of opportunities. That ball is outside the off stump. Was inviting for Harry Podmore to try the square cut, which he did, but he didn't make contact, and it goes through to Lewis McManus, and that is the end of the over. 338 for 6. Cook is 38. Podmore is 1. Liam Patterson-White is returning to the field. Freddie Heldrick, who's on this run over as 12th man, retreats back to the pavilion. And Patterson-White, I suspect, is probably going to put his bowling boots on. He's bowled more overs comfortably than anybody else so far. 23 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 76. But it's going to be, for the time being at least, Prop to continue. He's picked up a couple of wickets for 30 and 14 and has bowled pretty well.
15 overs minimum remaining today. And as mentioned, a lead of 59, so it is handy at the moment, but it could be a very handy lead come stumps. So Proctor will continue from the tough end. Here he comes, bowls. Good length delivery, but well behind it is Chris Cook, who is still there, unbeaten on 38. Very timely innings by Chris Cook, coming in, holding fort, and Podmore now needs to play the supporting role.
So this pop concert tomorrow night then, Kenneth, is it going to make it difficult to get out of the ground here?
Well, possibly, because this is where a lot park illegally. Proctor, and that has gone fine, but there is a man out there, and a third man.
No
so
ball.
Just a single, and there is a no ball as well to boot. Yes, there's pros and cons living in this area, Andrew. The pros are you're close to town, you're in a lovely area of Cardiff. The cons are you could quite often you'll pop out to get a pint of milk or something or whatever, and you cannot park.
Well, Nick will remember, I think, when I arrived here for a match a couple of years ago, and come back to that in a second.
As Proctor comes in, bowls good length ball, but Podmore's behind it, prods it, and there is no run.
And like a buffoon, I hadn't realised that Wales were playing Argentina in a rugby union international, and I couldn't get anywhere near the hotel where I was staying then, actually in the city, and was driving around. It seemed ad nauseum, and eventually decided, well, I'll head to the ground because I know vaguely where to go from there, and just sat down and gazed over the beauty of Bute Park until final whistle.
Captain Proctor coming in, and he squares. He's bowling straight through the gate of Podmore, and that's a Jaffa from Luke Proctor, the captain. Good length delivery through the defence of Podmore, and that is 7 down.
Yes, possibility increasing that Northamptonshire may have to bat tonight. 3rd wicket for Proctor, who really has been excellent again, into his 15th over, 3 for 33. The two 12th men, George Weldon and Freddie Heldrick, not required for the second team for this match, trotting on with, well, Freddie Heldrick's doing his Northern Dairies impersonation with the sort of the milk crate. Not sure what George Weldon's carrying out, perhaps just encouragement and good wishes. But yeah, 341 for 7. A chance now that Northamptonshire, I'm sure, will be looking to try and mop this up. And, well, the ideal scenario, I suppose, and I think Nick touched on this earlier, is that they wrap up the Glamorgan innings, but just too late for them actually have to go out and bat tonight. Because I don't think either Ricardo Vasconcelos or Remilio Gay would hugely fancy having to go out for a couple of overs this evening.
James Harris obviously can bat. Comes in. A man from Pontarddulais, who incidentally lives across the road from me, James Harris.
Nip over for a cup of sugar.
Well, yes, yeah. Especially if I don't want to move the car. James Harris with child these days, so he said, I did catch him. How's the sleeping going? And I don't mean you.
Yes, Ben Sanderson's, of course, they've just become a father recently, and I haven't seen him looking particularly bleary-eyed at the ground, but I dare say that they have those sort of evenings.
Well, James Harris was on comms duty with myself and Nick, an ever-present member last year during the T20, but he's been in and amongst the squad this year. So, Proctor then, having disposed of Podmore, comes in, and Harris gets behind it, forward defensive drive, and it's up to mid-off. But a new coach, obviously, they did that split coaching structure last year here at Glamorgan with Mark Lane in charge of the T20 team, and Matthew Maynard the rest. Didn't really work all too successfully as Proctor wheels round, passes the umpire from the taff end, good length ball, and that's clipped away into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. So they reverted to a one-size-fits-all structure this year with Grant Bradbury in charge of everything. David Harrison will no doubt be in charge again, Nick, of the one-day team. Yeah. But Mark Lane obviously has gone back to Gloucestershire as Proctor comes in, bowls, and Chris Cook is behind it. And that is the end of a successful wicket taking over from Captain Luke Proctor. Glamorgan have moved on to 342 for 7, just trying to inch their way into a commanding lead. They lead by 63 currently, Cook on 39. James Harris just come in on 1.
One thing I would say, Kenneth, is that I think we were talking earlier about, being able to be finishing more or less on time. It's because we've seen obviously a lot of seam with the second new ball. We've still got 14 overs to go, and we're sort of 24 minutes past 5, so I think we're going to be a little bit over time. But Justin Broad is going to come into the attack to replace Gus Miller from this Cathedral Road end. Picked up 2 wickets so far, Billy Root and the prized wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, who was flowing, made 93 off 124 balls before he was LBW, going a long way across his stumps. So Broad, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65 so far. Light is not fantastic, it's a little bit murky. And here is Broad, 2 slips in, running in and bowls to James Harris, who lets it go, and it's beaten Lewis McManus, and it's gone down for, I would imagine, a bye. Don't think it took anything on the way through, did it? They're just looking at whether it hit the helmet, I think, is what they're... No, just a bye. I think they were just checking, Sue Redfern was checking with Hassan Adnan, because there was a helmet behind Lewis McManus, and I think he was just checking that it didn't clip that on the way through. I don't think it did. But that is a bye onto the total, 343 for 7. Otherwise, of course, it would have been 5. 343 for 7. The lead now 64. Here's Broad into bowl to Chris Cook, who forces off the back foot. It beats the diving fielder at backward point, going down towards the fence, reeled in by Gus Miller, and they come back for a couple. 2 more to Cook. He goes to 41. 345 for 7, and the lead up to 66.
Of course, had Labuschagne stayed in, you never know with him, he can take a game quickly from the opposition. He was in full flow, so that wicket might yet prove crucial in the course of the game.
Could do. At New Road, I see Worcestershire are, succumbing to Surrey. Surrey made 490, and Worcestershire are now 102 for 6 in reply. Here's Broad in, hits Cook on the pad as he shapes to try and play it away on the onside. Don't think any bat involved, just a wait. Oh, there was. No, there wasn't. Sue Redfern just wanted to get into full view of the scorers before lifting a leg and signalling a leg by. So one more onto the total, 346 for 7. Yeah, Gus Atkinson's got a wicket there, a couple for Taylor. And Dan Lawrence, after his spectacular effort with the bat, has picked up a wicket as well, so he's having a good day. Here's Broad in, bowls to Harris, who runs it down wide of the slips and picks up a couple of runs. Just the one, rather, beg your pardon. One more to Harris, 2 to him, 347 for 7. Elsewhere, Lancashire going very well at Canterbury still, 369 for 4 in reply to Kent's 244 all out. Josh Bohannon still there, 165 not out. His Broad in bowls. And again, it doesn't get up a great deal. Cook playing a little firm-footed, pushes it up towards mid-on. Proctor fields, and there's no run. Essex 192 for 4 in reply to that huge Durham total of 587 all out at Chelmsford. Paul Walter, we were talking about earlier, 46 not out there.
Firm hitter of the ball, Paul Walter.
He is. Big chap, of course.
Yeah.
Here's Broad to finish his over. And it's clipped away by Cook, but straight to mid-wicket, where the unknown warrior, a.k.a. Alex Russell, fields. And that's the end of the over. 347 for 7. With Cook on 41, Harris on 2. Somerset 225 for 3 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, so still 135 behind. Tom Lammonby out for 87, but Tom Abel, Captain Tom, 76 not out. Warwickshire all out for 254 against Hampshire at Edgbaston, so first innings lead of 44 for Hampshire, and they're 40 for 1 in their second innings. Give you the Division 2 scores through this over.
Proctor, Northants captain, coming from the taff end, and that's gone through the gate, and Lewis McManus couldn't take cleanly, and they run through for a single.
So that's a chance. That has to go down as a chance. It was a difficult one. It's an inside edge, but there was an inside edge on it, and
just see the replays. Yeah, just cut through. James Harris, difficult chance.
Difficult. He was diving absolutely at full stretch. Lewis McManus got a glove on it but couldn't hang on. But it has to go down at least as a technical chance.
Yeah.
Off the captain as well. It's never a good idea.
No. Luke Proctor spins round, comes in, bowls. Cook well behind it, who's on 41. A few batsmen have pitched in. Cook being one of them, 41 as well for Tim van der Huchten. And Billy Root, pick of the batsman. Marnus Labuschagne on was LBW. Bowled Broad 93, and Carlson made 71. So many have got in. As Proctor bowls, and that's clipped into the through mid-wicket, and they'll come through for an easy single. They could be in, as you've mentioned, Andrew, the awkward position where the Glamorgan innings comes to an end at the most awkward time for the openers. Because we've got plenty of overs left, 12 minimum remaining today, and they lead by 70.
Yes, there's all sorts of unpleasant possibilities for the openers, aren't there? But we'll see.
Coming over the wicket, past the umpire, bowls. Harris is behind it, solidly. Resolute forward offensive stroke from James Harris, and there's no run.
The Division 2 scores: Middlesex 433 all out at Lords, Derbyshire 236 for 3 in reply. So it looks like it might be a flat one at HQ. Lewis Rees 99 not out.
In comes Luke Proctor, bowls, good length ball, and it's past the outside edge of James Harris through to the keeper.
Down at Hove, Sussex 442 all out, Leicestershire 263 for 8. So Sussex looking on for a decent lead there. Peter Hanscom made 92. Leanne Mulder 53. 3 early wickets for Ollie Robinson. And Gloucestershire 135 for 3, replying to Yorkshire's 456 all out up at Scarbados.
Last ball, but
well, I think they've just realised that they've got one ball to go. James Harris is on strike, and they've still got fielders up, saving one.
They're going to rearrange the field.
So they've now dropped everybody back to try and give them the single.
Try again. This is Proctor bowls, and that's a Jaffa once more from the captain. Just skims past James Harris's outside edge through to the keeper. Good over once more from Luke Proctor.
Very good again, hasn't he?
Yep.
Been today generally 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 36. As far as the World Cup game, World T20 is concerned, the Australia-India game, India racking up 205 for 5 in 20 overs, and Australia, well, mountain to climb, you would feel, to knock those off, but 206 the target. It's going to be Broad here to continue under cloudy Welsh skies. 349 for 7, and Broad running into bowl to Chris Cook. Hit on the pad, appeal for LBW, didn't look right from here, and Sue Redfern agrees. Not out, she says. I think it might have been a bit high, might also have possibly hit him outside the line. Let's have a look. No, it didn't hit him outside the line. It was maybe height, but I think also probably going down. Didn't look right, did it? So 349 for 7 it stays. The lead is 70.
So Australia in a bit of bother, possibly, in the World Cup.
It's a shame, isn't it? Here's Broad. In and bowls to Cook, who drives, doesn't time it, and it goes on the bounce back to Justin Broad, who fields off his own bowling. A few gulls wheeling around at the far end of the ground. Still, say, just those about 5 minutes of sunshine we've had today. Here's Broad. In again, bowls to Cook, who forces it up to mid-on, fielded by Proctor, and there's no run. See, talk of some grounds about buses and taxis and what have you, and here, of course, you've got Butte Park at the other end of the ground, and you've got all these cyclists.
Yes.
Lots of them.
A lot of middle-aged men in Lycra going up the Taffs Trail.
I got taken out by one this morning. Here's Broad in, and well, Cook coming a long way across, shaping to try and play it down on the leg side, doesn't get any bat on it. Well, an inquiry rather than an appeal from Justin Broad, but not supported by anybody else. Yes, I possibly wasn't looking where I was going as I walked from my car parking space, and a gentleman whizzed past me at commendable speed. There's Broad again to Cook, who punches off the back foot up to Patterson White at extra cover.
No, you have to be careful on the Taffs Trail. They do whiz past you.
Well, I suppose I mean, we always say in normal circumstances, I say usually when I'm staying in the city, it is, and I think by common consent, the most beautiful walk to the ground, I think, on the county circuit. It is an absolute delight to just walk along the river through the park. But as I say, unfortunately, I'm a little bit too far out for that this time. Now, the field all coming in to try and stop the single as the last ball of the over goes down to Chris Cook. He's had a swat at a short ball. Has that gone all the way? It has gone all the way. It's just confirmation sought by Sue Redfern. Has a look over at Hassan Adnan, and he confirms it's gone for 6. So 48 to Chris Cook, 355 for 7 at the end of the over. The lead climbs to 76, and there are 11 overs left in the day. 355 for 7 it is, and Proctor is going to take a blow after that excellent spell with the second new ball, and we're going to see a bit more Rafi Weatherall from the far end.
Yeah, Chris Cook just using the pace there to just help it on its way. The first 6 of the innings. And Glamorgan perhaps trying to put on the afterburners now.
Rafi Weatherall coming on to bowl from the river end.
Rafi Weatherall, he was mightily impressive just after lunch. Just got into a lovely rhythm from this tough end of the ground. And it'll be James Harris to take guard. So the lead is 76. 11 overs remaining. This is Rafi Weatherall. Comes in, bowls. Good length delivery. That's worked around the corner and to the leg side, and Harris comes through for a single.
Interesting, following the first team and second team matches for Northamptonshire. Both cases in the field. Glamorgan here 356 for 7. Somerset at Taunton Vale 355 for 6. So a similar day for first and second so far.
Here comes Weatherall. Past the singles at the moment are James Harris and Chris Cook. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. They lead by 78. This is a more than a handy lead now. I wonder if the Northants batters are forced in before stumps. It could be a few interesting overs as Weatherall wheels round, passes the umpire in, bowls, and just straying down leg side, taken though by Lewis McManus, the wicket-keeper.
Yes, it's one of those situations, if you finish up with sort of having to go in to bat for an over or two, where even the sort of night watchman opener might be an option. I've seen it happen before, of course.
We all remember the daring declaration, or, well, it wasn't daring, it was just folly perhaps, by Ben Stokes in the first test of the Ashes last year. All part of Bazball, of course.
Be surprised if that happened here, but you never know.
Yes.
You never know.
Weatherall comes in and bowls, and that's worked fine. There is a man there, and he has cut it off. Brilliant stop. Brilliant fielding.
That's Justin Broad, and that is a terrific bit of fielding.
Because he had a lot of ground to make up there. He came round, the ball went fine and sped away, and excellent fielding by Broad.
That's the sort of thing that just lifts a team a little bit at the end of what's been quite a hard day in the dirt. He's really just showed that he's going to keep his standards high.
Couple for James Harris's total, who faces and dabs that one down to third man and will take another single. Just took a little bump on the right shoulder there in the process.
Very nice to hear also the applause for that bit of fielding as well. It's I almost said, you can tell we're not at ... but I won't complete the sentence. We've given him enough stick today, I think.
Yes, I remember being down there for a T20 match on a Friday as well, which makes all the difference. Weatherall in again, bowls, and that's uppish, but through the covers for 4. It was there to be hit by Chris Cook, and he took full advantage. And that is Chris Cook's 50, 53 coming in 120 balls. He's played a solid innings for his team when they were slightly shaky, perhaps after losing a flurry of wickets. But he's looked solid and has put them in a strong position.
Well, you made the point earlier, Kenneth, that if you look at the scorecard for today, all right, Marnus Labuschagne, if you like, was the standout with 93, as you would expect from your overseas pro and test player and so on, but others have weighed in. Kieran Carlson wasn't easy for him at first, but he battled hard to get to 71. Billy Root 41. Tim van der Hoogten up the order at number 7, also made 41. So been any number of players, and of course Chris Cook now going past 50, who've made contributions, and the lead now 85. And this position for Glamorgan becoming stronger by the over. 10 to go in the day. Justin Broad. He's going to run into bowl his 18th over on the leg stump, turned away by James Harris, but can't get it past Alex Russell at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Still, as a little bit murky, although I know Edward says that it always looks brighter when you go up to the end of the corridor and look out rather than looking through glass, so that may well be the case. Here's Broad in again, bowling to James Harris, who tries to cut a little bit too close to him, and he just jams it into the ground, rolls out into the offside for Patterson White to field, and there's no run. In terms of the workload for the Northamptonshire bowlers today, so Rafi Weatherall's bowled 14, Gus Miller 17, Liam Patterson White 23, Justin Broad in his 18th, Luke Proctor 16, so that's all fair enough, but then so you have the slight mystery of Rob Keogh 4 and Alex Russell 2. Here's Broad in again, bowls very full and worked away through mid-wicket for 4 runs by James Harris. That wasn't the stroke of a number 9, that was a lovely shot, and it raced away over this quick outfield for 4. He goes into double figures. 11 to Harris, 368 for 7. The lead climbing towards 3 figures, 89 runs ahead now, Glamorgan.
He's more than a handy batsman. In his early days, he possibly could have been more of a bowling all-rounder, but obviously concentrated on bowling matters.
Here's Broad, in and bowls 2 outside the off-stump, leaves it alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Little signal between the umpires as they do to say there are 2 balls left in the over. Sue Redfern is doing a little bit of running on the spot to keep the calves moving. We've had 7 overs overnight, so this is the 87th over of the day. Here is Broad outside the off stump again, full and left alone again by Harris, and it goes through to Lewis McManus. I shall make way for Nick Webb in a moment or two. He's standing poised behind us as a greyhound in the slips, or a greyhound behind the stumps, of course, in case of Mr. Webb. Here is Broad to finish the over, outside the off stump, left alone by Harris, taken by Lewis McManus almost in front of first slip, and that is the end of the over. 368 for 7. Cook is 53, Harris is 11. There are 9 overs to go in the day, and after a few sage words from Kenneth, it'll be Nick Webb and Kenneth to take you through to the end of the day.
Thank you, Andrew. And Glamorgan in a very commanding position, lead by 89. Now they'd be hoping to push on further in the overs that remain today. 9 of them, with Cook and Harris still there. Weatherall will continue from the taff end. Cook takes guard, who's just struck his 50, unbeaten on 53. And as Weatherall comes in, bowls, good length delivery, but that's tucked away, square of the wicket, and they'll come through for a single. So with the forecast as it is, Glamorgan, if they can push on, will be, well, they'd be very confident of trying to push for victory here.
Yes, they'd hope for a bit of assistance from the pitch on day 3 and 4. But there's a lot of work to do yet. They've been known to flatten out here.
Weatherall past the umpire, bowls. Oh, that stayed low, and there's a shout, and the umpire just had a little look at it. Just one of those when the umpire is going to go in and raise the dreaded finger, and then he just chucks the stone to the other hand, and it's not out.
Yeah, Hassan Adnan there was twitching his right hand, definitely, wasn't he? Whether he was just scratching his stomach or what, or whether he just changed his mind, was thinking about giving it, and decided not to.
There's some umpires, of course, batters never knew when they were saved or spared. Weatherall coming in, bowls, and Harris prods that up to long on. Steve Buckner took an age, didn't he? And then just the dreaded finger went up.
Yes. Northampton listeners, you will get a little bit more of Andrew Radd tonight for the last 10-15 minutes or so. So you will get a visitor's summary of the day's play while I just put the finishing touches to my online match report.
In comes Weatherall, bowls. Good length delivery. Just jabs at James Harris, who's supporting Chris Cook on 11. So what have we? 8 minimum today.
Yeah. Be interesting to see Glamorgan's bowling tactics, since they'll start on -3 with the over rate. And
of course, they could make it up with Crane.
They've got to bowl Crane reasonably early in the innings, I would suggest.
As Weatherall wheels round, comes in. Good strike by James Harris, but it's fielded at mid-off.
Had an email from Clive Ingram. Good afternoon, Clive. Father of Colin, who is going along with our comments about the Essex game, saying he was rather disappointed with the spectator behaviour there. And he said, good effort on Marnus to G up one section of the crowd after a good fielding effort with absolutely not a clap. He says, I'd always been led to believe that Essex is quite a classy area. He's enjoying Andrew's commentary. Lovely to hear history of some of the other counties as well.
Weatherall coming in, bowls, and that beats James Harris, who flirts with it outside off stump, and it goes through to keeper Lewis McManus.
Also enjoying the batting display of Glamorgan today, says Clive, and doesn't even mention the absence of his son from proceedings. 369 for 7. Maybe it's less frantic watching when you don't have a direct relative involved. Maybe you're not so nervous. 369 for 7 in what are slightly gloomy conditions now at the moment. I wonder whether we might just see play curtailed with 8 overs to go. They might last out there. Patterson White to bowl his left arm spin, by far the most used of the spinners. 23 overs for him, 1 for 76. He's been largely tight. Hasn't been hit around at any point. 1 for 76 though, going at just over 3 runs an over. Well, Keogh, right, got a little bit of stick. Alex Russell kicking his heels in the outfield. Who knows, they might be key men in the second innings. Patterson White from this Cathedral Road end finds that Cook isn't ready. Now he is. Cook on 54, faces up to Patterson White and prods forward. And there's no run. Plenty of time left in this game. It looks less likely that the visitors will be called upon to bat for a second time tonight. We're 7.5 overs remaining. Patterson White bowls, and a squarish drive by Cook isn't quite timed. Ball running out on the offside, and there is no run. Labuschagne's 93, the highlight of the day, off just 124 balls. Down the wicket comes Cook, and then defends when he gets there. Strike rate of exactly 75 for Marnus Labuschagne. Kieran Carlson 71. Lots of people chipping in. Cook 54 not out. Van der Hoogten and Root both made 41. As that's edged and it's gone through for 4 runs down to third man. Chris Cook getting a thick edge on that one, and again, not really much reaction from Shaw at slip. The ball was past him before he knew about it, I think. Wonder whether he's correctly placed, really. I mean, I know Patterson White is his bowling spin, but he's not the slowest. Maybe Shaw could give himself a yard, but hey, he's played international cricket and I haven't. As Cook defends on the onside, no run. So getting slightly murky as Patterson White bowls, and Cook again comes down the wicket and defends. 373 for 7 at the end of Patterson White's over. Rather streaky boundary to Chris Cook, takes him on to 58. Harris has 11. 373 for 7, and 7 overs remain for play today.
And things looking good from a Glamorgan perspective with a 94-run lead.
Yeah, over 100. It starts to feel pretty substantial, I would imagine, for the side facing that deficit.
They will continue with Rafi Weatherall from the taff end, mid-off, mid-on, man at mid-wicket. Cover point, 2 slips, fine leg, and that's a pad to the leg side. There's a muffled groan from one of the slips.
Australia chasing 206 to beat India and stay in the World Cup. 30 for 1 after 3.2 overs. Warner fell for 6. Head and Mitch Marsh in for the Aussies at the moment.
Weatherall 1 for 53, starts his run up, passes the umpire, bowls, good length delivery, but James Harris is well behind that defensively and strikes it to mid-on.
Big first innings lead for Sussex over Leicestershire, but they haven't enforced the follow-on. Leicestershire 275 all out, 167 behind. Hanscom scored 92. 4 wickets for Hunt, 3 for Ollie Robinson.
In comes Rafi Weatherall. Again for defensive from James Harris to short cover. And there's no run again.
Tough going for the Gloucesters at Scarbados. 148 for 4. In reply to Yorkshire's 4-5-6 all out, having started with a triple century stand for the first wicket. Lythe and Bean, that well-known coffee company.
Mason Crane and Andy Galvin, the batters to come. As Weatherall starts his run-up. In he comes, bowls, and that's clipped into there's a quick single to mid-on, and James Harris scampers home.
It was a bit out of the blue, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if it was a late call, but
They haven't been looking to run quick singles previously, but maybe just looking to rotate the strike and keep things lively.
Which brings Chris Cook on strike. 2 balls to go in Rafi Weatherall's over. And that's caught at first slip. So Chris Cook falls. It's been a valiant innings from Glamorgan's wicketkeeper, and he's steadied the ship, but he goes caught at first slip off the bowling of Rafi Weatherall, who's deserved. He's persevered, he's come in, he's charged in all afternoon, and it's 8 down for Glamorgan. 374 for 8. Cook departs for 58.
Yeah, good smart catch by Ricardo Vasconcelos, chest high, falling backwards. Ball going at a fair rate. Second wicket for Weatherall, and as you say, he was charging in with fair purpose. The lead is 95, 100 leads. Glamorgan's next target, and then if they could scramble up to 400 for the fourth batting point, I'm sure they'd be happy to settle for that. 97th over of the innings we're in at the moment. Weatherall 2 for 54 in the 16th over he's delivered, but not really reflecting the effort of 19-year-olds.
The new batter, Mason Crane.
Mason Crane
to 6 wickets for the season.
comes in. On loan from Hampshire, of course, this season.
Yes, picked up a Welsh fire gig in the wildcard selections. No real surprise there after some useful wicket taking in the T20 blast. And Crane's first-class best is the 61 that he scored in the first innings at Northampton in the refrigerator in April rather. Scored 80 runs in the match for once out against Middlesex as well, so not a mug with the bat.
Yeah, he will be on 100 duty starting on 28th of July. Here, incidentally, against the Invincibles. Another of the marketable names.
Yes, easily disproved though, isn't it? At least Welsh Fire is fairly generic. Invincibles have lost 3.
So Glamorgan 8 down, and Weatherall comes in from the taff end. Here he comes, bowls, and that's played into the offside by Mason Crane to point, and there's no run. That is the end of Ruffy Weatherall's over. Wicket taking over for him. So Glamorgan 374 for 8, commanding lead of 95 with 6 overs remaining today. So good day for Glamorgan, all told.
Glamorgan travellers say the Chelmsford Championship crowd are excellent. They've stayed in touch with some of them for years. The white ball posse let the ball club down with sheep noises to be heard. Neil Thornycroft says, with regard to people watching from Australia, it wasn't so long ago he was trying to listen to Radio Wales AM on a bad signal when working in Cambridge. The joys of the medium wave, which had a good reach, to be fair. I remember listening while waiting for ferry in Calais, and also on holiday in Jersey. 374 for 8. Patterson white bowls. Harris is forward. Vasconcelos, who's been in a variety of attacking positions, courtesy of his pads, is now at short mid-wicket on the drive. Harris knocks one away on the leg side and will take a single down to backward square. 375 for 8. The lead is 96. Mason Crane kicks away at a bit of unwanted dirt, and that green bit down the middle of the wicket is starting to fade, and Crane will be hoping there's a bit of rough developing. Not overly dramatic footmarks at the moment, but there are a couple around. Patterson White to Mason Crane. Short leg now, and there's an appeal, half an appeal, as Crane props forward. Ball flies off the pad past short leg, and the appeal dies away quickly. So the field a rather more attacking nature at the moment. Cover is in on the drive as well, almost in a crouching position, but Crane is off the mark as like Harris a couple of balls previously, turns it away gently down towards backward square for the single. 376 for 8. Lead 97. Umpire Redfern takes refuge head in hand for a moment as throwing an errant throw headed somewhere past her. Ball back with Patterson White bowling to Harris, and he knocks it into a gap on the leg side, and they go through for the third single of the over. 377 for 8. Here on BBC Sport Online, Kenneth Davis, Andrew Radd and myself, Nick Webb. Thank you for your company during the course of the day. Has been a good battle between bat and ball. Labuschagne putting Glamorgan on the front foot, helped by Carlson. Proctor leading the fight back. As forward comes Crane, defending. That is the end of the over. So there are 5 to come tonight. And it is highly unlikely that Northants will have to bat for a second time this evening, unless they take these last couple of wickets in the space of the next 2 overs. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come. Plenty of contributions down the order for Glamorgan today, or around the order. Lots of bits and pieces. Just a couple of people out in single figures. Weatherall is on his way. Bowls to Harris, and that one's gone through him. Beaten outside off stump. And through to McManus. Two slips for Harris. 14 not out. The shout starting to echo around Sapphire Gardens as 1 or 2 spectators head for home. Northampton's trying to keep spirits up as Weatherall bowls to Harris, who plays that one nicely through the onside. Should be a couple of runs up towards wide, long on. They'll sim comfortably home for 2. Decide not to risk a third as the throw comes in to the non-striker's end. 379 for 8. The lead is exactly 100. Harris under 16 not out. Weatherall on his way again. Ball's outside off stump. Harris plays no shot. A little bit of movement taken by McManus. Glamorgan at 379 for 8 in their first innings. That's currently a lead of exactly 100 runs, and they've had to fight hard to get to that position. Thanks mainly to a sparkling 93 from Marnus Labuschagne, but well supported by Kieran Carlson with 71, Chris Cook, who's just been dismissed for 58, and Tim van der Hoogten 41 in the evening session, as James Harris hooks a 6 off the top edge. Glamorgan with a useful lead in this match, 385 for 8, with 4 overs to play tonight. As while doing that radio update, I lost track of that one slightly as the ball.
I think the cameraman did as well, Nick.
Thudding into the sight screen down beneath us, or the white sheeting that makes up the sight screen. Top edge, but perfectly safe. Harris moves to 21, 385 for 8 as Weatherall bowls outside off stump. Harris shoulders arms through to McManus. So 3 contributions of 50 and over, a couple of 40s as well. Reasonably consistent batting effort by Glamorgan, but they've had to show a good deal of application today. Northamptonshire with a pretty raw bowling attack in certain aspects. have plugged away quite gamely. Proctor is led by example, and Weatherall has charged in down leg side. Harris flicks at it. Through to the keeper it goes, and there's no run. 385 for 8, the lead is 106. There are 4 overs remaining of the day's play. I will go and polish off the match report, or polish up, or whatever, rather than the cake, which are polished off earlier, and Andrew, Rad and Kenneth will steer you through to the close. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Nick. So Glamorgan, well, they'd have taken the lead that they have at the start of play. 106 they lead, 385 for 8, so another batting point within reach as well, with Crane and Harris, who's unbeaten on 22, still out in the middle. And it is going to be Patterson White from the Cathedral Road end, left arm around the wicket towards Mason Crane, who defends, and there's no run. And we're getting into the realms where it's going to be a tough ask for Northampton, and flatter that time from Patterson White. But Glamorgan will probably see the day's play out now, and will be buoyant tomorrow morning when required to come in at the Northants batters. 385 for 8. Patterson White coming in from this Cathedral Road end, where our commentary position is past the umpire, left arm around the wicket. Strong forward defensive stroke from Mason Crane. The only batter yet to come is Andy Gorvin. Suspect the Northants openers are glad that Glamorgan will see this one out now. Patterson White, and that's just dabbed down by Crane, and there's no run.
I have news of a strange phenomenon, Kenneth. I've just seen Alex Russell swinging his arms as though he might be going to have a bowl.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think I'm not sure if it's a mirage, but we'll see.
Just a rejig of the field here by Patterson White. There's a man going fine for Mason Crane. Fine leg on the 45. Here is Patterson White over the wicket this time. Flatter, quicker. And it's fielded at cover, and there's no run. So that is the end of Patterson White's over. 3 overs remaining today on the second day's play here at Sophia Gardens, with Glamorgan in control at the moment. 385 for 8, a lead of 106.
Well, it wasn't a mirage, because it is going to be Alex Russell to have a bowl from the River Taff end. Wonders will never cease. He's bowled 2 so far, 2 overs for 10 runs. Save Zaid, meanwhile, has taken the 4th wicket for Northamptonshire seconds down at Taunton Vale against Somerset. 4 for 60 for him. Somerset 379 for 8. So yeah, Alex Russell 2 overs for 10 this morning. He's going to have another bowl now, so he might double his number of overs if he gets it through to the close. There are 3 left. The light is much better. The cloud has just dissipated a little. Still not actually sunny, but it's a lot brighter than it was. I have to say, Kenneth, you were talking earlier about Alan Lamb. Celebrated his 7th, and I just started an hour special with Alan in the studio, and I just was listening at the back to the first couple of minutes of it, and he was just saying it's been rather an exhausting 3 days. It sounds as though he's had a non-stop party for about the last 4 days after his 70th birthday. Here's Alex Russell from the Taff end, bowling his first ball to Harris, who forces it off the back foot. Good stop by Rob Keogh in the covers, and there's no run. Slip in there, Prithvi Shaw and Ricardo Vasconcelos at forward short leg. 385 for 8, the lead 106. And here is Russell. in and bowls to Harris, flighted right up, driven by Harris, who uses his feet well, out to the man at deep cover, picks up another run.
I'm sure he was helped out with many of his former friends on the cricket field.
I'm sure he probably would have been. Yeah, 23 to Harris, 386 for 8. Yes, he was saying they had a meal in London and then a party at home and then a party somewhere else. And his son, Richard, I think, has come in from Singapore to be with his dad on his birthday. Here's, oh my goodness, Crane rather, trying to pull that one. Short ball, hurried onto him a little bit, just ballooned off the pad. Vasconcelos probably didn't enjoy that very much in there at forward short leg. Here's Russell in again, bowling a little bit quick and a little bit short, and an attempted pull by Crane goes off the pad, down behind square. Prithvi Shaw comes round from slip to tidy up, but they're able to come through for a leg by. 387 for 8. Brings Harris back on strike. 2 balls to go in this over. Here's Russell in, flights that one up, driven by Harris, out to deep cover for another single. Harris to 24, 388 for 8. Harris rehearsing the stroke at the non-striker's end. Last ball of the over. Russell into bowl to Mason Crane, driven up, and another super bit of fielding on the perch at extra cover by Rob Keogh, cuts off any possibility of a single. So Alex Russell has completed his 3rd over, 3 overs for 12. It's 388 for 8, 2 overs to go. The lead is 109. Another good bit of news, and I did say, just heard the first part of the programme, is that Alan's health is pretty good now. Obviously he was diagnosed with prostate cancer 2 or 3 years ago, and then made a very brave thing to do and come out and talk about it and say that people should get tested, and he's backed very publicly various testing programs in the area. But yeah, he said he's good at the moment, so
good news there.
Excellent to hear.
So the penultimate over of the second day's play will be taken by Liam Patterson-White, who's gone through a shift today, it has to be said. Left arm around, and that's stabbed round the corner by James Harris, who moves on to 25. It's been a tough slog for Northants today. They'll be glad to get into the shed, regroup, because they'll have a very important day's play ahead of them tomorrow.
Yes, they've got to bring their A game with the bat tomorrow, haven't they? They're going to have to really apply themselves if they're going to get out of this one. There's the lead now, 110, with power to add.
Changing the field, they're trying everything here just to bring Glamorgan's innings to a close. Patterson-White has worked into the leg side, but there's no run. There's a man at mid-wicket. Mason Crane is on strike, on loan from Hampshire this season. Patterson-White in bowls, quicker that time. That's cut into the ground, and there's no run into the offside. So we'll be looking back at the day's play as Patterson-White comes in. They won't take a single to mid-on. Probably the game went away from them slightly in that Labuschagne sort of Carlson.
Yes, absolutely. I think just either side of lunch.
As Patterson-White comes in, bowls, and that's up in the block hole, defended by Mason Crane.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire had a pretty decent first hour, but then, as you say, Labuschagne and Carlson taking it to 159 for 2 at lunch. So Northamptonshire just picking up 2 wickets, conceding 123 runs. And that first 3/4 of an hour after lunch, I thought they just looked, ragged is perhaps overstating it, but they just looked a little bit bereft of ideas.
And it just sort of ebbed and flowed after that, because they took wickets, but Van der Hoogten came back and scored a quick-fire 40. That is the end of the over as Mason Crane pads up outside leg stump. And it is 38948. That is a lead of 110, a more than handy lead for the home side. And Andrew Rudd will take us home on the second day.
What will be interesting, Kenneth, I think, is how this pitch, if we do get some sunshine tomorrow, as forecast, is how this pitch is going to respond, whether it will, as Nick mentioned earlier, as some of the pitches do here, just flatten out a little bit, or
Mason
whether
Crane will have a say in that.
Oh, unquestionably. Right, last over of the day. Alex Russell bowls short to James Harris, and again, it's the teapot from Ricardo Vasconcelos at forward short leg, and he saw that short ball coming down, and James Harris winding up for the big pull. He didn't probably relish it hugely, but in the end, it just goes down to deep backward square for a single. Harris 26, 390 for 8. 5 balls to go in the day's play, and Crane is hit on the pad as he tries to turn that away on the onside. Polite inquiry. Not out, says umpire Hassan Adnan. Just needs my old nan at this point to say it's the nicest part of the day, because it very nearly is. It's a bit of brightness in evidence as Russell is in, bowls on driven by Mason Crane, rolls up to Luke Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. But we said at the start of the day, Kenneth, that we didn't think that, a horrible feeling that Northamptonshire might spend all of Luke Proctor's birthday in the field, and so they have. Forward goes Crane, playing that hard into the ground just in front of Vasconcelos at forward short leg. But credit to Glamorgan, I say various batters, and as you were discussing with Nick, have got in and made a contribution without any of them actually going on and making a big 100. Labuschagne looked odds on for one before he fell. 2 balls to go. Russell in bowls, driven by Crane up to Gus Miller at mid-off. There is no run, and so with the clock showing 18 minutes past 6, we come to the last ball of the day. And here's Russell in, bowls, an attempted little cut by Mason Crane. It was a little bit close to him, and it just rolled down to backward point. And that is the close of play on day 2 in this Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Northamptonshire here at Sophia Gardens. And Glamorgan close on 390 for 8 after 103 overs. So first target tomorrow, I'm sure, for Glamorgan will be to get that final, well no, it won't be, it'll be penultimate batting point. They've got another 7 overs to get 10 runs, which they ought to do, and I suppose if these two stay there, they might even fancy a little dart at maximum points. They've still got 7 overs remaining, but 390 for 8 it is. James Harris 26 not out, Mason Crane 1 not out. Hard work for Northamptonshire today, but the bowlers have stuck at it reasonably well. Luke Proctor very good, 3 for 36 off 16. Rafi Weatherall also very good, 2 for 62 off 17. 2 wickets for Justin Broad, including the key one of Marnus Labuschagne. 1 for the hard working Liam Patterson-White, who's got through 27 overs, 1 for 84. Gus Miller, Rob Keogh and Alex Russell wicketless so far, but 390 for 8. Kenneth, Glamorgan certainly on top.
Yes, and notable contributions. Byram, the first to fall this morning. Billy Root went for 41. The pick of the bunch, Marnus Labuschagne, who looked as if he was going to make, well, he did make hay in the sunshine, or the lack of sunshine possibly, at Sophia Gardens today. He was LBW for 93, supported ably by Kieran Carlson for 71, and then there were a flurry of wickets after lunchtime, northeast going cheaply, but then Chris Cook and Tim van der Hoogten took the situation away from Northants with a cameo for 41 from Tim van der Hoogten. Cook fell for 58. Harris is still there on 26. Crane on 1. It is a lead of 111, and Glamorgan are well placed going into the third day here on 390 for 8.
So, from Kenneth, from Nick Webb and myself, Andrew Radd, thank you very much indeed for your company today. I hope you'll join us when play resumes tomorrow morning, just before 11 o'clock. For now, from all of us here at Sophia Gardens, a very good evening.
Good evening.